Went live.
Oh, great. Hello, everybody.
Good morning, Chatty House.
What's up, Mac? Who's got the belt today?
Katrina, I think.
Wow, that's big time. Congratulations, Katrina. That's her first belt. We love to see it.
I hear Optima commercials.
Yeah, you do. My bad.
Oh no, it's no stress. Oh, how you doing, Kyle?
Boy,
You all right?
I will be.
I can tell you're off today.
Yeah, we'll talk about it. It's just like, you know what? No, I'm not going to go that deep into my psyche. It's fine.
I can tell it rattles you. It's okay.
No, it's trying to suppress the urge to rage out.
Yeah. Just in general.
Just at various things.
Okay.
Nothing on this show or this station, of course.
All right.
What's up, Rob? What's up, Bryce?
Hello, friends. We had a busy show today.
Yeah, I was a little bit worried last night. I was like, God, Niners don't play this weekend. Kings only have the one game. But then I started writing stuff down. And what do you know?
Yeah, we get the Republic game too.
We got things to talk about. Are you going?
To the Republic game?
Mhm.
No, because there's a Kings game.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Oh. Yeah.
Oh, 59.
15 seconds until the legal identification. Good morning, Michigan. So, Zabo. All right, 5 seconds. Here we go. Let's party. I don't want to say the worst thing happened because there are so many worse things that could be happening to me.
Okay.
So it's not the worst thing. I'm fine. My family is fine. Everything's fine. However,
Everything is awesome.
everything is cool when you're part of a team. No,
That's right.
so here's my problem. I wake up at 3:30 in the morning. First alarm 3:20. That gets turned off immediately. Most mornings I don't even hear it. I just subconsciously turn it off. 3:30. Okay, I'm awake. 3:35 is like, bro, wake up. And I'm there. 3:40 alarm means time to get out of bed. And then I'm out the door by 4 or 4:10, depending on how long it takes me to make my coffee. All right. I woke up today to my wife very sweetly because she could have been like, bro, you got to go. She was like, hey, it's a little bit late. You're fine. But it's like 4:30. Dude, I said a loud curse word, got out of bed. And then it just throws me. I only ended up being like 15 minutes late to work, even though I left probably 40 minutes after I normally do.
Oof.
But I shout out to the guy on 160 who pulled over for me so I could pass him. I really appreciate that person. I believe they were in a Toyota Tacoma. If you happen to be driving a Toyota Tacoma and you did that for me, preach. But it's one. It just the day starts off. You and I have talked about creature of habit. Like I have all my things I like to do in the morning. I like to be able to pet my cat. I like to be able to make my coffee, be able to grab my lunch, figure out, what snack I want to take with me to eat for breakfast on the way into work. No snack today. Grab my lunch, threw a coffee together and got in here. Had to ignore my cats. And then I got to work late. And it's just like, and then just everything is just off all day.
I could tell like the second I saw you. Oh, Kyle's off.
Yeah, dude. And that's what I hate about me. There are so many things I hate about me. One of the things I hate the most about me is that I'm very like expressive.
Oh, you wore it. Yeah.
Yeah, and I can't, and I hate it because I try to be like vibes guy, right? Like I'm here, like let's have a good day.
Yeah.
What's going on? I'm the friend. I'm going to check in. How are things? What do you want? You're very much the same way.
Yes.
So when I don't feel like, yeah, I'm vibey guy, it really sticks out. And then I just wear this like on my face. So that's how today's been going, but it's slowly getting better. I went to a coffee shop and I got a giant coffee and I'm going to drink the heck out of that. You brought donuts today. Shout out to you. That donut's going to go in my face at some point, and that will certainly help. So thank you. And thank you to the chatty house and to everybody listening, because I already feel better and we're 3.5 minutes into the show.
That's right. I can't sleep when I know I've got to get up early. And because we shifted a show, well, I've taken on a job where I'm actually here in the morning and I have to get up every day. I wake up at 6, I wake up at 6:15, I wake up at 6:30, and then my alarm goes off at like 7:05. I don't even know why I set the alarm because I don't really need it.
Just in case.
Just make sure that I wake up everyone else,
of course,
when it does go off. But then I'll get up, and my son, who's 16, he has the like foghorn alarm on his like wah, wah, wah. Yeah, you can go in his room and it will literally be sitting by his face, screaming at him as loud as possible, and he's just sitting there snoring, like just chilling, doesn't even know. You wake him up, it's still blaring. He doesn't even shut it off. He goes back to sleep.
Dang.
It has no impact on his life whatsoever.
Dang, that's how I used to be.
I don't even know how, he's going to have to figure this one out in life, how he will sleep through every alarm ever.
Is he on like a bad sleep schedule where he doesn't go to bed until sleep? Because when I got into college, well, even in high school, but I would stay up until all hours of the morning, and then you're just gassed, but you don't feel it because you're a teenager. But your body is like, I need to sleep, dude. Yeah. We're getting 3 hours of sleep per night. We need to sleep. And so in college, when I would need to get up, I would put my phone inside my pillowcase. So it was literally right next to my face. That wouldn't even work. I would call friends. I'd be like, hey, my dorm is unlocked. Please come in and wake me up at this time. Like it got to that point. It was really bad. But then sure enough, I get into a lifestyle where I'm getting a more regular amount of sleep, and it's a lot better. Look at that.
All right.
Who'd have thunk?
Yeah.
Right.
Well, I think my son is also growing. So, I mean, that's part of it.
That's right.
Part of it.
Yeah.
He's trying to get tall.
Yeah. Shout out. I missed that step. All right. We're the Insiders. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. And like we were talking about it before the show, it's one of those days where I went to go put the rundown together and we're looking and it's like, man, it's just there's no Niners. That's usually a layup this time of year, but no Niners. The Raiders play this weekend. They got the Giants. The Kings only have the one game against the Rockets tomorrow. It's kind of a strange sports weekend.
Yeah. Baseball's over.
Baseball's done. But then you start putting stuff together and you start really digging into it. And there's so much to get to today. We have the Kings beginning their 2-game road trip to Houston and the weird schedule coming up for Sacramento. We'll talk about that. It's very, very odd. Of course, Fantasy Friday with Faraz Siddiqui of Upper Hand Fantasy and Odyssey Original Podcast. Make sure to get your questions in at youtube.com/ESPN1320. And we will answer as many of those questions with Faraz as we can. I'm sure James has questions about his fantasy team. I have questions about mine. My questions about my fantasy team, though, is I never want to ask them because I'm in that really deep dynasty league. And so when you get past your starters and then like one or two bench guys, it's real. I'm not going to ask Faraz, who should I start between Alan Lazard and Michael Wilson. That's just not that's ridiculous. You shouldn't be starting either of them. But injuries in the receiving core, what are you going to do? So we'll talk to Faraz Siddiqui. That's coming up at 10:30. And then we'll have Mad Props.
Love it.
Where I picked the Raiders game this week. So we'll do Raiders and Kings. We'll do the statistical comparisons, and you and I will pick which number will be higher. That'll come up at 11:15. And then we'll also dive into, so the 49ers aren't going to play this weekend, but there are still some things which A is probably a good thing, but B, there are still some things to watch for from the 49ers angle that we'll dive into as well. But the Kings begin a 2-game road trip to Houston on Saturday. And again, not calling a game against Houston in early November must win. I'm not going to use that language, but it feels like these are two they got to have.
Yeah, I think you're in a position as a franchise where if you want to reach the goals that you want to attain, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the Kings have set their goals really, really lofty. They want to be a championship contender. If you want to be a championship contender, then you beat Houston twice and you beat Portland. And then you get to next Friday and you've got OKC and you roll the dice.
Mm-hmm.
That's how you get better. That's how you attain your goals. You
That's
have to beat the teams that are in front of you on the schedule. You look at your first 4 games of the season, Lakers, Warriors twice, and the Utah Jazz. You needed to go 2-2.
I was going to say, would you have taken 2-2 in those?
Yeah, you would have loved to have gone 3-1,
Mm-hmm.
but 2-2 is fair. What you didn't want to do is go 1-3.
Mm-hmm.
And especially 1-3 and 2 losses. 3 losses in division.
Mm-hmm.
You did not want that. You don't want to beat Utah and then have a 3-game losing streak against
That'd
the
have been
Lakers and Warriors.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I think they're in a good spot. And this is, if you're going to be that team, if that's who you want to be, you got to go take care of business.
Yeah,
it should be an interesting weekend too because De'Aaron Fox is going to travel with the team.
What are the odds he plays?
Well, I don't know what the odd. It's possible. Like we saw the Shams report yesterday, and De'Aaron kind of blew it off at practice yesterday. He was like, "Oh, I haven't really seen that report, and if I feel good, then maybe, but like I want to feel like I'm healthy, and like I don't want this to be a lingering thing." So, but he's getting his, from what I know, he's getting his jersey retired at his high school on Friday night.
Mm-hmm.
So he's with the team in Houston. Houston is his hometown. He wants to play there. But he also knows that, like, look, he's got a long career and there'll be plenty of opportunities to play in Houston.
Yeah.
And he doesn't need to rush back and jack up his season because he decided to push through against some teams that the team should win without him.
Yeah, especially with an ankle where you could roll it again and really do some damage. It kind of reminds me of the Niners with Brandon Ayuk in week 3 where they were on the short week against the Giants. And he had injured his shoulder the previous week against the Rams.
Yeah.
And he ended up not playing, but Kyle Shanahan kind of indicated, like, yeah, if it was a Sunday, he might have played, but
if it was a playoff
game, he might have pushed it. But yeah, so I think it's the right move to sit De'Aaron in these 2 games. They just don't need him.
Yeah.
Like it's just not, you would rather go 0-2 in Houston and have De'Aaron Fox healthy through February, March, and April than risk him being banged up all year and having this chronic ankle thing to try and beat the Rockets.
Yeah, I totally agree.
I would be out on him playing. For me, I'm not here yet with the Kings where I need to see them beat a team by 30.
Yeah.
But I want to see them win comfortably against the Rockets. I don't want to see Domas hitting an 18-footer with a few seconds left to win it. I think they need to go in and not only win, even without De'Aaron Fox. Because what we saw against the Warriors was a team that is very capable of not only hanging with potential playoff teams, but hanging with, or to me, beating the heck out of a team like Houston. Houston's not good. I know they have a lot of young players that they're excited about. They're a bad team. And even without De'Aaron, the Kings should be significantly better. How the margin of victory matters less to me because you could be up by 20 the whole game and then the backups in garbage time go on a 12-0 run for Houston and finish it with an 8-point loss instead of 20. But I think controlling the games where these should never really be in doubt in the second half for the Kings.
Yeah,
that's where I'm at.
So Houston has a problem. Number one, they don't play defense.
Yeah.
And at all. And number 2, they play a ton of isolation ball.
Mm-hmm.
And so those teams, they're young and, they're super athletic, but they're also pretty easy to defend.
Yeah.
And if they're not hitting their shots, they've got no shot. I do like Alperen Şengün.
We're big Alperen Şengün guys.
Dude, he's up to 19.3 points, 8.5 rebounds, 6 assists a game.
I have a fun game to play. If you could pick a player on the Rockets to put on the Kings, is it Şengün? Don't forget salary. You just get to put him on the team for free.
Yeah, if I get like 5 years from now, it would probably be Jabari Smith. But yeah, I do like Şengün.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think I'm there with you. I'm a big Jalen Green guy,
Okay.
but I think that's more because I watch the Rockets in the context of League Pass, and Jalen Green is fun to watch. I don't know if I would want him on my team.
No, I don't think I'd want him on my team, but he's going to be really good.
Yeah, he's gonna score a lot of baskets in the NBA for
He
sure.
is.
All right, let's talk about this Kings schedule because they have these 2 in Houston and then they come home. It's a weird stretch of 10 games for the Kings. We'll dive into that next. And I have found the next Kings game that I will be attending. I'll tell you what it is on the other side. That's James and Kyle. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Hello, friends.
I don't think I'd take Jalen Green on the Kings.
I wouldn't take Jalen Green on the Kings.
Jalen Green, and
I mean, maybe
he's super young, so I could definitely be wrong, but I'm basing this on the very little info we have on him. Jalen Green just reeks of a good stats bad team guy.
Oh, yeah.
Like, he just has big Monte Ellis vibes.
I really don't like when...
Better than Monte.
But... Yeah. Well, talent-wise, he's got more talent.
Yeah.
But I don't know if he'll be better. I mean, we'll see. I don't like that when teams just have no way to help a young player get better. You know, when there's no accountability like his first 2 years in the league and he's allowed to do whatever, I think totally stunts their growth. Like, not statistically, but just their ability to impact wins. I think it totally stunts their growth.
Yeah. Yeah. That's why I have a hard time with the whole tanking thing. In fact, you know what? Let's talk about this on the air.
Yeah. Yeah. I do like Jayshawn Tate. I wish, and Amin Thompson, both of the Thompson twins, they are fun. Look at that. They got Boban hiding on their bench. You gotta love Boban.
Boban, their team leader in box plus minus, by the way, if you're into that stat.
Of course he is. He's Boban. Yeah. Oh, and they got Jock Landale. Jock. Who's shooting 22.2% from the field on the season.
Which is crazy because he's 7'9".
Who? Jock?
Yeah.
Jock is just not very good.
No, he stinks.
That's where I'm
He
at.
stinks.
I'm kind of feeling like he's not a good basketball player. Although he's been pretty solid throughout. What do we got? We got something from Shams.
Oh.
After a 2-game absence, Dallas Mavericks star Kyrie Irving will return versus the Denver Nuggets. Huh. Imagine that, a player who misses a lot of games, missing games.
A stunner. I think Luka's going to win the MVP, by the way.
He's going to try to score enough to win the MVP. They sure do look like a playoff team all of a sudden.
Yeah, because Luka's ratcheted up a little bit. Although I'm interested to see if he can keep doing that with Kyrie in the lineup.
That's true.
Coaches getting paid.
I love it.
For in-season tournament games.
I love
or getting paid extra as like an incentive is really funny.
That's the way to impact. I mean,
they should just get the NBA just needs to go to each team before the year and say, hey, do you want to try to win the championship this year? And all the teams that say yes go into this division, and all the teams that say no go into this division, and you play from there.
Okay.
Like that's kind of how it feels.
Yeah,
to me.
I'm with you. That's an interesting way to break things up.
Like, hey, you don't want to win this year, that's fine, but we're gonna make sure everybody knows it. All right. Oh, here we go. 5 seconds. Board time. The Kings playing the Houston Rockets on Saturday, and we'll have plenty of NFL stuff coming up. Fantasy Friday with Faraz Siddiqui coming up at 10:30. He hosts the Upper Hand Fantasy Podcast. It's an Odyssey podcast that you can listen to on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your pods. But first, the Rockets bring up, for me, a really kind of interesting dynamic of team building because they're clearly doing the tank, get a bunch of high draft picks, and try and build out a winner that way. And they do have on their roster right now, they have Jalen Green, who is the number 2 overall pick, Alperen Şengün, who was the 16th overall pick, Jabari Smith Jr. 3, Amen Thompson 4. That's their kind of core that they're rolling with. And then there's some other veterans, but it's a strange dynamic because you bring in all this talent and all they do is lose. And I don't know that that's ultimately beneficial for a team. Like, you get all the talent in the building, that's great. But if that talent through their first 3-4 years in the NBA, their really early developmental years in the NBA is just losing. And so their goal night in and night out is to get theirs and to try and get paid because they know the end of their rookie contract's coming up. I just don't, I'm not totally sure how in I am on that team building idea. Like, at some point, if you want to bring in young stars or high draft picks, that's fine. But I think you need to surround them with like quality veterans and good players and try and win as much as humanly possible.
I also think, Kyle, that when you do something like this, it's really, really smart to bring in the right coach, a coach that has a system, because the last thing you want to do is have the freelancing thing.
Sure.
If you can raise players within a system, which is like, say, we've seen with the Spurs, but even with the Kings, it didn't work out for a lot of the players. But like we've talked about how the 2017 team had De'Aaron Fox as a rookie, but also like so many other first and second year players. It was 9 first and second year players on that team. The good thing is they had Dave Yeager there. And you can love Dave Yeager as a coach. You can hate Dave Yeager as a coach. But what you do know is Dave Yeager is straight up a coach.
Yes.
He has a system. He has a set of rules. And he makes players adhere to those rules. And I think it's a good way to set a base. And I actually think it's part of the reason why we saw De'Aaron Fox like ascend and find his game.
Yeah.
Because he had some of these pieces in place. He was not allowed to go crazy. He had to earn his way onto the court. Marvin Bagley had to earn his way into the starting lineup and wouldn't earn his way into the starting lineup. And eventually they forced Marvin into the starting lineup when he hadn't earned it. And we got to to that point where, that was a problem as well. And sometimes you do run into that with, management wanting one thing and coaches wanting another thing. But at the end of the day, a coach who is the one with win-loss record, and he's the one that should be dictating who plays and who doesn't, because he's the one who sees everybody every day and he knows what's happening. So I hope that that's what Houston's doing now with Ime Udoka. I hope he can put in a system and he can help this team grow. But this team they're going to be a mess for a couple of years because that's, again, all of their guys are 20, 21 years old. Yeah. All of their star level players are super young, except for the guys they added this year: Jeff Green, Dylan Brooks, Fred VanVleet.
Yeah, and you want your young players to play, but then you also need your veteran guys to, and that's the kind of conundrum, right? Is you need your young players to learn and grow and all that jazz. But if that begets losing, I don't know long term if that's actually beneficial.
Yeah, totally.
You know what I mean?
And I also think that there are players that you bring in as free agents and then they don't work out. You're like, okay, I don't want this player around my young players.
That's why I'm shocked they brought in Dylan Brooks.
I am too. But like for instance, the Kings brought in George Hill to be the mentor for De'Aaron Fox in year one. But they also brought in Zebo and they brought in Vince Carter, right?
Yeah, so, like really good quality vets.
Yeah, but right away you realize that George Hill didn't want to be there.
Sure.
Like he had a couple of deaths in the family early in the season. He was away from the team a couple of times. He was kind of melancholy when he was there. And it was like, okay, the guy got paid and now we're a little funky. And the Kings instantly said, okay, we're not going to do this. And they got rid of him.
Yeah.
And that's the way to do it. I guess if you're signing Dylan Brooks as an asset, that's one thing, but I wouldn't want him around a young team all the time because he has weird, sort of eccentric behavior that he does, like both on the court and in the locker room and stuff like that. I don't know that you want that around your young team.
That said, I think guys like Jeff Green and Fred VanVleet are very good vets to have around.
Yeah, personally. I think so too.
Yeah. So you see the vision a little bit with Houston. I just think it's a lot of losing. And I don't know how much that's going to work out for them. Let's talk about this Kings weird ass schedule.
Yeah.
So they've got 2 in Houston. They hit the road for 2 games in Houston, and then that's it. Then they come home.
That's bizarre.
Really, not even the Dallas Houston or San Antonio Houston or the Texas 2-step, if to borrow a phrase.
New Orleans is right there. Like those are usually the best when you do like I've done that trip where you go to Dallas, you go to Houston, you go to Dallas, you go to New Orleans, you come back to Houston, and you have like those 3 games. Or you pepper in San Antonio, you can do all 4.
Sure.
Like that's a fun trip at to cover as a beat writer. But I don't understand going to Houston for 2 games. I guess it's only a 3-hour flight, so that's one thing. But it just seems like a waste of one trip.
Right. So they go to Houston for 2 games, and this is what baffles me. Then they come home to face Portland. Okay.
Yep.
Then they go to Oklahoma City. They go back to the Midwest. Then they come back home to face Cleveland. And then they go on the road again to face the Lakers. And then they come back home to face San Antonio. And then they go to Dallas. And then they play New Orleans in New Orleans twice.
Wow.
It's just that's their next 10 games.
That's bizarre. So you played 2 in New Orleans.
I don't know why you couldn't go 1 at Houston, 1 at Dallas, 1 at New Orleans, 1 at OKC, and just knock all that out and call it a 4-game trip.
Yeah.
That's what's strange to me is usually you have like a 3 or 4 game homestand and then a 3 or 4 game road trip, sometimes a little longer. This is short road trip, home for 1. Quick road trip, 1 game, home for 1. It's just a weird. It's a very, very odd bit of scheduling for me.
Okay, so the game that you mentioned is not okay. They go at Lakers, they go at Spurs.
Oh, they're at Spurs.
Yes. So and that's in season tournament.
How did I have that?
So they go at Lakers, at Spurs, at Mavs, at Pelicans twice, and then at Minnesota. Wow. And then they come home for Golden State. Yeah, so that's their first 6-game road trip of the season. I think they have 2 6-game road trips.
I had that wrong. That's my fault. I somehow thought they were
only
home
one
against
game.
San Antonio.
Yeah.
That's my
so
fault.
Then they've got another 6-game in January. But it's kind of an oddball schedule. Even the New Orleans to Minnesota and then coming home. That's a tough little trip. It is.
It makes a lot more sense that they're not home against the Spurs.
Yeah.
That makes way more sense.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, great. Nice job, Kyle. Killed it. Crushed it. What a dummy. Just one of those days, bro.
It's all right, Kyle.
It's just, whatever.
It's okay, Kyle.
Whatever. Dude, speaking of the Spurs, have you watched Victor Wembanyama at all?
Yeah, he's a joy to watch.
Bro.
He's a joy to watch.
I love when a prospect lives up to the hype, especially a player like him, where we've been hearing about Victor Wembanyama for 4 or 5 years now.
Yep.
And you see what he does in Europe, and you're like, oh man, this guy can really play. But then you get all the people who are like, okay, yeah, sure, let's see him in the NBA. And then he just comes out and does everything that he was doing in highlight videos and all that we saw leading up to the draft. I'm so here for it. I can't take my eyes off the Spurs.
I would tell you this. Anyone who says he's Ralph Sampson has already been proven wrong.
Yeah.
Like, it's just not. I mean, sure, he's tall and skinny like Ralph Sampson. Ralph Sampson couldn't dribble the ball. And what this kid can do is flat out crazy.
Did you see the 3 he hit last night where he took 1 dribble to get it? He brought it up. He brought the ball up. 1 dribble to get across half court and stepped into a 3.
Well, but 1 step for him is probably 14 feet.
Right. Like, what do you do with that?
It's crazy,
It's
man.
ridiculous.
Like what we're seeing, like the early stages. And I'll admit it right now. I was wrong. I thought Scoot Henderson would win the Rookie of the Year. No, I was wrong.
I was all in on Chet. Chet's having a fine year.
Yeah, barring
Wemby, dog.
Barring some sort of injury, Wemby is the guy. And I love that Greg Popovich stuck around. That they didn't go out and trade away their talent.
Yep.
I love Devin Vassell there, Keldon Johnson and
gold medalist Keldon Johnson.
Yeah, they've got some players. Even Zach Collins For some reason,
nice.
he fits.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got a really concise Trey Jones point guard. I like that. Like they've got some other young talent hiding on the bench. Yeah, that's an intriguing team. I love they punked the Spurs twice.
The Suns.
Suns.
Yes.
Suns. My bad.
Do you know what Victor Wembanyama is shooting in the restricted area?
No.
Just by chance? 86%.
Oh. He's tall.
You get him in the paint and it's over. He's a ton of fun. All right. You know what else is a ton of fun? Our segment with Faraz Siddiqui every Friday. It's time for Fantasy Friday. Faraz Siddiqui from Upper Hand Fantasy and Odyssey Original Podcast. He is going to join us after the break. Get your fantasy questions in now. YouTube.com/ESPN1320. You sign in there. If you have a Gmail account, you sign in and you go in and you fire your questions away in the chat, and we will get to as many of those as we can, as well as some of our own questions that we have. That's coming up with Faraz Siddiqui for Fantasy Friday next. He's James. I'm Kyle. We're the Insiders on ESPN 1320, sponsored by Jiffy Lube.
You guys ready? Chatty House, you ready? Hopefully somebody sent Faraz the link. Give us your questions.
I'm so mad.
Uh-oh.
I don't know how I misread the Kings schedule.
No, you're all right, man. I wanted to see the rest of it. I just happened to pull it up because I wanted to
Thank God you did.
Yeah.
All right, now I need to go. I got to pay off the next Kings game I'm going to, because it was going to be, I thought that Spurs game was a Friday, and I was like, I'm in there. I'm going to see Wemby. But they don't get Victor Wembanyama at home until like January.
Oh, yeah.
Ugh. Where's my next? Oh, it'll be next Friday, Oklahoma City.
This title by Deadspin is spectacular. Jim Harbaugh's greatest existential threat is Connor Stallions, the Where's Waldo of college football. That is a well-written Twitter headline.
Say it again. I was distracted by Drew getting paused into oblivion here on the chat.
Oh, Jim Harbaugh's greatest existential threat is Connor Stallions, the Where's Waldo of college football. That's just a well-constructed,
very strong.
Yes.
Poor Jim Harbaugh.
They said if he's tossed from college football, that the NFL will uphold his suspension.
Incredible.
He will not be able to find safe haven. Which is too bad, because Raiders could really use him right about now.
Yeah, I don't know if I buy him that he would just come in and be awesome as a coach again.
Yeah.
I don't know.
You're not here for the khaki pants?
I was Jim Harbaugh for Halloween the first year, so 2015. I bought a blue sweater. So I bought a Michigan hat. I no longer have it, but I wore the blue sweater and I just printed out the block M and just taped it on there. It was great. Did the lanyard with the what's up?
Hi.
What's up, dog?
Hi, friend.
How are you?
How are you guys? Good to see you.
I've been better, to be honest.
Yeah.
if you're asking.
I am. I am asking.
Yeah, no, tough start to the Friday for me, but we're getting through it.
Get through it, man. Weekend's almost here.
I know. I can't wait.
Everybody's working.
I'm getting so baked tonight. Oh my God.
I love it. I love it.
It's the second
I
I
forget what I
get
had
home.
to do. I had an action item from last time. I think it was like edible and like watching some movie. I forgot what it was.
Oh, Spaceballs.
Oh yeah. That's what it was.
I haven't done that yet.
Yeah. I did not
Tonight, people.
Tonight. Yeah, I gotta do that.
You
for
can
sure.
watch Spaceballs with the girls. They'd love it. You have girls,
Oh, yeah?
right? Yeah,
I do.
Yeah, you can watch Spaceballs.
Oh, okay. I thought it was I assumed it was an adult movie.
How old are they?
5 and 7. 5 and
Oh
7.
yeah. Oh, they'll love it because it's a spoof of Star Wars, but they'll miss all the the double entendres and like, yeah.
Why do I feel like this is not safe?
No, I
This
totally.
feels like one you should watch alone first.
No,
And then
Seems like
maybe
a setup.
introduce it.
no, they will fully miss. They will miss all of the fact that like Rick Moranis, like Lord Helmet, his tie is fully a penis. I mean, it is.
Oh my god!
Like he,
Yeah,
like,
you
Roz,
know,
watch it alone, bro.
if I had boys, maybe.
no, I guarantee you. Like,
I'm not trying to like subliminally message. You know.
I think they would sit there and be like, "This is amazing." Like, there's maybe
This
like
is so funny, Daddy.
Yeah, there's like one curse word that I can remember.
15 seconds.
Yeah, when they're combing the desert.
Okay, here we go. Board's hot. It's time for Fantasy Friday.
This is my favorite guest. He vibes out even though he
Dude.
can't hear the intro music. He's just awesome.
And he was on point.
He's
Makes you
always-
think he can hear it a little bit. All right. Faraz
can't hear it at
Siddiqui.
all.
Faraz Siddiqui, host of the Odyssey original podcast, Upper Hand Fantasy, covering all things fantasy football and more, joining us. Now, what's the and more in that for us? Fantasy football and what?
Did I provide that for you?
No,
Is
this
that-
was
is that
provided.
mine?
No, this was provided to me from the great Jordan Green.
It might have been me, to be
Shout out
honest
to
with you. It might have been like, hey, like just tell them that it's fantasy football and more. There's only one way to find
So
out.
it's only fantasy football. Okay, I'm going to edit that read to take out the and more because I don't want to lie to the people. I don't want somebody going to Upper
Yeah,
Hand
no, it's
Fantasy
not-
for
it's-
more.
it's
and they're
not
like,
a lie.
"Man,
There's
it's just fantasy football. It was promised more.
and
There are
more.
no recipes for chili. Like,
There's
what
only-
is happening?
it's fantasy football and movie recommendations.
That's
and
right.
Rotten Tomatoes filled in, combined. Yeah.
Excellent. Faraz Siddiqui, here for Fantasy Friday, as always. One of our favorite segments of the week. If you want to get your questions in for Faraz, hit us up in the chat at youtube.com/ESPN1320. We will answer as many of those as we possibly can. Faraz, I want to start with last night's game, though. Kind of an ugly football game. Felt very like old school football guy football, but I call it bad football. Are you buying Will Levis?
I think I am. He looked, I mean, obviously, the 4 touchdown game, a couple really, really really spectacular throws, right? Especially the one to Westbrook-Ikhine, like when he was just like off his back foot, just slinged it to the corner of the end zone. That was awesome. But, even last night, like that first half, I think things slowed down for the Titans a little bit in the second half. But in the first half, he was making some impressive throws, like especially when he was backed up, in his own end zone, like made that throw. I think it was Hopkins who, caught that, that little post route there. I thought that was pretty impressive. He made some good throws here. So I am kind of buying him. I mean, this is more from an NFL perspective. Even in dynasty, fantasy football, this is encouraging, right? Because you probably were able to draft him in your rookie draft at a discount. Even in Superflex leagues, you probably got him at a discount, right? Whereas rookie quarterbacks are usually taken a lot earlier. And the Titans got a discount too, as a second round guy who was supposed to be taken, potentially top 10, right? So encouraging stuff, I think. And with the Titans not really in the thick of it, he could be their quarterback rest of the season.
Yeah, why not? Right? I mean, that's kind of the feeling you've got with him. I wanted to ask you about the Minnesota Vikings. They of course lost Kirk Cousins, which is a huge blow for a lot of fantasy football guys. For years you wouldn't touch Kirk Cousins, and all of a sudden he became just a spectacular fantasy football quarterback over the last couple of years. But now he's gone, and they go out and they make a move. Are we going to see Dobbs as a starter? Are we going to see someone else? And what does that mean for the rest of that squad? Because they do have some other fantasy football players floating around.
It's possible we don't see Dobbs for a couple of weeks, right? Like I don't know that we see him because he has to learn the offense, right? And it might take some time. And I think this is just them. They're 4-4. This is them kind of, sending a message to the locker room as well, like, hey, we're not giving up here, right? Like, we're gonna do what we can to win as many games as we can, and that was a message to us too, as fantasy football players. Like, hey, we're not giving up, right? I don't think that was there by design, but I think that is the message. So I do think that this is a situation where we look at what they're trying to do. Justin Jefferson, like, we were wondering, like, is he going to come back? Is he not going to come back? Like, is this a lost season? But the move for Dobbs tells me that they're going to try their best to make the playoffs, right? So Justin Jefferson, I don't see them taking their time with him necessarily. I don't think they're going to rush him back if he's not healthy, but I think if he is good to go, they're just going to bring him back after he's ready, coming off of IR, right? So now this is a big downgrade for everybody. I don't think Justin Jefferson is going to be that high-end wide receiver 1 anymore. It's possible that he is still a wide receiver 1 for fantasy, but maybe not that high-end wide receiver 1. Would I trade him now if I can get high-end wide receiver 1 value? I would. Would I trade Jordan Addison right now? I would. Are we going to see a whole lot of second read targets, after Justin Jefferson? I don't know. Who's going to be the second read? Is it going to be Jordan Addison or TJ Hawkinson, right? There's some concern there. Now, with Hawkinson, you're like, all right, well, how many tight ends can I realistically put above him in the tight end rankings, right? Like, even with the quarterback downgrade, I would imagine that he's still going to be top 4, right? Maybe top 5 at the worst. Like, I can't imagine him being downgraded that much. Now, the positional advantage will probably be removed that he had over a lot of tight ends. He might become a little bit more average, but at the end of the day, I don't think there's going to be that many tight ends that you're going to be starting over him. Maybe, someone like Trey McBride I'm looking at with Kyler Murray coming back. Maybe he's somebody that pops into that top 5 at some point. I don't know. But yeah, this entire offense gets a downgrade. I'll be looking to potentially move these guys if I can get anywhere close to the value that they were before the Kirk Cousins injury.
Farhad Siddiqui, Upper Hand Fantasy. It's an Odyssey original podcast. You can get it on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your pods. The Raiders made a ton of moves this week. They fired their head coach. They fired their GM. They fired their offensive coordinator. They promoted their linebackers coach to head coach. They benched Jimmy Garoppolo. Aiden O'Connell, the rookie 4th-round pick, is going to be starting at quarterback. Does that change your thoughts on Devontae Adams or Josh Jacobs or anybody on the Raiders moving forward?
First of all, that was a seriously impressive setup to that question. That was really good. Just bravo. But I think this is a little bit of a concern for sure. However, I think Devontae Adams is going to get his targets. I think the fact that they were spreading the ball out, between him, Josh Jacobs, and Jacoby Myers, especially Jacoby Myers was out producing Devontae Adams in fantasy, right? Wow. And he's a good player. He's a very good player. Now, I'm a little concerned for him more than anyone because I'm not sure Aiden O'Connell is going to go through his progressions, right? I can imagine, and I did a little bit of the analysis here, where Devontae Adams' first read share of all the first read targets that went out for the entire season. Aiden O'Connell, it was at 50% with him. So 50% of the first read targets went to Devontae Adams with Aiden O'Connell throwing the ball. So that was way higher than it was with Jimmy Garoppolo, where it was a little bit more spread out between him and Jacoby Myers. So I think Myers could take a little bit of a hit here, unfortunately. Josh Jacobs, on the other hand, I think he had like 8 targets from Aiden O'Connell in his last start. So this could be a situation where, all right, is Adams open? No? Okay, cool. Or even if he's not open, he's double teamed. All right, well, I'm just going to dump it down now, right? That we could see a lot of that, especially to start. Now, can Jacoby end up doing something? Maybe. But I don't think he's going to be putting up like he's a top 12 fantasy wide receiver today. If you look at what he did from the start of the season to now, but I don't see a lot of that moving forward.
Dang.
That's brutal. That's brutal for
tough
owners of out there. We got the Chiefs and Dolphins this weekend. I love these games because these are true fantasy football games, right? Where you have like so many players.
Mm-hmm.
Like, how much are you looking forward to that for us? Watching, 2 of the highest powered offenses, and because he's my quarterback, are we going to see the real Patrick Mahomes or this like all over the board cost you game Patrick Mahomes?
Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
I think we're going to see it, to be honest with you. But like, Miami's defense isn't that good. This is going to be a high scoring game. Maybe Vegas thinks it's going to be 50.5 point total on this one. But I usually listen. I could guess what's going to happen here, but I usually just defer to Vegas, right? I think they do a lot more when it comes to trying to figure out like what these game totals are going to look like. I do think in these type of matchups where you have two high-powered offenses that go against each other, most of the time they're going to score some points. So Miami's the thing with the Chiefs is that they're not super vulnerable in any spot, right? They're not necessarily a team that you can run all over anymore. They're not necessarily a team that you could just like pass, all over. But I do think that this is a game where they choose to air it out with Jalen Waddle, with Tyreek Hill. I think Tua has a good game in this one as well. So yeah, I think this is a game where both Tua and Patrick Mahomes could potentially have big games, potentially both finish as the top two quarterbacks of the week.
I hope so. I really want a really fun 6:30 a.m. Pacific time start.
Right, exactly.
I don't want any of what was it Titans Ravens last week?
Yeah, who wants to watch that?
Ugh, gross. It's not what I want to watch. I'm going to get to some listener questions here, viewer questions, I should say, on youtube.com/ESPN1320. Brian says he has to make a trade, but pick two to start this week: Josh Jacobs, Jonathan Taylor, Breece Hall, or Jerome Ford.
Yeah, I see why you want to make a trade. Breece Hall is definitely in for sure. I think Jonathan Taylor, because of the matchup, it's really juicy. I'm going to go Jonathan Taylor here. It's close between him and Jacobs because I think Jacobs could get some targets in this game. But Jonathan Taylor looked good last week. I think he tweaked the ankle just a little bit. That's why he didn't get a whole lot of work in the second half. But I'm going Breece and JT here.
Good old Brian with his 6-man league. Stats.
Hey, I mean, listen.
Oh, yeah, classic Brian. Typical Brian.
Brian, which quarterback do I start? Joe Burrow or Josh Allen? Like, come on, man. Who else is playing in your league?
Hey, Brian, I'm happy for you.
We're happy for you, Brian. Hopefully you win everything.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like we've been going through
this is the running back envy over here.
Yeah. I don't.
I'm starting Ezekiel Elliott this week. That's where I'm at.
Yeah,
so.
Right. It sounds like it.
Yeah. We've got great questions coming in, and let's get a couple of those coming in from. So we've got from Peg, Cup, Brown, or Lamb. One of these for DFS.
I think Cup is going to be, it depends what kind of DFS. If you're going like tournament, if you're going GPP, I'm leaning towards Cup because he's not going to be very, highly owned. I think Lamb is going to be highly owned because of the matchup and because of last week. I think AJ Brown is going to be highly owned as well. So I do think that, AJ Brown might not be as widely owned because of the matchup, but this is, I think people who do this for a living, they know that, Dallas does play a lot of single high. And, this is going to be a situation where, AJ Brown can go off again, potentially. Yeah. I lean Cup here, personally.
Talking with Faraz Siddiqui of Upper Hand Fantasy and Odyssey Original Podcast. We talked about Josh Dobbs already, and Adam asked about Josh Dobbs, but I want to get to the second half of Adam's question here. What value does Kyler Murray have going forward? And that's a question I have too, because we know what Kyler Murray can do with his arm, but his fantasy value has been so tied to what he can do with his legs, and he's coming back off that ACL tear. Are you fading Kyler Murray a little bit, or what do you think of him?
No, I think he has a chance to be a top 7-8 quarterback potentially. I have him. I just did my rest of season rankings this morning at upperhandfantasy.com, and I have him as my QB 10 rest of season. And I think that's somewhat conservative, I would say. I do think that he is a good quarterback, regardless of the fact of whether he uses his legs or not. Obviously, coming off of the ACL, but that doesn't mean he's not going to run, right? Like Breece Hall came off of an ACL also, and he's able to run. I mean, he's a different beast, but like, Javonte Williams coming off the ACL plus, right? Not just an ACL. He's able to run. I mean, Kyler Murray's going to be fine. I do think that, he has weapons. Marquise Brown, look at what Marquise Brown did with Kyler Murray early on in the year before DeAndre Hopkins came back last year. He was a wide receiver 1 in fantasy. I think he was an overall wide receiver 6 or 7, if I'm not mistaken, before DeAndre Hopkins came back. He was using him, right? He has Trey McBride. He has Michael Wilson. He has James Conner out of the backfield. I think he could be all right for fantasy. So I do like him. Now, Josh Dobbs, like, he's like this waiver wire quarterback for me. Even 2 quarterback leagues, I hope he's a top 24 quarterback, so you can start him in those 2 quarterback leagues, but I'm not betting on it personally.
Faraz, we also, we talked about the Chiefs Dolphins game, but Buffalo Cincinnati looks like another barn burner. And the Dallas Philly game too. Is this one of the true really quality fantasy football weeks for to tune in to watch like heavy hitters going against each other?
Yeah. This is a week that I'm looking forward to because a lot of these primetime games too, right? You have the Chiefs Dolphins, right? And then you have like in the next window, you have like the Ravens Seahawks, right? That's like the other
Oh yeah.
powerhouse, right? And then the window after that, you have the Eagles Cowboys, and then at night we have the Bengals and Bills. So like that's pretty exciting right there for sure. So high scoring game. I do like a lot of players in this game as well. So definitely, if I have choices, we talk about this every week, where if you have choices between a game like this that's going to be potentially high scoring and another game that like might have a good matchup, but you're kind of on the fringe between a guy in this game and the other game, you kind of want to go with the games that have these high scoring games. So I think that a lot of decision making does, you should consider the total that Vegas is putting on these games for sure.
For us, we had where'd my question go? Here it is. Mike Evans at Houston or DJ Moore against New Orleans is a flex option.
I'm going with Mike Evans. Houston has let up a little bit on that left perimeter over the last 4 weeks, where Mike Evans runs most of his routes from. Godwin also, by the way, has a really, really good matchup in the slot. Houston has given up the most fantasy points out of the slot over the last 4 weeks as well. Second most or most, I don't remember. Either way, it's a good matchup. DJ Moore, a little bit of a tough quarterback situation, obviously. Very, very tough matchup on the perimeter. So I'm going Mike Evans.
Okay, I'm gonna hit another one from the chat. Need to stream a QB for the week. Pick up Howell or Minshew.
Oh man, this is a little tough. By the way, you mentioned you have Downs here. Downs did he got like a little bit of a knee injury after during Thursday's practice. So Wednesday he practiced in full. Thursday he was limited in practice, and then Friday he is practicing. We just don't know whether it's limited or full. Okay, so just monitor that. So if he does play, you want the stack, go for it. I will say that Downs has a very, very tough matchup out of the slot. Now, he's done well in tough matchups out of the slot over the past several weeks, okay? But this week is also very tough out of the slot, okay? Just letting you know. That's not the question here, though. Between Minshew and Howell, I lean Minshew just by a hair. Howell has a little bit of a tougher matchup. However, his wide receivers do have good matchups on the outside. Curtis Samuel is out this week, but he does have Jahan Dotson, does have Terry McLaurin on the outside. The Patriots have been vulnerable on the perimeter over the last 4 to 5 weeks. So if you want upside, I think I'm going Howell. If you want a nice safe floor, I'll go Minshew.
I said I wasn't going to ask any questions about my fantasy team because I'm just in a really bad way right now. And the questions I have are all about like pretty deep fantasy options where in a normal league. But I'm in a really deep dynasty league. And I have a bunch of guys on bye. I have Brandon Ayuk, Travis Etienne, Calvin Ridley, George Kittle, all on buys this week. I have Mike Williams from the Chargers, a wide receiver, had him. He's got an ACL tear and he's done for the year. So here are my receiving options this week. I've got Michael Wilson from the Cardinals. I'm starting Alan Lazard of your New York Football Jets. I'm pretty excited about that. And then Noah Brown is who I'm starting from Houston in the flex. My only other option is Brandon Powell from Minnesota. Am I starting the right 3 wide receivers?
Listen, man, I'll say this. I absolutely love the Noah Brown call because Tampa has given up the most fantasy points to slot wide receivers over the last 4 weeks and over the season. And he's been running out of the slot primarily this year. So not bad. Awesome. 21%, 19% target share last 2 weeks. Not bad. I like it.
Great. I feel great about it now.
There you go.
I'm in bad shape, dude. It's so tough. I'm definitely catching an L this week. It's fine.
From Soren Smith, we've got Mike Evans at Houston or DJ Moore versus.
We just did that one.
New Orleans. You did that?
Yeah, we're going with Mike.
Yeah, we did this one already. Mike Evans. Mike Evans.
My bad. Here. My bad. What about the one above it? Kareem Hunt or Alex Madison?
Great question.
Oh man, I'm gonna go Kareem Hunt. I have zero faith in the Vikings rushing game. I'm going Hunt here with Jerome Ford still a little bit banged up in a good matchup against the Cardinals.
Are we going with Adam Thielen or DJ Moore?
I like that.
Adam Thielen for sure. For sure.
Wow, that confident. Are we just out
Adam
on
Thielen? Adam Thielen's a
just
top
out on-
10 fantasy wide receiver right now.
Man, are we just out on DJ Moore as long as Tyson Bagent's starting?
I mean, it depends on your options. I have him as a high-end wide receiver 3 this week, but like Adam Thielen's been getting it done every single week, especially in PPR. So you got to go with him.
Tua or Lamar Jackson?
I'm going Lamar.
Okay. I'm going Lamar no matter what the rest of the way. Personally.
Pretty much.
Really?
100%.
That's a tough one.
He's been really good.
Yeah, but Tua's been good too.
Tua's been
Yeah,
good,
yeah.
but Lamar's upside is just
That
way
rushing
too
upside
high.
is crazy.
Yeah. So the rushing is way better. Should we see an uptick with the Atlanta quarterback situation switching to Tyler Heineke?
I think so. And at least you just want him to throw to the right guys. That's what you want. Like, forget about Jonnu Smith. Can we just leave him alone? Okay, let's get the ball to Kyle Pitts. Let's get the ball to Drake London. Let's get the ball to Bijan Robinson, and that's it. Don't even target anybody else. Okay, because one of those guys are going to be open. Now this week Drake London's out. Okay, so a little bit of a downgrade for Heineke here. However, Kyle Pitts. This might be Kyle Pitts week. It could be Kyle Pitts week, guys. Okay, this is what we've been waiting for. I'm hoping this is it. Okay,
buddy.
This is a good matchup. The Vikings. He's basically been a slot receiver this year. Okay,
We've been waiting
And the
for like
Vikings-
3 years, bro.
3 years. Year 3 of this.
guys, it's gonna happen. Okay, the Vikings have been bad. All right,
He's
I'm
promising
waiting
us.
for it.
If it doesn't happen
Listen.
this week, are we punting on Kyle Pitts entirely?
No.
Got about 90
We're
seconds
not.
here. Faraz, what is your favorite cereal?
Fruit Loops.
Excellent.
Okay.
All right, great.
Puka questionable. Is he going to play?
I think so. He was limited all week. I think he'll be fine.
Oh, I have a real one. now. Brian Robinson or Chuba Hubbard?
I'm going Chuba here. I'm going Chuba. He was just declared the starter today, and Indy is a good matchup against running backs. So Miles Sanders, he got paid all the money, but rough day for the he got paid crowd.
Yeah,
but he
really
got paid. No, well,
Really
Chuba's better. So
Ah,
it is
man.
what it is.
That's Faraz Siddiqui, Upper Hand Fantasy. It's an Odyssey original podcast. You can listen to that on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your pods. He's with us every Friday. It's a Friday at 10:30 for Fantasy Friday. Faraz, thanks so much, man.
I appreciate you guys. Good luck, everyone. Bye-bye.
See you
See ya.
soon.
I would like to have Faraz on every single day.
I
just want to be friends with Faraz.
I
That's
think
actually what I want.
we just need he needs to come to Juniors with us at on Tuesday.
Oh yeah, Junior Restaurant, everybody. Tuesday at 12:30. James and I are pulling up to Junior Restaurant. It's right off I-80 at the corner of Eureka and Sunrise. Sunrise?
Sunrise.
Eureka and Sunrise, right there across from the Auto Mall. We're pulling up there next Tuesday. In the meantime, you can go today between 11 a.m. and 5 p.m. If you mention our show, you get 50% off appetizers
What?
at Junior Restaurant. And also while you're there, drop a business card or your receipt in their little jar, and you get entered to win 2 free tickets to the Sac Republic Western Finals playoff game against Phoenix Rising on Saturday. Tons of good stuff going on at Junior Restaurant. So head over there just off I-80, corner of Eureka and Sunrise, across from the Auto Mall. And then James and I are pulling up for lunch next Tuesday. So hopefully we'll see all of you there around 12:30.
Everyone.
Right about 12:30.
All right.
It's just down the street from the station. So we just got a short drive. I got a couple things to wrap up after the show and then we'll go.
All right.
I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
I'm going to have a drink. I've decided that. I was hemming and hawing on whether I was going to order the smoked old fashioned, which is delightful. I think I'm just going to do it. You only live once, right?
I can smoke my own old fashioned at home. I have a smoker.
There's not a law against like drinking at 1 o'clock on a Tuesday. So I'm just going to do it.
No, especially if you can take a nap afterwards. You can't. I will go home and take a nap.
No, that's not. I'll probably also take a little nap when I get home,
Okay.
but I have a long drive ahead, but
Yeah.
do that. We'll hang out for a couple hours. It'll be great. I'm super excited.
I'm in.
All right. See everybody there. All right. On the other side, let's get to know the Kings opponent for Saturday. Let's talk about the Houston Rockets who the Kings take on Saturday. We'll also, the vibes are high in Las Vegas now that the Raiders have made a coaching change. We'll tell you why next. He's James. I'm Kyle. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
I think this is a short break.
You guys and your pauses.
Yeah, well. As Confucius said, as Confucius said, it be like that sometimes.
It'd be like that sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
Facts. Facts.
It do be.
Confucius.
I'm staying on today for D-Lo and KC, so I'm trying to make sure I get all my stuff out of the way.
Like the whole show?
Most of it.
Who's out?
Jesse.
Oh. What happened to Jesse?
Jesse just taking a little break.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, he said, I don't want to come in today. You do it. It's like, you got it, dog. So I'm just hanging out. I wish there was a better way to organize questions in the chat.
Well, you can't go through and star each of them that you want to ask.
No, I know that, but then I've got to like scroll up and scroll down, and then I lose my place, and it's a whole mess.
Got it.
I think, can I highlight these? If I do this, no, I can't.
No, but if you star them, then you can go to the star tab.
Oh, there's a tab?
Yeah.
Oh, get out of my face. That's sick.
Yeah. So see the star tab that pulls up top?
Yeah, I see it now. Wow. Yeah. Learning StreamYard on the fly. Look at me go.
There it is.
All right. Never mind. There is a better way to organize questions. I just didn't know how to do it.
That's awesome. Big shout out to Jesse for stepping up yesterday while I was at home.
Yeah. That's kind of, yeah.
Yeah.
He sat in for me yesterday, so I was like, I got you, dog.
All right.
All right, here we go. 10 to the legal. Board's hot. Yeah, you're damn right that's who we are. I'm Kyle Madsen. He's James Ham. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. A reminder, the Kings play tomorrow against the Houston Rockets. Good fed. They play tomorrow against the Houston Rockets, which means on Monday, we will have a $100 Jiffy Lube gift certificate.
That's right.
To give away. We will pick a player of the game. There will be a keyword associated with that player of the game. We will tell you what that keyword is. You will go to ESPN1320.com, click on the contest page for Jiffy Lube, enter that keyword, and you will be entered into the pool of people to win a $100 Jiffy Lube gift certificate. We are giving away 82 of those bad boys, one for each game this season.
Amazing, Kyle. Kyle, do you have an early prediction on who you think would be Monday's Jiffy Lube Fast Break Kings player of the game?
I have two in mind.
Okay.
Either Malik Monk or more on Malik Monk coming up in 20 minutes when we get to Mad Props.
Okay.
But I think it's going to be Domas. I think Domas is going to have a monster game against whatever the Rockets are going to throw at him defensively.
Actually, I'm going to go. My prediction is Keegan Murray. I think Keegan probably is a little frustrated over what happened on Wednesday against Golden State, and he's going to have a get right game.
Okay. It's hard to, it's good shooters very rarely have back-to-back like horrible games.
Yeah, and I also think, like Jabari Smith Jr., like I think he'd like to, prove that he should have gone higher in the draft.
Oh.
Got a little extra motivation.
Sure.
What's my motivation, Kyle?
His motivation should be winning and helping his teammates.
Winning. Yes. Well, that's always his motivation.
Dude, I think that's why, that's one of the many, many reasons I was not a professional athlete, because a professional athlete will take something like that guy got drafted 4 spots higher than me. What was Jabari Smith? 3?
I think he was.
He went 3.
Yeah, Chet went 2, or did I think Jabari went 2? Maybe I'm wrong.
No, Jabari went 3.
Okay, Jabari went 3, Chet went 2.
So and then Keegan went
4.
4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then
Wait, who went
Ivy,
Why did I have in my brain he was 7?
and then Matherin, and then Shaden Sharp is 7.
Benedict Matherin can play, dude. He's really good.
Yes.
So that's a peak pro athlete thing that I don't have in my bag. And that is, that guy got drafted 1 spot higher than me. I am going to use that as motivation to get up every time I play that player.
Yeah.
I don't have that. I would look at that and go, yeah, Jabari Smith's a really talented player. He probably should have gone before. Like, that's how I view things. I'm like, yeah, I can see it. Like, it takes so much to bother me on stuff like that. And I'm like, yeah, did all my peers get dramatically better than me over this summer? Like, yeah, but that's fine. I'm still going to have a good time playing baseball. That's my problem. The things that light a fire in my belly are not that guy went 1 spot higher than me in the draft. It's just fine.
That's I think it's more a media driven thing that like people make a big deal out of it. But like, you do know that on draft night, first of all, like, they put up Chris Murray's picture, not Keegan Murray's picture, when Keegan was drafted.
That's hilarious.
Okay. I think the other thing is, no one told Keegan that he was supposed to stick around, so they took a picture with the top 4 players and threw Jaden Ivey in there instead of him, because he wasn't. They didn't like go find him in the building. Like, hey, where's Keegan Murray? We need him over here for a photo shoot of the top 4. We can't find him. Okay, well, grab me Jaden Ivey, because we think he probably should have got number 4 anyways, and we'll just throw him in there. So like,
did they go 5?
Yeah, he went 5.
Yeah,
Jaden
that's
Ivey.
just a logical step.
Yeah, just like fill the void.
Yeah.
No.
It's not because they thought he should have gone 4.
I'm just saying.
He just went 5.
He was projected at number 4. Yeah, I think that there was a little bit of disrespect on that night. And so I wouldn't if Keegan was frustrated and wanted to like beat every single one in his draft class, every single player in his draft class that were drafted ahead of him, I would be
every
okay
single
with
one, all 3 of them.
all 3 of them. Like, he can't wait to go up against Chet.
That's like remember Jamal Adams, the Seahawks safety / linebacker, who he tweeted one time. He was like, I can name all the players who were drafted ahead of me, and he went 6th. And I think it was Marshawn Lattimore quote tweeted it and was like, it was like 5 players, bro. That's Draymond can do it. Draymond went 33rd. It's like, that's pretty impressive. You can name 32 players who went ahead of you. That's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
If you're picked in the top 5, top 6, that's not that impressive to me. You, James, just listed off the top 7 from that draft.
Yeah, I could probably keep going.
What if Keegan's like, I can name all the players drafted before me? Like, yeah, you got those 3 names rattling around up there?
Dyson Daniels is number 8.
Sure.
Number 9 is Jeremy Sohan.
I am not even looking. I'm just going to guess that you're right.
Yeah. Number 10, Johnny Davis.
Was this 2023 draft?
Yeah. Number 11, I think, is
NBA
Usman Dang.
You're making up players.
Number
now you're
12
messing with me.
is Jalen Duran.
Okay, let's start at the top. Who went 1?
Paolo Banchero.
Okay, so you got Chet, you got Jabari Smith, you got Keegan Murray, you got Jaden Ivey, you had Benedict Matherin. Who did you have 7?
Shaden Sharp.
Correct. And who went 8?
Dyson Daniels.
Okay. Who went 9?
Jeremy Sohan.
Great. Okay, we're on track. Who did the Wizards take?
Johnny Davis.
Out of?
Ohio State.
Close enough. You get a point for that. Wisconsin.
Oh, Wisconsin.
Basically
bad.
the same thing.
Yep.
Who went 11? You had Usman Dang.
Yeah.
Do you know where he played?
No.
I'd be really impressed if you'd known this. The New Zealand Breakers. Let's get to the top. Let's finish the top 15. Thunder.
Jalen. Oh no, Thunder is Jalen Williams.
Out of
Santa Clara.
Nice job. Hornets.
Mark Williams.
You're gonna yes, that's correct. He went 15th though
Okay, but
to the Hornets.
Jalen Duren went there
Correct.
and then was traded, right?
Yes, to Detroit. That's A plus. And who split those two? Who went 14?
Grady Dick?
Nope.
Oh, I'm not gonna guess it then.
Wasn't Grady Dick this year?
That's this year. That's my bad.
It was a Kansas player though, which I mean, you get half a point from me for knowing it was a Kansas guy.
Akai Abaji?
Yep, nailed it.
Yeah.
That's super impressive, dude. Really well done.
I do a lot of mock drafts, Kyle.
Yeah, no, I know that, and I know if we kept going that you would probably continue getting these right, but
It would take me a little while.
Yeah, and I don't want you to start having to do the whole like, that's just not great radio.
No.
So we're gonna move along. I'm very impressed that you have the top 15 just stored in your memory bank, though.
Okay.
From a draft from 2 years ago, not even this year's draft.
Yeah, this year's draft. I didn't study nearly as much on this year's draft.
Right, because the Kings were way down there.
Yeah.
So that's what the 49ers. So usually during this time, during the draft for the NFL draft, as a blogger for Niners Wire, you have to be locked in because there's mock drafts coming out and you're having to create content. So it's like, what if they trade up to this spot? Who would be available? What if they made this trade? Who'd be available? So I'm pretty dialed in with like the first round. And then you start getting into like rounds 2 and 3, and you know the big names that could fall into that range. But with the Niners not picking in the first round the last couple of years, I could not tell you anything that happened in any of the last 2 drafts. I've got nothing for you.
That's awesome.
I just, dude, for day 1 of the draft, I don't do anything. I know the Jets picked 10th a couple years ago and drafted, I think, Garrett Wilson because they were in the mix to trade for Deebo Samuel when he requested a trade. I've got that.
Okay.
But other than that, no idea.
Yeah.
I just don't. I'm kicking my feet up on night 1 of the draft.
It's okay. Like I used to study the NFL draft that way too. Like I would be all in on draft, but it's just I started making draft Bibles when let's see, I can tell you the year.
Draft Bibles?
Yeah, so I would print out on a daisy pinwheel printer like all of like player profiles of everybody.
What?
Like,
a daisy pinwheel?
You don't know what a pinwheel printer is? The one that has the dots on the side and you rip them off after?
Oh my God. Okay.
Yeah. So my first draft was the 1996 draft that I did that because I remember because I was super high on Zydrunas Ilgauskas going and then he ended up falling to the 20th pick. But I thought that that was a guy that I would like to see the Kings draft. And it was a long time ago. Yeah, but not high. I wanted him, like I thought he would be a 2nd round pick.
1996 is such a long time ago.
Yeah.
It hurts my heart how long ago 1996 was.
Yeah.
Somebody born in 1996 is 27 years old this year. I hate it. I really hate it a lot.
I hate it more than you hate it because
I
don't want to
totally.
talk about it.
No, totally. I'm just at that age now where that stuff is really hitting me.
Yeah. So I used to I would like literally print out like every prospect. I would rank them. I would, read everything I could on every single prospect. And back then it was really very difficult because some guys, they just wouldn't have any information on. You'd be like, how do I get information on this guy? And now you're searching like early internet for like players in Europe. And stuff. Yeah, it wasn't easy.
Like not super fun. You're just going to the library and doing what's that at the library where you get the newspaper.
Oh, the box
slides.
Score? Oh yeah. Microfiche.
Microfilm. That's right.
Yeah. There we go.
Man, that's nuts.
More
time has passed. Check this out. I don't know if this will resonate with everybody, but more time has passed between the release of the Carter 3, the Lil Wayne album, the Carter 3, and now than passed between the release of Notorious B.I.G.'s Ready to Die and the Carter 3.
I have no idea what you just said. That's okay though. I know who Notorious B.I.G. is, but I don't know.
That's okay. It's fine. That was a whiff by me. I shouldn't have done that.
It's fine.
That's okay. I'm chalking up every mistake today to it being one of those days. If I'm playing a game right now, if I'm playing in a basketball game, I had 6 turnovers in the first quarter and my two best players got in foul trouble early, and the other team's power forward who shoots 14% from three went 5 for 5 from three in the first quarter, and I'm down 20, and I'm going, you know what? One of those days.
One of those days.
You're going to lose by 40 tonight, no matter what you do. There's no button you can push. There's no move you can make. I'm losing by 40 today.
No, totally.
And that's fine. Game ends when the workday ends, and that's just going to be what it is. I'm just riding the lightning, baby.
We all have those days.
That's fine.
We all have those days.
I know it. All right. We didn't talk at all about the Houston Rockets.
Oh,
They
we
stink.
didn't.
That's the gist of this conversation. 22nd in offensive rating, 27th in defensive rating. That's points either scored or allowed per 100 possessions, and they are not good in either category. The Raiders vibes are high, though. We'll talk about that for sure next as we get into Mad Props. The Raiders play the New York Football Giants this weekend at Allegiant Stadium. The Sacramento Kings are on the road at Houston. I made props from each of those games, and we're going to pick which prop will be greater than between each game. We'll do that next. This is The Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
I have my perfect streak going. Let's see what happens. What's going on, everybody?
I thought maybe you'd have the Carter 3 in your bag just because of how popular that album was, but
I don't even know what the Carter 3 is.
it's the third album in the Lil Wayne, the Carter album series.
Oh, no. I have no idea.
That's fine. Like I said, I should have known that. But so basically the Carter 3 came out in 2007, I believe. Let me just confirm that.
The Kings did officially acquire Philip Petrusev from the Los Angeles Clippers for the draft rights to Luka Mitrovic. I think the Kings make up names of people. Mitrovic.
Okay, so I'm gonna make sure you understand what I'm doing here. The Carter 3 came out in June of 2008.
Okay.
When I remember that it was summer of my senior year, or summer after my senior year of high school. The Carter 3 was in just on rotation all the time. Okay. And then into college. But in 2008, Ready to Die by Notorious B.I.G. was already a classic and like an old school, like, dang, that is a throwback hip hop record.
Mm-hmm.
That is an old record.
Yep.
There has been now more time between the release of the Carter 3 and now than there was between the release of Ready to Die and the Carter 3. So the Carter 3 now is even older than Ready to Die was when the Carter 3 came out.
Gotcha.
And that hurts me.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Like when I turn on a radio station, it's like Throwback Thursday. And it's just songs I listened to in high school. I'm like, that's where we're at. Okay. It's just, dude, I know I'm not like breaking news. It's just, these are the things that I'm grappling with.
They have entire radio stations like built around the 80s, which is like the music I grew up listening to. Yeah.
That's tough. I know there's stages to this and steps to this. I don't think people necessarily, I don't know how many people still listen to Wayne, but oh no, that's not the I don't know if people still do, but dude, if you're thinking that nobody listened to Carter 3, you're lying to yourself. Yes. Yeah. Damn right, Tyler. Okay, here we go. We're hot. So this is a Bay Area hip hop artist named Andre Nicotina. And this song is called 4 a.m. Bay Bridge Music. The time between the release of 4 a.m. Bay Bridge, I'm not going to. I tried explaining over the break. It didn't work out.
No, it's fine.
Somebody said I just got to hold the L, and they're right. They're right. That's an L for me. I did my best to explain the passage of time through hip hop albums. That's not your bag, and that's okay. I should have just known that.
Yeah, well, I just don't know it.
Yeah.
You know, like
No.
You
It's
could
fine.
do the same thing with country, and I wouldn't know it.
Same.
Yeah, say I would be like, yeah, I have no idea.
All right, let's get into mad props, and I'll tell you why the vibes are good in Las Vegas after the Raiders made a bunch of changes. Mad props. So what I do is I go through the Las Vegas Raiders, so typically the 49ers, but today with the 49ers on a bye, I grabbed the Las Vegas Raiders game.
Yep.
Which you can hear right here on ESPN 1320. I took what I believe are going to be the stats from the Raiders game. Some of the stats from the Raiders game, I made up some stats from the Kings game. We're going to compare those two, predict which one will be higher, and then we will revisit this on Monday. So to start, and for example, I have Josh Jacobs rushing yards against the New York Football Giants, or Kings points against the, Kings first half points against the Houston Rockets.
Ooh. So Jacobs overall versus Kings first half.
Correct.
Okay.
Keeping in mind, Aiden O'Connell is starting.
Yep.
Josh Jacobs has really been struggling this year.
The struggle bus has got him. I'm going to say, like if it were total yards, I would go Jacobs. If not, I'm going Kings first half.
Okay, let me
I'm thinking
let me tell you real quick.
68 is a number.
Josh Jacobs averaging 51 yards per game this year.
Okay.
So you're going Kings first half points?
Yeah, which I think would be, again, I think around 68.
Part of me thinks that we're going to get this like big Josh Jacobs game, but then part of me thinks that the Giants are just going to sell out to make sure that Aiden O'Connell is beating them and not Josh Jacobs.
Okay. That makes sense.
Yeah, I think I'm going to go with the Kings.
Oh.
Because I think the Kings we could see a good Josh Jacobs game where he has like 75, 76 yards and a touchdown, but it wouldn't surprise me if the Kings put up a ton in the first half. I kind of think they're going to smoke the Rockets on Saturday.
Okay. I think they're going to have a good game, but I don't think that we're going to see the slow down pace.
Yeah, no, me neither.
Yeah,
I don't think that's going to
Mike
work.
Brown is going to be yelling and screaming the entire time.
All right. Sacks by Max Crosby. Sacks of whoever's going to start for the Giants. Or Davion Mitchell made threes.
Ooh, that's tough. I'm going to go Mitchell. He went 3 of 6 in the last game. I think he can bump that number. I think he'll at least hit 3. I don't think Max Crosby will get 3 sacks. He might get 2. He might get 2.5, but 3 is a big number.
I don't believe that Davion's going to have another big shooting night like that. I'm going to go Max Crosby sacks against a bad New York offensive line.
Okay. They're bad and bad quarterback play.
Yeah. Yeah. It wouldn't surprise me if that winds up being Max Crosby like 2 or 2.5 to 1.
Yeah. Do we even know who their quarterback is? Is it Tyrod or is it
Tommy DeVito?
Tommy DeVito?
I don't know.
Wow.
I don't know who's starting for the Giants.
All right.
I do my best to make sure the Giants exist in my orbit as little as possible.
That makes sense.
Yeah, thank you. All right, Jacoby Myers receptions or Keegan Murray made threes.
Ooh. That's tough too.
And that's the goal of the bit.
Yeah, because Faraz Siddiqui really set us up to believe that Jacoby Myers is going to be like devalued. But that doesn't mean that he's not going to get five catches. So I am going to say I'm going with Jacoby Myers.
Okay, so you're going with Jacoby Myers. The Giants aren't good, and they just traded Leonard Williams. So their defense, granted, he wasn't very good on the defensive line, so I'm not sure how much of a difference that's going to make. But part of me thinks Keegan Murray's going to light it up a little bit. But even if Keegan Murray has a huge game, that could be 4 for 7 from 3.
Okay.
And Jacoby Myers could have a pretty average game with 4 or 5 catches.
I feel like The Princess Bride. Have you seen The Princess Bride?
Mm-hmm.
I feel like
I'll probably not get the reference though.
Vincini, like we're sitting here and you're trying to talk. You're trying to like get information from me. Like when he's got the iocane powder and he's like he's clearly your intellect is dizzying.
Right.
Like where he's
No, I'm trying to I'm trying to reassure myself
Yes.
that my logic is sound when I'm making this pick. I am going to go with I'm going to go with Keegan.
Oh.
And I'm going to do that because I'm going to lean toward what Faraz was talking about. And Aiden O'Connell is either going to go check down or he's throwing it to Devontae Adams to make sure that Devontae Adams is kept happy. I think that's what we're looking at here. Now, Devontae Adams, are we going to go Devontae Adams targets or Kevin Huerter rebounds?
Oh, I am going Devontae Adams.
Yeah, I am too.
Oh,
I'm going to do the same.
Okay.
And I feel okay about it. Aiden O'Connell pass attempts or Malik Monk points, rebounds, and assists.
Oh, see, now you're just getting tricky. I'm gonna say Aiden O'Connell passing attempts because anytime I've ever used Malik Monk in Prize Picks, he lets me down. It doesn't matter what it is, whatever stat it is. If I go with Malik Monk, if I do more, I always feel like I'm let down. So
yeah,
that's where I'm going.
Okay. I'm gonna go with Malik. I think Malik's gonna have a big game.
Okay.
I'm all in on Malik Monk. Just he hasn't really had a game yet where it's been playoff Malik, quote unquote.
Yeah.
And I just, he's good for one of those huge games out of nowhere.
Okay.
And I think we get a big game from Malik Monk. So I'm gonna go with his points, rebounds, assists over Aiden O'Connell pass attempts. I think the Raiders are going to try and keep O'Connell probably between like 25 and 30 throws.
Oh.
I think that's ideally where they'll be. And I don't think they're going to need to throw it. Like the Giants aren't going to run up the score at all. It's going to be kind of a slugfest.
Okay.
Yeah. Last one. Michael Mayer yards, the Raiders rookie tight end, or Domantas Sabonis points, rebounds, and assists. Now, Michael Mayer had a couple of big games, but then he's had a couple of slow ones since then, which makes this one tough for me because we could see Mayer have this massive game where he has 68 yards.
Okay.
But then he's also had plenty of games where he's had 18 yards.
I think I'm going to go Domantas Sabonis.
I think I am too, just because you can rely on Sabonis for
42,
35 to 40 in that range.
40, 42.
Yeah. And I think he's going to score a ton of points too. Mayer, just for reference, his last two games, 19 yards, 13 yards.
Oh, that's tough.
But then the game before that, 75.
Oh, well,
and
there's no ways Domas is getting 75.
Right. But then the game before that, 39, which is kind of in that range. So
yeah,
I think I'm going to go Domas too because of the lack of variability.
Okay.
I think you can pencil him in for something between 35 and 40. And Mayer, you may get 15, you may get 80.
Domas is usually like 38 to 42.
Right.
Almost every single game.
Yeah.
I've got one for you, Kyle.
Oh. Do you want me to add it to my list?
You can add it to like this is a bonus one.
Wow. Okay. This is okay. Ham props.
Harrison Barnes 3-point makes versus Aiden O'Connell turnovers.
Barnes 3-point makes or Aiden O'Connell total turnovers, not just interceptions.
Total turnovers.
Ooh, that's a really good one.
I thought this might be one of your bets.
So I try to separate the players. So if I have one player on there already, I try not to do another stat involving them.
Got it.
But this is a really good one. I'm going to go. Man, you might be bang on the number here. This feels like a 2-2 to me.
I have it. I have it at 2.5. Yeah, like the over under. I'd put a 2.5 on both.
Let me go with. How much time do we have? How much time do I have to think about this? 45 seconds. Okay. Man, I think O'Connell's going to turn it over a couple of times. You know what? I'm going to pick bang on the number. I'm going to bet the draw.
Oh, that they'll tie?
I think they're going to tie. I'm betting the draw.
I'm gonna go O'Connell. More turnovers than HB threes.
Okay. Now, if we had done Harrison Barnes rebounds, more bigger number for Harrison Barnes. Rebounds or made threes?
Rebounds this game.
Okay. Think he's gonna get after it?
I hope.
Me too, man.
Like the 2 isn't cutting it.
No,
Like don't become Andrew Wiggins.
dude.
The rebounder.
Never go full Wiggins.
Never go full Wiggins.
Never do that. All right. That's mad props. The 49ers don't play this weekend. That's a good thing. And I'm going to tell you why, but I'm also going to tell you, if you're a 49er fan, what games you should be checking out. We'll do that next on The Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. It's ESPN 1320.
How are we holding up, Chatty House? Wow. Loki. Come on, man. You think they're gonna have a turnover free game? I don't buy it. Young quarterback, likes to make mistakes. Zabel, I don't think I placed in the chili cook-off, but I wasn't here for the scoring. I had to go to practice.
You did not. I meant to ask you before you went which one is yours so I could have yours.
Yeah.
Do you put like time in yours?
No.
Okay, then I didn't have yours.
Oh, you had one with time.
I had one with some kind of strange mix of herbs. It was like an Italian style chili or something.
Oh, that's weird.
It was not. It wasn't. It wasn't bad. It's just not what I was expecting when I put normal chili toppings on it.
Yeah.
And cheddar cheese and a little sour cream and some onion just didn't go with that flavor.
Yeah.
So
I don't know who won at all. And chili cook-offs.
I think Chris Rice might have won, one of our
I don't know which one it was.
Production guys.
Yeah. One of my biggest issues though is because I had to make it the night before. I didn't have time to take the lid off and let it cook down. So mine looked a little watery, but
okay.
But it is what it is. Like I don't really care. My chili was really good. I came back and had a bowl myself. I may have had a bowl that night while before we went trick or treating.
Oh, that sounds delicious. Chili with bacon and tri-tip. Yeah, dude. This time of year, you hit me with a bowl of chili, I'm set.
Yeah.
In fact, that's what I have for my wife will meal prep lunches, and that's what she meal prepped this week was chili.
Oh, nice.
It's really good.
That's really nice that she meal preps for you.
Dude, it's the best thing.
Yeah.
I'm with it. I love this. Everybody hit the like button. Subscribe if you don't already to the channel.
Yeah, let's go.
If you're in here, it's super easy. You just hit the little thumbs up and you've liked the video.
I wonder what we're at for the day. I think I can look.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't know. Will they decorate that window?
I hope so.
I hope so.
I might.
Yeah, you can
add some decorations. Dude, we can talk about this on the air if you want. I feel very strongly that decorate whenever the hell you want. Well, take your decorations down whenever the hell you want. I don't care. Do your thing. Do what makes you happy.
I go all out. Yeah. Well,
so I
have an exception, so we should talk about this on the air.
Great.
Just kidding. There's an exception.
I can't wait to watch Red Zone this week.
I know. I'm super excited. Look quiet up in here today. What do we got?
Classic Friday. Oh, yep. There you go. No 49ers this weekend. The Las Vegas Raiders hosting the New York Football Giants. It's a good weekend for the 49ers to not play. They needed a week off.
I need a week off from watching them.
Dude, same. I'm so sick of watching their defense not do anything and just get torched and their offense turning the ball over.
Yeah.
Like, good Lord.
No, I agree.
It's just bad football.
It is bad football lately. Yeah, like anytime you're watching your team and they're supposed to be good and then they're not, and you're like, what is happening? How come you aren't good?
Dude, yeah.
Like
Just
you were
play better.
You were good and now you aren't good. Now you're bad. And I don't like when you like that doesn't make any sense.
This last 3 weeks for the Niners reminds me of the 2014 season for the A's, where they went into the All-Star break as the best team in the league. And then was literally the worst team in the league after the All-Star break and barely snuck into the wild card.
Yeah, they became
after they traded
pumpkins.
Yoenis Cespedes. That was tough.
Oh yeah.
Have I told this Yoenis Cespedes story
No.
on this podcast yet, or on this show yet?
No.
This is not a podcast, but just very briefly, the Yoenis Cespedes trade was the beginning of the end of my last relationship. So that came on July 31, and I had been visiting my then girlfriend, and I was leaving that day, and I woke up to the news that Yoenis Cespedes had gotten traded.
Uh-oh.
And I was just bummed. I was so upset. And she couldn't reconcile why I was mad about this thing and not sad about leaving. And it's like, because I'll see you in a week. Like, I'll see you. Yoenis Cespedes is gone. I don't get to watch him anymore. Do you understand how this is different?
I don't get to watch him misplay a ball in left field and then hose a guy at home on the fly. I don't get to watch him swing out of his shoes, hit or miss. I don't care. I want to see him swing.
That's it. That's all I want. And there was a lot of issues there, but that was one that it just was like, oh, hey, this person doesn't understand me. So
yeah, that's rough.
Yeah. So I thank the Oakland Athletics for that.
All right.
Shout out to them. We're talking about at the break. We're talking about holiday decorations.
Yeah.
I am very staunchly in the camp because you get people who are like, you don't put your decorations up until this day or take them down by this day. If you don't have your decorations taken down by New Year's, whatever makes you happy in your home in terms of decorations for the holidays, do it. For me, I'm a post-Thanksgiving guy. The day or two after Thanksgiving is when my Christmas decorations go up because I love the Christmas spirit. I'm a big Christmas guy. You guys will notice that as we get further into the big Christmas guy. So I like to have my decorations up. I'll play the Christmas music, but I don't want to be in that spirit for too long because it saturates it. And it gets old for me in my home.
To be special.
Right. And I want that to be a special thing for me. So I keep it to that window, and then by New Year's Day I've got all my decks down and the Christmas music away.
Okay, so we have the day after Thanksgiving we typically go and cut a tree. Like we still do a live tree. And I will, as long as they have live trees, I'll do a live tree. I don't like fake trees. My wife does have extra fake trees that we put around the house.
Okay.
But we go as a family and we cut down a tree and we do like the whole thing. And then we bring it home, we throw the tree up and then we decorate the tree. So that's typical. Mm-hmm. But like I've told you, like I probably won't take down my giant Jack the Pumpkin King.
Jack Skellington, yeah.
Yeah, Jack Skellington. I'm not going to take him down. I'll put a Santa hat on him right now. And then we'll run that thing out there through Christmas.
That's A+. Well done.
But I do have a guy in the lake that he went out and bought these 6-foot tall giant nutcrackers.
Okay.
Right? Like the big plastic ones. Not even like the super good looking ones, but big giant nutcrackers. And he bought like 5 or 6 of them.
Okay.
He decides to put those in his backyard because he's lakefront. And everyone in the lake who, like, if you go to the clubhouse, you look out the beautiful windows out over the lake and you see these stupid nutcrackers sitting there, like 5 or 6 of them. And they're tall. They're like 6 foot tall. He doesn't want to take them down. So he will try to leave them up all year long. And then he starts getting fined. And then he starts getting in a battle. Unfortunately, he also runs the community Facebook page. So he's just getting attacked all the time.
I bet that Facebook page
It is vile.
Oh my
It is
God.
horrible. But to me, it's the biggest like a-hole move ever because you look out the beautiful windows, all this gorgeous lake, and here are these 6 gigantic, stupid nutcrackers right in your view
Hilarious.
in the middle of June. And you're like, bro, there is nothing you can dress them up that makes it okay. Put your nutcrackers away.
You know what you need to do? Vandalize them.
I'm
I'm just kidding. Don't vandalize any. Don't do that.
Well, you're also the throw tomatoes at Steph Curry guy. So
Yeah, dude, that's a good. That's
Kyle chooses
I am a
violence.
problem solver.
Yeah, I have thought of like just going out there with a chainsaw and just like, there you go.
Just you say, I don't know who could have done this.
I don't know.
You're
who
holding a
could have
chainsaw.
I don't know who did this, but it looks pretty violent. Yeah. So
What was that noise you just did?
I did a chainsaw noise. I'm not going to do it again for you, Kyle. You've got it on record.
I'm just gonna
You're just going to write it down.
Yeah, nope, I've got a marker on that noise. Okay. I've not gotten to I could have, but I haven't decorated the outside of my home yet. Christmas lights.
You haven't done that yet?
No. So
Kyle,
here's the deal. So I grew up, my dad's an engineer at NASA, or he retired. Shout out Dad. But he is very meticulous with the way he puts his lights up. And it's not just throw them up and put them on they're all like clipped in. They're all in a nice row. And so that's how I grew up seeing light. So that's how I want to do mine. But my home is not super conducive to clipping lights in the way my parents' house is. So there's like some hurdles I've got to overcome in terms of how I'm going to get the lights up and on, whether it's staples or clips or whatever it is, into the siding. So that's been a whole thing. There was a COVID year where it was just kind of whatever. I need to go buy some decorations, maybe, a couple like of those light up deer or something like that. That'll get me started. But I've just not done it yet. Partly out of laziness, partly out of working. But this year I am very committed, even if it looks like trash, to getting something up on my home so people know that I'm not a Grinch.
Okay. Yeah, I'm down. I love going all out for Christmas with decorations and everything.
So you're down to come help me out? Thanks.
That's a long ways from my house. Maybe I would come down.
When are dude, hang on. The Kings are they at Golden State? No, they're not at Golden State on the 28th, right? Dang, no, they're not back at Golden State until like January.
Okay.
Dang.
I feel like I
was going to tell you this is a good way you can come down either the day before or the day after and help out, but it's fine.
All right.
I don't care.
I do love decorating, and like we do like our whole house, and we almost always have a Christmas party.
Yeah.
Like at that, we have a usually a pretty big blow up Christmas party.
That sounds great.
It's just, I think this year, like all the Saturdays are bad. So like the 23rd, Kings versus Minnesota at home. The 16th, Kings versus Jazz at home. The 2nd,
you
Kings
can
versus Nuggets at home.
Dude, skip the Jazz game.
I don't miss games, Kyle. I don't miss games. Come on.
No.
I don't. Like I've missed 3 in 14 years.
Make it 4 and 15.
I can tell you where I was. I board of governors meeting for one of those games. I was at the Sloan Analytics conference for one of those games, and I was at the Final Four.
And this year you'll be at a Christmas party. That's so nice.
I'm just going to
do that for your family and your friends. It's the Jazz, dude. Nobody wants to watch Jordan Clarkson and Talen Horton-Tucker dribble the air out of the ball.
Yeah. Like all of the weekends in December are bad. Even like the 14th and 16th, we have OKC and then the Jazz. So like I could try to do the party on Friday, but that's tough. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. We'll see.
Stanley says Ham doesn't load manage. That's facts. Not about that life.
Yeah, I'm not about that life.
Load management life.
I do not load manage.
All right. This weekend, the Faraz mentioned this earlier during our Fantasy Friday segment with Faraz Siddiqui of Upper Hand Fantasy. Have you looked at how this slate of games this week?
It's awesome.
Okay, so here's this to me is the top 4 games this week. You have Dolphins Chiefs. That's in Germany. I believe it's in Frankfurt. You have Dolphins Chiefs. Seahawks Ravens is a game of the week contender. You have
That's a 10 o'clock window.
you have Cowboys Eagles game of the week contender.
1 o'clock window.
First one was 10 a.m. window.
Yeah. First was
This
10
is
a.m.
this is the 1 o'clock window.
Yep.
And then your Sunday night game is Bills Bengals. Your 4 like game of the week candidates are all in different windows.
Spectacular. Although that 6:30 is going to be tough.
I will not be taking part in that.
I will. I'll get up. I'll probably be up anyways if Manchester United is losing that morning. I'll be up watching soccer anyways.
You didn't even say playing. You just said losing.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, speaking of losing, did you see the Sharks lost 10-1 last night in the NHL?
I didn't think that was a thing, that you could lose 10-1 in hockey.
Yeah.
I thought they had a mercy rule.
No. They just got waxed. And I still think they're winless on the season.
Wow.
Yeah. Tough times for your San Jose Sharks. And that's your San Jose Sharks hockey update for the season here on the Insiders, sponsored by Jiffy Lube.
For the season, Kyle.
Yeah,
for the season.
So let's run through. If you are a fan of the 49ers and you're trying to keep track of games. Now, the Niners are in a tough spot now because it's all Eagles focused at the beginning of the year.
Yeah.
It's chasing the Eagles. And then the Lions got into the mix. It's like, okay, you got to watch the Lions. But then the Niners lost a third consecutive game. They're now 6th in the NFC. And so now they have to start worrying about teams behind them, teams in front of them. Basically, any team that is in the NFC and has 4 wins is an issue, which means that Vikings-Falcons game,
very crucial,
is one that you're going to want to pay attention to.
Yep.
Granted, you're not really probably rooting for one or the other. It's just those are kind of great. No, you're probably rooting for
Atlanta. Yeah, because Vikings have tiebreaker.
Oh, true. But also the Vikings are probably going to wind up not being very good given their quarterback situation now.
Well, Atlanta's not good either way, but quarterback. They also they've got Taylor Heineke starting.
Bro, we are like, no, Ramsey, we're literally leaving the Sharks alone for the rest of the year.
We will leave them alone.
They have done
completely.
It.
We will leave them.
Shout out to the Black and Teal.
Yeah, we won't be mean to them at all. We just won't talk about them.
Seahawks at Ravens, obviously rooting for the Ravens there. The Ravens have a chance to make their claim as the best team in the league this weekend. If they go thump the Seahawks, I think there has to be a conversation with them and the Eagles.
Okay, but I also think that if the Eagles thump the Cowboys,
you're right. That's a good
by
point.
far.
That's a good point.
I also think that if the Chiefs thump the Dolphins, or vice versa, like that's why I love this week. This week is really good. This is some great football watching.
Yeah, it is.
Me and the boy will be sitting there all day. We'll start at 6:30. We'll go all the way through.
You're rooting for the Bears to beat the Saints. The Saints are 4-4. Cowboys, Eagles. You're probably rooting for Dallas just to get the Eagles another loss.
Yeah, and again, tiebreaker.
But then you have to root for Dallas. And does anyone really want to do that?
No one wants to root for Dallas.
Nobody wants to do that.
You don't even want to root for Dallas because there could be a Dallas Cowboy fan somewhere nearby that might hear you root for them.
That's a good point.
You don't ever want to get caught doing that.
No. So like logistically, you want Dallas to win, but if you're that much of a hater, then you want Philly to win. And that's fine. I would respect that, actually. Bills, Bengals, that game does not affect the 49ers whatsoever. 2 AFC teams going at it, but going to be a fascinating game. That feels like a game that the Bengals win comfortably because I don't think that.
But that's when Josh Allen steps up and beats you. See, I love that game. That game,
it's going to be great.
Great game.
But based on in my head, my anecdotal thoughts on these teams are, hey, the Bengals are on the way up and the Bills have no idea what direction they're going. They're spinning around in a circle. But the Bills, I think, play to the level of their competition.
Always.
So I think we're going to get a really great game.
I think so too.
In my head, the Bengals are going to win by 2 scores. But in reality, we're probably looking at like a field goal game.
See, I'm used to sitting for 9 hours on Sunday, but now we're talking about sitting for 12 hours straight from 6:30 until actually be later than that. It'll be more like 13 hours, 14 hours. That's going to be rough. Like if I can't walk on Monday, it's because I was sitting for that long. Yeah. Cause the back problems, like that's a long day of sitting for me. I'm
gonna have to
like
incorporate some Pilates into your football watching.
I'll have to like bring the inversion.
How am I a Niners homer? I always talk about how much they stink, bro.
Yeah.
Get the hell out of here with that, Rob.
Come on.
Ugh.
Yeah, I think we're pretty harsh on the Niners. We were also like when they were the best team in football, we called them the best team in football.
Yeah, that wasn't crazy.
When
After 5 weeks,
Christian McCaffrey was the best player in football after week 2, we said he was an MVP candidate. When Brock Purdy
we weren't the only ones saying that, by the way.
Nope. When Brock Purdy was the best quarterback in the game after like week 4,
Okay, well,
we were like, hey,
okay.
I'm
going to detach
MVP
from this
candidate.
now. I'm going to detach from Brock Purdy, best quarterback in the game.
But
I'm not there.
I told you like repeatedly. Well, I was just joking. But repeatedly early on, I kept telling you, Kyle, the defensive line has me freaked out.
They suck.
They're just not good.
If they don't, I don't know if they're necessarily going to beat Jacksonville. Jacksonville's really, really good. And Jacksonville's also coming off a bye. Niners got to travel. That's going to be a really tough game. So I'm not even expecting the Niners to win. But dude, if they don't sack Trevor Lawrence like 4 times, they're done.
Yeah.
If putting Chase Young in the mix, who gets a whole bye week to get acclimated, if putting him on your defensive line with Javon Hargrave and Nick Bosa isn't generating sacks and you're getting 35 points rung up on you, you're toast.
Then fire somebody.
You're just done. You're just done for the year.
Yeah.
Man.
I'm with you.
I'm in a bad way with the 49ers right now. I don't know. I look at their schedule moving forward and I don't know who they're going to beat. Like, given the way they've played, let's run through this.
That's tough.
Let me go find the 49ers. Where are they on my little thing here? Okay. So they've lost 3 in a row. They're at Jacksonville. Really tough game.
Yep.
Very easily.
Flip.
Again, playing the way they've been playing. Okay. They're losing to Jacksonville. If they play the way they've been playing. Okay. Tampa Bay.
That's a win.
They should beat Tampa Bay. At Seattle, loss. At Philly, loss. Home Seattle, loss. At Arizona, you get a win. Home Baltimore, loss. At Washington, win. Home Rams, coin flip. That's like 3 wins the rest of the way. That's an 8-9 team. Again, this is if they keep playing like they played the last 3 weeks.
Okay.
And I don't think that's like a hot take. They've sucked.
Yeah.
I'm so happy I don't have to watch them this weekend. That's just the last thing I would want, because I have to get super involved because the Niners wire. Like I'm working basically all day writing about that stupid team.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
My Saturday night will be consumed by the Kings Rockets game.
Same.
Yeah, I'll be writing.
Yeah.
The whole time. So yeah, or at least like crafting my 6 quick thoughts.
Sure.
Like have my week in review for Sunday. Yeah.
Those are fun. I love getting that in my inbox from the Kings Beat.
Yeah.
The weekend reviews are really, really good resource, I guess.
Yeah.
Just to recap, hey, here's what happened in the games. You got your player of the week.
Yeah.
You got injury updates, news items. It's a great little newsletter.
Yeah. I like that.
Is that what you call it? A newsletter?
Yeah. It's an email letter. Like, yeah, it's something like a newsletter. Yeah.
Subscribe to the Kings Beat. Get all the Kings coverage from James.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
All right. Well, Kyle, I don't know. I think we're just gonna pack it up early. We got 6 minutes, and we're just gonna do dead air for 5.
Yeah, no, we're done.
We're all done.
No, I was trying to figure out what other NFL games I'm excited about this weekend, because I'm just gonna turn on Red Zone and sit there and just watch Red Zone all day.
Oh yeah. Well, I do the dual TV. I think the dual TV is a way to go.
I don't have that option. I have one TV.
You just need to bring another one in and tie it in.
But do I get locked into like Seahawks Ravens and just watch the one? Because I don't get to watch Red Zone just by itself really ever, unless the Niners play on Thursday, Monday, or have a bye.
Okay.
So I don't really get to do that. So I like to relish it because I think it's the best way to watch football and just kind of get a little bit of, or not even a little bit, all the important stuff from every single game. But when a game like Seahawks Ravens is on, that's going to be a great game. I'm locked in.
Okay.
And then if it gets to be a blowout, I did the same thing with Ravens Lions, and the Ravens just ran away with it. And so you punt early. But like Cardinals Browns, I'm not interested. I couldn't care less about that game. Rams Packers, couldn't care less. Buccaneers Texans, I like D'Amico Ryans. I like CJ Stroud. That's worth keeping an eye on, but not so much that I'm gonna red zone it. Right?
I don't want to watch that.
Commanders Patriots, pass. Bears Saints, pass. Colts Panthers, meh. Giants Raiders, I'll watch that. I'll be dialed.
Okay.
But again, at the same time as Giants Raiders, you have Cowboys Eagles. So
No,
maybe
I mean-
maybe go ahead. Sorry.
You're obligated to watch the Raiders. I wouldn't want to watch that game if not.
Yeah, no, it's my job.
What's the intrigue? I mean, you fired everybody. I mean,
that's the intrigue. What do they look like with Antonio Pierce as their head coach?
Yeah, I mean, Mark Davis literally was like Oprah Winfrey handing out cars. Like, you get fired, and you get fired, and you get fired, and you get fired. Like, that's what he dressed as for Halloween,
Oprah?
which would have been a better look for his hair.
I would pay an exorbitant amount of money to see Mark Davis dressed like Oprah. I'd be so in on that.
The red dress.
No, but that's the thing is I'm gonna watch the Raiders. So I always watch Vegas because I have a ton of friends who are Raider fans and I want to be able to talk to them and connect with them.
Or at least making fun of them.
So I think maybe I go Seahawks Ravens. I'm dialed in the morning window. And then maybe the afternoon window, I go red zone with the Raider game and then the Cowboys Eagles game.
So if you had a second TV, I'm just saying, Kyle, if you had a second TV, let's live in a world where you had a second TV.
I could go laptop, I guess.
You could watch the early game at the same time as the second game. So you didn't have to get up at 6:30. And then you could switch that second TV to the red zone while the other game is going. So
maybe I'll just get dialed on the laptop. I'll go red zone laptop.
Okay.
Raider game TV.
All right.
I think that's the move.
I'm gonna have to bring you a second TV. We have a lot of TVs.
Dude, your subtle flexes today of like, so I have to decorate this huge house that I have. We go all out decorating it. And anyways, I live on a lake and then my neighbor, he has lakefront property. He has these 6 foot tall. By the way, I have a 13-foot Jack Skellington. By the way, I have 9 TVs in my.
I have 11.
I have 11 TVs in my
too.
sport. Like, man.
We do.
Dude, it's just I aspire to this.
I
can't I hope to someday be in a position where I have so many TVs that I say to somebody, I'll bring you a TV.
I'll just bring you a TV.
I'll just bring you one.
I'll pop one off the wall. My boys have a wall with 3 TVs because they used to have they would play, what is that? Fortnite.
Oh, great point. They need multiple TVs to play Fortnite.
Well, their buddies would bring over their Xboxes and plug in. And so they would sit on the one couch and sit there and yap with each other while they're playing on different TVs.
What happened to the days of we all plug controllers into the same console and the TV has 4 our screens each on it? What happened to this?
What?
We need individual TVs now to play games with our friends.
It was pretty cool.
And you have boats.
I do. And a bar. Someone else brought up I have a bar.
You said you have a hidden tavern behind a bookshelf. Do you need a code word to get into?
I haven't built the bookshelf yet because my back has been so bad the last year.
Check out ZipRecruiter for James's bartender and butler job. It's coming up.
I do bring a bartender in for Christmas.
On that note, we're out of here. This has been The Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. See you, everybody. D-Lo and Casey next.
Friends, it's good seeing you. I'm not doing pocket doors. I'm actually building a bookshelf that opens up, and so hiding behind the bookshelf will be my bar. But my back has been a problem.
On that note, we're out of here. This has been The Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. See you, everybody. D-Lo.
All right, I'm getting out of here. Goodbye, friends. We will have a Kings Beat podcast later on this evening that will be up. We're going to record here in about 45 minutes.
I'll still be here. I'm hanging out through D-Lo and Casey. So
oh, that's rough, Kyle.
You might see me. That's not. I like Damian and Kenny.
I do too.
There's been other shows that I've had to hang out extra on at other stations that I have not liked doing that. But this is fine. I'm fine with this. Are they coming in? Did we break super early or something?
No, we didn't. I don't know why they're not in. I don't know why I haven't got up and started moving my stuff.
Okay.
All right.
Goodbye,
friends. We'll see you on Monday.
Yep.
are these guys?
Move on ESPN 13. I'm not going to do it again for you, Kyle. You got it on record. I got a marker.
Nobody else touching that.
What's up, man? What's going on? How are you? What's going on? Yeah, we didn't.
Hammer said I got in at like 2 o'clock.
Next, on the inside is front.
I'll do this from the house.
Oh, 2:30. And I can sleep till like 3:30.
Ooh, you like an NBA player?
Yeah, I can't sleep when I get home. Well, I mean, I can, but I can't go right to sleep. Cool. There's that Sharpie that I missed yesterday. I went and got new pens and pencils out of the office over there.
Is there practice today?
No. They took off at 10.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I'm going to podcast. I'm not sure if I'm going to race home really quick or if I'm going to podcast here and then just be here from 3 to 4.
Got you.
I will let you know. You'll see me. Either I'm here or I'm not.
Plenty of studios open.
Yeah, but I didn't reserve one, so I know Charlie was like, "Hey, next time let's reserve one," and I'm like, "Okay."
Charlie, sometimes you can just ignore it. I love Charlie. Charlie's watching. Hi, Charlie.
All the TVs were all over the board this morning. Let's go. Like there was all kinds of like the whatever those things are were gone. It was on some different channel.
Is it on
You guys watch
Bonanza? Was that what it was on?
It was on Bonanza.
They like Bonanza in this
Yeah,
office.
very odd. What's up, squad?
All right, everybody.
What's up, everybody? Swish 10 to the legal.
All right. What up, big dog?
Hey, Riggs.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We a number one spot. We a number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Let's get in here, man. Hey, it's Friday. What's up, y'all? Hey, one more time. It's Friday.
Yeah, man.
What's good? One more time for the good time.
Yeah, man.
Welcome in here to the Friday, November 3rd edition of D-Lo and KC. I am Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir. Acknowledge me.
And we are so happy that you are here with us.
And Dame, I know you can't hold your excitement and contain your excitement for Crown Jewel tomorrow.
That's tomorrow?
That's what I heard. I don't even know.
It's your boy, LA Knight. I'll
Yeah.
Nope. No. I wish that dude interests me. He does not at all. But maybe I'll tap.
What comes
in
on
tomorrow.
earlier, Crown Jewel or Chiefs Dolphins?
Oh my gosh. What a mess.
I'm so
Come on, man.
upset
You
about
got
that.
those two offenses
I'm upset. About
in what is it Germany?
Yeah.
At 6:30 in the morning? Now they don't care about us.
No.
I mean, it's 9:30 out east. They're probably thrilled with that because
8:30. Yeah, 8:30 Kansas City time. I don't think they're mountain. They're probably.
oh, they don't care about Kansas City either. They care about New York.
Mhm.
They don't care about Kansas
Oh,
City.
Miami's 9:30.
Yeah, they don't care nothing about the home market. They care about the TV market.
We'll talk about it later, but that is just
It's terrible.
that's
Terrible.
That's not okay.
Absolutely
It's not
terrible. But it's happening. By the way, welcome to our friend Kyle.
Hey,
Kyle.
Kyle Madsen
Kyle got
in the
it.
building.
Kyle got a
Hi,
day
friends.
today. Did you do mornings over
You betcha.
with the super cheerful morning show at 98 Rock?
Yeah, you know,
Nice.
it's my favorite thing to do.
Nice. So we got so Kyle's got like a 5 to you got a 5 to 8 day or 5 to 4 day here.
I woke up at 4:30 this morning.
Spectacular.
About an hour late.
Why don't you just do KSFM too?
Do a little 6 to 4. I can do a
Hell.
6 to 7. Why not? 13
Yeah.
hours.
Hang out with us.
right.
Kings made the playoffs last year. 24 hours of radio for Kyle.
Oh, there we go. There we go. It's good. This is what happens though. The new guy normally tries to get murdered by the staff. That's just kind of how it works here. It was Kenny and I. Danny in San Francisco tried to kill us for a year when we didn't die. It was like, well, just let these guys do a radio show, I guess. It's like the what's the one with the dollar bet with the brothers? Not 48 Trading Places.
Yeah, Trading Places. Great
yeah,
movie.
it's like Trading Place. They bet $1 that they could kill us. They didn't, so they just let us do a radio show.
Trading Place. I've seen it, but I was like young. I don't
Oh,
remember
watch it
anything
again,
about
dude.
Yeah, you got to watch.
It holds up.
Trading
That's
Places
the
is
one with
phenomenal.
Jamie Lee Curtis.
Mortimer. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
it's the
Winston.
it's,
Winston and Mortimer.
yeah, it's the Coming to America reference.
Mm.
Like when you're watching Coming to
Oh yeah,
America,
because he gives them the
and he
money.
hands the money.
Yeah.
Those are the brothers.
That's where I knew.
Yeah,
I
those
knew
are-
where they came
Those
from. because of that.
Mortimer.
Yeah.
We're back. You have this crazy effect on people.
Yeah.
Oh, just some pocket change.
I'm gonna have to watch. I don't know when I'm gonna watch Trading Places.
Thanks, Kyle.
But
I know you're
welcome.
busy in there. Just wanted
No,
to.
now I'm chilling.
By the way, Kyle joining us at 12:15. Kyle,
Hey.
that has
Can't
a
wait.
lot. That has a lot less foot in it, considering Kyle's just going to be here for the next 4 hours. So anytime you got something, just pop in.
Did you guys hear me try and make a Ready to Die / Carter 3 reference today?
I did
Nice.
not. How did
I'm-
I was
how
trying
did that
to
even
explain.
go?
I was trying to explain the passage of time and saying that more time has passed between the Carter 3 and now than passed between Ready to Die and the Carter 3. And that just blew my mind.
Did
Sounds about
James
right.
even
Yeah.
remotely understand
Not
what
even
you were
a
saying?
little bit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Did he know Sally?
No, No.
He had no clue
Nothing.
what was
he
happening.
had nothing. And that's on me. That's a poor,
Yeah,
poor
know your-
choice of reference.
Know your co-host,
Exactly.
pal.
What are we? what
Hey,
are
can I
we-
tell you guys something crazy about Ready to Die and the Carter 3? Did you know that more time has passed between when the Carter 3 was released and now
Mhm.
than passed between Ready to Die and the Carter 3?
Oh!
Dude.
Wow.
Bars!
Wow.
Wow!
Wow.
Crazy. See?
What has it been?
Thanks, guys.
15 years from the Carter 3?
Yeah. And it was 14 from Ready to Die to the
Well,
Carter.
good news, guys. The Carter 6 is on the way.
Hmm. Victor Wembanyama played yesterday.
Oh, man, Meg dropped this morning. Meg
I
dropped
did,
the track.
Meg. I was not expecting that.
You what was that?
Meg dropped, right?
Yeah, no, I thought there was a weird word leading into that, but I got you.
I don't know what I said. I don't know. But
yeah.
I wasn't expecting that
Yeah,
type
Meg,
of song.
yeah, she got some things off her chest.
Yeah.
She had some things to say on that record.
You know what I was listening to coming in though.
I don't.
Come on, man. Jeezy dropped.
Oh, that's right. Well,
You know
yeah, it's gonna take you 4 trips to and from
Yeah,
home
I don't know
to
how
get through those 29.
I ain't gonna
records.
make it through the whole.
How is it
Jeezy.
so far?
It's Jeezy. I like it. It's
Okay.
typical stuff. So
Boy, that's an endorsement.
nah.
How was the
Well,
show today?
You
No, how
know,
was
you
the
know
show?
how I am. I'm not the oh, I heard it for the first time. I'm not talking about anybody. I'm just me.
Yes, you are.
I like to sit with the music before I say it's fire or it's trash.
See, KC consume music different. That's what it is.
I just
You're different
let it.
than me.
I got to sit with it, hear it in different settings, let it grow on me, and then I'll let you know if it's fire or trash.
Okay. I
I probably won't say trash either. I'll be like, it's not for me.
Understood. Kings take on the Houston Rockets tomorrow. James Ham will be back with us coming up at 3:00 to talk about that. We'll talk a lot of Kings today. Of course, De'Aaron Fox spoke yesterday. I saw a social media discussion that I think was amplified by Rasay about De'Aaron and when he should or shouldn't return.
Mhm.
And there's a lot of let me start here. I think discussing injured players the energy around that is weird.
Mhm.
And there's a lot of reasons for it. Like, one, when someone gets hurt, we all become doctors
Mhm.
because we saw it on TV. We're judging like, how quickly he got up, how he reacted, how much weight he put on. Like we do all sorts of weird stuff when people get injured and try to make determinations based on that. Then we become like really high-end doctors when it's time to set a return date. And I just want to point this out. If you get on Paul George or Kawhi Leonard or different teams that talk about injury management or load management or things like that, don't tell me you don't want De'Aaron to rush back. It really boils down to this. De'Aaron said yesterday he feels like he's getting close. His pain level's at a 4. De'Aaron said he's not going to rush back. But it comes down to, how do you feel? Do you feel like you can play? Yes or no. It's as simple as that. Yes, I can play. No, I can't. But if your thought is, oh, we're playing Houston, hold him out. No. Don't play against Houston.
Right.
Why is that different than load management? Y'all clown Kawhi. You clown Paul George. You clown Anthony Davis. How is this different? Because we look at these guys as like they're at a pool party. They might call it load management, but in reality, what they're talking about is some form of injury management, right? They're managing a prior injury, be it a very, very recent injury, like it was with Kawhi Leonard at the beginning of last year, or this is just how you have to go about life with them, which might be close to the case with Anthony Davis.
Right.
It's a player's determination. It's just when you've got energy about Anthony Davis, you got to have the same energy about De'Aaron Fox. If you're healthy, play. Simple as that, right? That's what y'all say about AD. That's what y'all say about all of those quote load management guys. You got to do the same thing with De'Aaron Fox. Don't coddle De'Aaron Fox now because you're worried about your player. If he's healthy, play. And I'm confident that's what De'Aaron will do, by the way.
The only thing I'd say,
or not do. If he's not ready, he's not ready. Like it doesn't matter to me.
the only thing I say the difference is, to me, in a situation like this is, and I know you're talking about past injury or current injury. De'Aaron got hurt. He's trying to recover from that or that injury before he plays again. A guy like Kawhi, AD, yeah, they may have had previous injuries or things are ailing them, but they'll play 2 games and then not play the third one just for rest because they want to preserve themselves to make like that's, or at least that's how its reporter comes off. Like that's a little different thing.
But is that so? That's that. I'm glad you said that because is that reality? Because it goes by what's put on that box score, right? DNP. You're not going to put coach's decision next to it. DNP. Why? Load management.
Well,
they've ditched the load management part and put injury management in a lot of cases. If De'Aaron plays, total hype. This is a completely made up scenario. Say De'Aaron plays tomorrow, goes to shoot around Sunday, or goes to practice Sunday. Hey, feeling a little weird. Goes to shoot around Tuesday, like Monday. Excuse me. Hey, my ankles bother me a little bit. Okay, all right. Let's. You don't have to play tonight. Oh, it's okay. No. It's bothering you. Let's. Maybe Saturday was a little too quick. Let's chill tonight. How is it different?
I mean, that's when then you would label an ankle. Like you would say the ankle is the problem, not load management or anything. Now, and like Joel the other day, we were talking about rest. You know what I mean? Like if
Joel rested?
Yeah, on Sunday. First home game of the season in Philadelphia, he took a game off for rest. That was the call. I'm sorry, I'm distracted.
Matt from Jiffy Lube has brought you cookies.
Hey, shout out to Matt and Jiffy Lube. Matt, we appreciate you, baby. Welcome to the. Oh my God, those aren't cookies, bro. That's cake.
Crumbles. He brought some for everyone, but want to make sure you guys.
Shout out to our brother Matt, man. We appreciate you, man. Matt, welcome to the family.
We love you, brother.
Shout out to Jiffy Lube.
Matt, I just want to tell you I love you.
Man, we'll never do you wrong over here, man. Assure you of that.
But no.
So it's labeling?
Probably so. Like because nobody would have felt a way. I don't think. If we'll use Joel Embiid.
Joel rested the first home game, really?
On Sunday, this past Sunday. So if they would have said Joel knee soreness, I don't think anybody would have said anything. But it was literally said Joel's not playing or might not play. I don't know if he actually played or whatever. But they labeled it rest.
That's dumb on all parties. That's done by the organization. Joe can't do that. Like,
Yeah.
if he's not feeling right, I don't know why God and maybe see that. So
they're saying
this
in
is the
here
other side of
he
it.
planned on resting, but he ended up playing.
So this is
Maybe he got bullied into it because people were on his head about that one.
But this is the other side to it. Like, do they label it as rest to preserve the fact, like, hey man, something's off. Like my knee's bothering me. Oh, Joel is soft. Oh, these dudes are soft.
Sometimes they do. Sometimes they do. Sometimes
Because we talk about the way stuff is reported.
Right.
The way stuff is reported is the way stuff is regurgitated through the media, through fans, through social media, and the like.
No, sometimes they do like hide it for that. Sometimes it's really a rest day.
No, there's no doubt.
And
There's
that
no doubt.
one-
No doubt.
I'm not going to
No doubt.
tell nobody what to do with, their body and how they play and all this other stuff. But I mean, that's different than De'Aaron Fox. Right? Like when they're like, yo,
Well, no, not to me. It's only different. We'll talk about it. We'll talk about it. Like, I'm not trying to get into like a thing over this. It's just I was watching people on social media. Don't come back yet, De'Aaron. Don't come back, De'Aaron. Like, what if he's healthy? What if he's like, yo, coach, I can go? What if it's the clip from the other night where he's like, I'm fine?
Yeah, that's not what I'm trying to hear. I'm not trying to hear don't come back because it's the Rockets. Like, if he can play,
thank you. Okay,
like, hell
thank
yeah.
you. Okay,
If he wants to play, let's go.
Let's come back. We'll talk with Kyle Matson. We'll talk more Kings. We'll talk 49ers as they head into their bye week. We're just getting started. We're so happy that you're here with us, be it on the Odyssey app, 1320 AM, the TuneIn app. Shout out to our man, Matt Graham over at Jiffy Lube. We appreciate the love over here. Shout out to Sky River Casino. You know how much we love you.
Yeah.
Most of all, shout out to everybody tapped in, man. We're going to have a fun day here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Don't worry about the clock. I always got the clock. Don't worry about that. That's a grade A producer, but you don't have to worry about it. Please take that man out of your brain. Take that man out of your brain. Take that man out of your brain. Oh, well, that's good.
Well,
I'm not going to pretend like
Danny did the same thing to us.
Yeah.
We have shot clocks in our head now when we talk about boxing or wrestling.
now we just go past the buzzer though.
If I do the time, if I do
shot clock.
if I do the
35
time,
seconds.
if I do the time again, please understand that it's not like an intentional. It's just a reaction.
look at
like a
them.
reflex.
Woo! Look at them chunks, boy. God damn, look at that. Woo! That's a cookie right there.
The cutter.
That is a cookie right there.
A knife.
Good night. Shout out Crumble Cookie with
They had
arguably,
last time James had the cutter joint.
we'll just go get it. There's got to be a knife out there, right? We got silverware here.
Yeah.
That's got to be the greatest in-game activation in history, the Crumble Cookie.
Oh man, that's up there with the beam. Hey baby, ooh, no, so, Let me see something real quick, man. Hold on, man. Hold on. You know what's funny is you guys think like I eat a lot. I don't eat a lot of sweets. I just eat like on the show because that's what's here. Like I'm not gonna eat spaghetti during the show. So if I'm hungry, oh, there's a cookie or there's a donut and have that.
Run out to say hi to Matt real quick. He's talking to James.
Okay. Outside of that, I don't really eat.
Man, I'm so happy that you guys are in here with James and Kyle and the insiders. But I sure do miss roll call when we start. Love seeing everybody that's tapping in. I want to eat one of these so bad, but I'm scared that's some sugar. That shit might take me out. Come 2 o'clock, man. What happened to D-Lo? Ate like a quarter of one of them crumble cookies.
Crumble cookies came through.
Bro.
He got crumbled.
He got crumbled. Greatest in-game activation ever. Spaghetti during the
About
show.
2 minutes here.
Okay. Yo, that's real talk. That's real talk. Either that or fighting off a headache, one or the other. I brought a knife in if you want to go to work.
my man.
I might have taken it. I might grab the wrong knife. I think I just
If you want to go to work,
grab like a brand new one or something. Like no one was helping me. I was like, hey, do we have silverware? Justine and Complex completely ignoring me. Oh, that's cool, guys. I'll find it. Cool. Thanks, guys. No. Do you? Do you?
I'm not used to the whole like swearing on the stream thing. So when you just said the F word right now,
Did you press the dump button,
bro? I didn't hit dump, dude. My body did this though. What?
I won't do it. Oh, we got a Trey Lyles update.
Oh.
All right, we'll read it on the air. I won't cuss the rest of the day too.
No, you can't. No, you can't. It's just gonna. It's just gonna take some getting used to for me. What kind of cookie do you have?
I don't know which one I want. Like, I know they got the chocolate chip. That one over there looked pretty good. One time, James came in here with like the bombest cookie I've ever seen in my life. Like, this was, it was like peanut butter. It was from Crumble. I said, yo, this is pretty good. And I ended up eating the whole cookie. Didn't let nobody else get it.
Do I need to do anything specific at the rejoin other than play the music?
Nope.
Okay.
No, it should be built into the return, I think.
I have to go. I plugged them all in, but yeah, they're in there now.
Okay.
I just wanted to make sure there wasn't anything else. 30 seconds.
What's the hat today, Kyle?
If it doesn't work, I'm just gonna play all K-pop rejoins.
Got you.
This is the Wisconsin Timber Rattlers.
Timber Rattlers.
Obviously. Come on, man.
Mickey D. Guy, I don't know.
Yeah.
All right, 10 seconds. Here we
Shout
go.
out to.
Here we go.
I real quick, I want to get back into the discussion we're talking about, but off the rip, I got quite a few shout outs I got to give out.
I'm with it.
All right. So first of all, shout out to the Sac State men's basketball team last night. I was able to MC the Hornet Culture and Community Night over at Urban Roots. I'm not saying anything. I talked to some people. I'm not saying anything. Only thing I'm saying is I'm looking forward to this team this year.
Oh yeah,
that's all I'm going to say.
I've
heard some things.
Oh yeah,
I'm not going to repeat them, but I've heard some things about some.
We cooking. Say it. Stop being a little coward.
I'm looking forward to
it. We cooking. Y'all need to be.
I'm looking forward to it. I met the team yesterday. Yeah, they look like a team. You know what I'm saying? As far as like, yo, this guy's tall. No, this guy's tall. No, this guy. I'm just saying, man.
Yeah, you brought over the Australian protein.
Really did.
How'd you do with them names, bro?
I made it.
You did.
I made
it.
Yeah. I even told
air horns for KC.
I told him before. I said, hey, man, I've been working on these names, man. Just bear with me. But they was all like, no, you got them right, man. So shout out to Coach David Patrick. We're going to have him on next week because the season gets started next week. So shout out DP. Shout out Mark Ward. That was my guy. He was in and out. Big ups to him. Shout out to my man Rob over at Urban Roots.
Oh yeah.
Oh man. Shout out to my man
y'all
Rob,
just
man.
wait. Y'all just wait.
Oh man.
Y'all
Big
just
ups,
wait.
Big ups to my man Rob over at Urban Roots. Also shout out to my man Gus Armstead as always. Drake UU was in the building.
We got some things cooking for next week with Drizzy.
Yeah. Lance Woods was in the building as well. It was a great time out. Leezy was in the building. Everybody. I saw Ramsey and Katrina were in the building. Like everybody was out there. So shout out to everybody at Sac State, man. That was a great event. I can't wait for the season. And then also, I want to give a shout out to the queen of Sacramento, Miss Victoria Monet. I made the move after Urban Roots.
Very
made
good.
the move out to Wheatland.
I heard.
She put on a hell of a show. We need to see more of Victoria Monet. It was a hell of a show, man. And
excellent.
Shout out to her.
Excellent. I got a chance to see Coach Patrick. Unfortunately, it was after the event wrapped up. Rob took me on a tour through the
I didn't even
brewery
get a tour, that's
process.
why,
Yo,
you
that
know.
was
They was
fire.
asking where D-Lo was too, by the way.
That was fire, and I appreciate it, man. I know you showed some love, and I appreciate it, and I wish I could have been with you. I was handling some other things last night on behalf of D-Lo and KC, but it was a mile apart, so I shot down the road, and yeah, Rob showed me the distillery. Yo, that is one. I can't believe how big that place is.
That's a hell of a setup.
And
man.
two, he showed me how the brew was, the beer is made. And I was like, hey, like I started, like I started asking questions. He had answers to everything. Like it was dope. Like it was fire. It was fire.
I can't believe I haven't been there yet. That place looks dope, man. I got to get there.
Well, we're gonna end that. that not
up.
being there thing's about to
Straight
end.
up.
Yeah, we got some great things on the way, man. We're really excited for college basketball season to get here.
And his name escaped me. I'm sorry. I met the women's coach as well too, man. And you know, I told him we got some things we got to talk about too, man. He's excited about his team, and I was like, we got you over here. We're gonna talk to you and get it out there. So talk to him. Shout out to Andy, football team getting ready for a big game. I don't want to go on a tangent, but kind of feel like they need this game on Saturday. It's a tough one. They're going to Montana. They want to make the playoffs. I don't know. I'm going to have to do some research on how many teams from the Big Sky get in, but this will be their third loss in conference.
Yeah, they need to get it done. Yeah, they need to get it done. This from the Sacramento Kings. Kings forward Trey Lyles injured his left calf during warm-ups of the Kings preseason game versus the Golden State Warriors on October 18th. Multiple imaging studies confirmed Lyles suffered a left calf strain. Lyles continues to progress to return to protocol. Lyles will not travel to Houston with the team, and he will be ruled out for the next 2 games. Further updates will be provided when appropriate. Trey Lyles out the next 2 games. That from the Sacramento Kings just a few moments ago.
Sounds about right. Now with that being said, I don't know.
Bring in Kyle. Back. This is Kyle's segment. Bring in Kyle Madsen, even though he's with us all day. Hi, Kyle. Thanks for joining us.
Hey,
this is your segment.
Oh yeah, no, for sure. I was worried about a comment in the YouTube chat that I was.
Don't get caught up in the comments.
Okay, I'm ready.
Yeah.
Hello.
Wait till they start emailing you. That's when it gets.
Dude.
That's when it gets a little sketchy. Is when they start emailing you.
Apparently
for the last 10 years. So just.
I really wanted to be like, okay, but what about the insiders?
Yeah. How do you want to? I don't want to spend too much. I'm not trying to like spark a conversation about like load managing De'Aaron Fox and things like that. That wasn't the point of what I was trying to say a minute ago. It was just I felt like a lot of people were like, oh, rest versus Houston, and it's like, well, wait a minute. If he's not healthy versus Houston, then he doesn't play. If he is, play. Like that's the only point I was trying to make. And really just trying to drive into Kings fans. Don't sleep on Houston. Mm-hmm. 2, don't sleep on anyone.
Yeah, I think that's fair. The thing with De'Aaron is the rest versus Houston thing is just don't push it versus Houston. I think is the thing I compared it to was Brandon Ayuk in week 3 against the Giants, where he hurt his shoulder in week 2. And the indication was that he could have gone in week 3. If it was a playoff game, he probably plays. But it's week 3 against the Giants. You'd rather have a healthy Brandon Ayuk the rest of the year than a banged up Brandon Ayuk against the Giants, where maybe he gets hurt and now he's dealing with a chronic shoulder thing all year. That to me is where the De'Aaron Fox conversation is coming from. Yeah. Where if he's a little banged up and it's like, you know what, 98% playoff game I would go, but this, I don't want to push it right now. You're doing playoff game, just big game at the end of the year. Mm-hmm. But right now in game 5 and game 6, I just don't think it's imperative that he try and push an injury that may or may not be fully healed.
I can't stress this enough. The absolute last thing in the world I want to hear Mike Brown say is, if it were the playoffs, he'd probably play. I don't want to hear Mike say that.
Why not?
Scars.
Oh, yeah.
Shout out Alvin Gentry.
Yeah. Shout out Alvin Gentry. We're not quitting.
Was that De'Aaron?
We're not quitting.
It was De'Aaron, right?
Yeah.
It was the
It was when he
was on strike.
was on strike.
He was on strike. Hey,
Unconfirmed, by the way.
Oh yeah, okay, complete.
This is our assumption.
It's fine.
He was on strike.
De'Aaron was on strike,
and
as he should have been.
It was the right call,
as he should have been.
No, it's just a matter of, hey man, if this ankle gets rolled again and he's out for this many weeks, it's like there's a risk reward.
Oh, for sure.
Factor involved.
I understand. I understand.
And there's no. So with that, Kyle, you're right, but there's also so many other factors that go into it. You talk about Twitter doctors in this situation. Well, also don't forget people like myself. Well, I remember when I played and I rolled
that guy. Yeah.
Don't forget those people. But in this case, it's true.
But you were a real basketball player, though. You weren't at
Wackford.
Wackford. Thank you. That's the one I was trying to think of, the one with the backcourt. You weren't at Wackford.
Right.
Yeah.
But so you can have a bad ankle sprain like he did and be well enough to play. And when I say well enough to play, like not how he was at the end of the game on Sunday where he couldn't move and he was kind of hurting the team. Like, I'm not hurting the team. I'm not 100%. I'm probably not even 80%. But I can play. My presence out here matters or whatever. But I'm clearly not, like, hampered and I can't do all the things that I normally do. But I can play.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the other thing you got to weigh out. Like, he could come back and be in that situation. Do you want him in that situation? Or would you say, hypothetically, if you wait until next Friday against OKC, you're at 90%, and that's not 100%, but you got a little bit more movement, a little less pain, a little more lateral movement with what you're trying to do. Like, which one do you want? Do you just kind of want him out there, gutting through it? Or do you want him close to 100% as possible?
No, you don't want that. And I'll go back to what Kyle said, because I think about what De'Aaron said yesterday in the media scrum, where he's like, Sean asked him on a pain level, where are you at? He said, I'm about a 4. When I push off and try to explode, that's where I really feel it. But I'm getting close. Mm-hmm. Yesterday was Thursday. Mm-hmm. So, hey, he's progressing. He's at a 3 today. Mm-hmm. He's at a 2 tomorrow.
Right.
All right. So he's at a 2 tomorrow. It's not worth it. Right? It's not worth it. Mm-hmm. But you're at a 1 on Sunday. Okay. The pain is gone by Monday. Cool. You're not playing Monday because you're going to need to be at that 0 for a couple of days in a row. Mm. Then when you're at that 0 for a couple of days in a row, if Monday's the first day you're at a 0 Tuesday, cool. Let's get ready to rock on Wednesday. But just because you're starting to feel a little better, part of that is because you probably haven't gotten up and down the floor in a contact practice. And so Mike talked about, well, at the time, Trey and Duarte, they got to get contact in.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And Chris did. It's like, okay, he's good. Mm-hmm. I feel like the case is going to be true for De'Aaron, not to learn the offense. He's got to get up and down. Then he's got to see how it reacts and then go from there. Mm-hmm. Well, all of that to say, I don't see a likely scenario where he plays either of these Houston games.
So I would think if your thought,
and not because it's Houston, but because it's not time.
Yeah, no doubt. It's more time of year than opponent.
And I would
me.
That too.
I would also think if the thought was you play on Saturday and you got 0 pain and you're like, I'm not playing you because you need more days of 0 pain, then why even play him on Saturday? Because it's almost impossible that he'd have enough days of 0 pain to play on Monday.
Yeah.
So don't play him on Saturday.
Right.
The thing with that, though, and one of the things that I learned when I got hurt, they have it even more than I had it, but this was like in a college setting with a trainer, with somebody that's going to rehab you and stuff like that, is the rehab is more intense than the games.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? As far as like how they push you and stuff like that. I was like, I don't want to be hurt no more. Like, I just want to play. I'm tired.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So if they are, trying everything out in a rehab scenario to see if he can play, by the time he's ready to play, I don't think they would have a scenario of, okay, we got to see how it reacts, because they've done the workout super hard, see how it reacts already before you get into the game, I would think. So
yeah, like I'm looking at our man Gilbert here, Gilbert M on youtube.com/ESPN1320 says if he's at a 2, I think he plays. And that's the thing. Like if he's at a 2, De'Aaron's going to want to play. Mm-hmm. And that's where it becomes that risk reward thing that Kyle was talking about there a few minutes ago, where it might not be worth it to play if you're going on this semi-fictitious pain, numbering system.
Yeah.
It might not be worth it to pay at a 2 again because it's game 5 of the season.
Right. I'll say this though for both of you guys, not then hear what I'm saying and how I'm saying. It's not you better get out there. It's not what I'm saying. If he's at a 2 and he wants to play, he's playing.
Right. And that's
like,
that's probably
like,
the case. That's probably
go
the
ahead
case.
and play.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Like
That's probably the case.
I'm not gonna go with the and I know it's not the team or anything like that, but even time of the year, like it's early, like don't play.
This
I'm
is
not gonna do that.
precautionary
I can
approach.
If you said you can play and you're not feeling any pain, all right, let's go. Let's lace them up.
I could see De'Aaron being like, I'm at a 2, and the doctor going, okay, you're not going to play then. And De'Aaron being like, never mind, I'm at 0. Like, I was just kidding.
Mhm.
I'm going to go.
See, I didn't get that vibe from De'Aaron yesterday. I think listening to De'Aaron talk, like
Yeah.
he's not. So we're creating all of these scenarios. There was all of this talk on social media last night. What it boils down to is simply, De'Aaron, you good?
Mhm.
Yes or that's all.
Yeah,
that's it.
Yeah.
That's all I think it is. De'Aaron, how you feeling after shoot around today? You good? You want to go? Yes or no?
Right.
That's and whether that's tomorrow or Monday or Wednesday or whenever, that's ultimately all I think it comes down to.
Yep.
Because De'Aaron, listening to him talk, I don't think he's a guy who's like, oh, I got to get back.
Right.
Yeah.
No.
He's very smart with his body and how he goes. He's not, and that's where, like you said, you just ask him because you trust him. He's built up that trust with, if he says he can go, he's good to go. He's not saying, oh yeah, I can go, knowing he's super hurt and it's going to do something to damage the team or damage anything further down. He's a pretty straight shooter. If he's like, man, I tried, but it still hurts, I can't go. Like, he'll tell you that. So both of you guys, I think
He's not
comes
reckless.
down to that. Yeah, he's not reckless. It's going to come down to what he how he feels probably today or tomorrow or anything like that.
Yeah.
I don't know if this plays into it at all. In fact, you know what? I'm going to rephrase this. I don't think this plays into it at all.
Mhm.
But I also think there's value for the Kings in De'Aaron being out and sorting out what they're going to do with Kevin Huerter, what they're going to do with Davion Mitchell, what they're going to do with Chris Duarte. Because you're going to see those guys. You're going to see a maybe more aggressive Keegan Murray.
Mm-hmm.
And again, that's not to say like, oh, it's good that De'Aaron's not playing. But if he's not, I think there's a lot of value for the Kings in sorting out what their rotation is going to look like, especially their short rotation is going to look like in the playoffs.
So I sort of agree in the sense that I said yesterday, if Clay misses that shot, I feel like that's an incredible boost for Sacramento.
Mhm.
At least it would be for me to know, we beat the Warriors, a very, very, very good basketball team without De'Aaron Fox. Like, we've got some good things. We've got some good things cooking here with us.
Mhm.
But you talk about the rotation, like the rotation is so much different. Like something we talked about yesterday, I'm sure you guys did too on the Insiders 10 to 12 here on ESPN 1320.
Thank you.
Brought to you by Jiffy Lube. Shout out Matt Graham.
Love Matt Graham.
Davion, like, how do you can't find the role for Davion Mitchell when De'Aaron's not here. And that's the one thing that that's probably the biggest concern. We're just creating hypothetical situations. Let's go De'Aaron's out versus Houston, both of them. You got 2 games, Davion's averaging 30 plus points. He plays well in both of them. Great. Come Wednesday, hey, De'Aaron's back. He's been at that 0 for 3 days now. He's ready to cook. He's ready for the Portland Trailblazers. Awesome. Okay, well, now what? Now what happens with Davion?
Mm-hmm.
And then there's a domino effect of what happens with Davion. And then how does Duarte factor into all of this? Kobe Jones got his shot essentially because De'Aaron was gone, and Mike's like, we're going to try it now. How does it, to me with De'Aaron out, you don't figure out anything. You create an interesting set of problems that gets more difficult to solve once De'Aaron comes back, assuming like if all of those guys play well.
Well, but that's it's a difficult problem to solve. But I would rather know that, hey, you know what? I have 4 guys on my bench who can all play. And I have to figure out when to play them and where to play them. And I disagree a little bit on the Davion Mitchell part of this, because if he shows out offensively and just plays really well, just let's say he does exactly what he did the next hypothetical scenario where De'Aaron doesn't play in Houston, totally hypothetical.
Mm-hmm.
And Davion Mitchell starts both of those games and just does exactly what he did against Golden State, where he hits a couple of threes. He goes 5 of 9 from the field, couple assists, couple rebounds, just solid. That to me, in a game 7 scenario where you have Steph Curry going for 50, but you don't want to take Davion Mitchell off the bench because you're afraid of what he's going to do offensively, or you're not confident in what he's going to do offensively. Now with this, if he does what he did against Golden State on, was that Monday, Tuesday? Wednesday. Thank you.
Almost. You were almost there.
Dude,
should have just kept going, buddy.
I said on the show today, I'm losing by 40 today. I'm down 20 in the first quarter.
We got you.
And I'm going to lose today.
We got to
by
come
40.
back right here.
So on Wednesday, if he continues to do that, you feel way more confident in him in a big spot, playing offensively, even if it is off the ball. You feel better about him doing that and having his defense on the court.
I see.
I want to believe you.
I see.
I want to believe that.
I see what both got.
Yeah, no, I want to.
No, it's not. It's. You know, what do we talk? What's the one concern? Where do the minutes come from?
Mm-hmm.
And you are adamant. I know where the minutes come from. It's easy. It's just a question of whether he actually gets those minutes, which came from Duarte and Kobe Jones and all of that.
Yeah, I understand what both of you guys are saying. I don't know. I still feel like, and I don't think this is anything that you guys are saying against, but part of this team's identity is a level of mental and physical toughness. And you're not reckless, like Kyle said earlier, but they still play. You know what I mean? They still get after it. And when you go back to De'Aaron Fox and whether or not he can play, I think he carries that mentality. I think he carries that mentality, and I think Mike Brown fosters that. That team, that locker room fosters that, and that's first and foremost. Like before, like figuring some other stuff out with minutes and roles and things of that nature. We're a tough team.
Well,
we are a tough team, and if we can go, we're gonna go.
Yeah, I understand that, but that really wasn't the point of what Kyle brought up.
No, he was talking about, but he wasn't saying that's what the Kings were thinking. I understand that, but I was like, I think that's what's important to them more than
I understand
finding roles and minutes and all this other stuff like
I
that.
understand. I understand
what's important to them, and for me, for them, is that you maintain that level of toughness. So if you ask me, would you rather, and we all want Fox to play, we get that, but would you rather maintain that toughness element of how they go about it, that lunch spell, that blue collar element of how they go about it, or take these next 3 games to kind of define roles? I'd say give me the toughness. Like keep that toughness mentality. We'll figure out the roles as time goes along.
Yeah, but if it's not a pick or choose, like I think what Kyle was saying is like there could be positives coming out of this if De'Aaron doesn't play. Like if he's not ready to play.
Yeah,
Simple as that.
No, I get
my argument was I don't know that there is, because I just think it creates more confusion.
And that's where I
or
say
potential
I do
confusion
see
if
where
they
Kyle,
play well.
Sure,
Kyle
but
is
that's a
coming
great
from
problem to have. Is man, we have too many good players on our bench.
It is if you can figure out how to utilize them. And that's what we got stuck on yesterday, is how different are Davion, Colby, and Duarte.
I don't think James made this point yesterday. It's square peg round hole a little bit with Davion, and I don't think it's ever going to.
James really loves that saying.
Does it? Yeah.
He does. That's one
okay.
of his favorites.
Okay, so Davion's probably never going to fit in the way that we think a player fits in this King system. Like he's probably never going to be a straight like, oh hey, that's how he's going to stand in the corner and he's going to hit threes, or hey, he's going to take dribble handoffs and he's going to. It's just offensively, he just doesn't really match anything they do. But if he can knock down some threes while he's playing for De'Aaron, and you think, oh, okay, look, he's shooting the three a little better, he's a little more confident, you like to see that. That's preferable to me, plus his defense. That's preferable to me than him being a total question mark.
Okay.
But I don't think there's ever going to be a logical fit.
I don't ever think. See, and that's where I disagree with James, and a lot of people say it too. And I just don't see it. I don't think there is no question mark with that. I think the only question mark with Davion, and we always say this, Mike Brown sees more of these guys than we do. But to me, the only question mark is whether or not you're going to let him play that day.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's fine when you let him play. But when, maybe he plays 3 minutes in the first quarter, does something wrong, we don't see him till the second half, or like that's when it gets wonky. That's when it doesn't really work because he can't get in the rhythm. If you let him play, I think he's fine more times than not.
Okay, let's come back. It was great talking 49ers with Kyle. Good thing he's here with us.
Didn't he say that yesterday too? He's like, we never talk.
Not once.
I don't know why that's.
They're not even
so
playing
much.
This week.
That's true, but we haven't talked
news though. There is questions I had too.
Okay, so
I'm here till 4.
That's right. That's the great part. We can have this conversation whenever we want to. Because I can't lie, I kind of want to talk about Wemby dropping 38 last night.
Can we talk about what Jerry Jones said this morning?
Oh, please.
Oh my.
Please. Steelo and KC,
Gosh.
along with Kyle Matson here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. I'll take you out of here if this will help. I don't know what you're doing. I don't know if you want to be in or out or whatever you want.
Whoa.
Pause.
Whoa.
Are you talking to me?
Whoa.
No, forget it, Kyle. Just never mind. Never mind.
Did you guys see what Jerry Jones said this morning, though?
I actually didn't.
Do you want to know on air or right now?
On air. I very much want to know.
Okay,
do you
don't
know
look
what
it
he
up.
said?
I don't.
Yeah, I want to know on air.
I can't. Oh my god.
I want to know
Okay.
on air.
I can't wait.
Sorry, guys. I have to.
Runaway
only
Drew
take a
called for it, so I'll say it. Anybody that's asking for my picks, know that dadgummit, I've
this
got
Voldemort?
those picks.
It sounded like Voldemort.
No, this is Jerry Jones, and I know that we're gonna go out there and dadgummit, we're gonna do it again. We're gonna go out there and we're gonna play with a level of intensity that's gonna make Cowboys fans proud all over this country because we are America's team. Real quick, Ramsey reminded me yesterday, get my picks in. First of all, get your picks in on the CBS thing. I'm still cooking. I'm still in there, regardless of what Damian and Jesse tried to put on me. No, I didn't pick the game last night. I remembered it like 5:00 yesterday. So I missed the game, but all my picks are in for the week. And then got to give you guys my college picks for the weekend. I almost went all Pac-12, but I'm not going to do that. Not going to do that because I just until the guys do me wrong, I got to ride with them. I'm going with Michigan. We got Michigan at Purdue. They're a minus 32.5. Michigan is pissed off. They're going to cover this 32.5. They're going to beat Purdue by 40 at home. They're not playing with these boys.
I love the idea of Harbaugh and the Wolverines being like, okay, we're going to prove that we're not stealing signs and we're going to win every game by like 6 points.
Oh, well.
Just like, fine, you don't want us to win by a lot?
Yeah.
So be it.
They're actually
We're
pissed.
punting on 3rd down.
They're actually pissed off. They ain't letting that happen at all. They're going to beat the brakes off
Check
Purdue.
one, check two.
So give me give me Michigan minus 32.5. Give me Washington minus 3.5 against USC. USC don't play no defense. USC, they are Lincoln Riley is the Jordan Poole, Kyle Kuzma, unserious college football coach of the year right now with the way he goes about defense all the time. Give me Washington minus 3.5. I know they're on the road, but please, Washington going to work. And then I was trying to decide between a couple other ones. There's a couple of them I was looking at. But at the end of the day, I'm going to go with a home favorite instead of a road favorite. And I'm going to go Ole Miss minus 4.5 against Texas A&M. I didn't like what I saw against Texas A&M last week against South Carolina. I think Lane is going to have them boys ready. He's going to have them boys ready to prove that they are a top 10 team in this country, even though there's 11, but he thinks they're a top 10 team. Give me Ole Miss minus 4.5. So give me Michigan minus 32.5. Give me Washington minus 3.5, and give me Ole Miss minus 4.5. John Pools, I did look at UCLA. That's on the list. -2.5 at Arizona. That is on the list. Utah -10.5 over Arizona State. Sorry, Ramsey. That's also on the list. But I decided to go with those three.
That's crazy. That brother has a lot of makeup on. Yo.
Does Stephen A have a lot of makeup on?
I don't think he has any on. Yo, that makeup person in Bristol needs to chill.
He looks like he has filters.
Bro. Brody got the pretty filter on. Yo, this is this. I think. All right, I ain't gonna say nothing. This is the second time they've had a brother's makeup a little out of pocket. That's the second time.
They need to hire the right people.
That's what I was gonna say. They got to do better than that. You got my man out here looking like a pretty filter. Stop it. Yo, those cookies are crazy. Those cookies are crazy.
Which one did you have?
I had a piece of the Oreo. That's got to be an Oreo one, and then a piece of the monster chocolate chunk one. Michigan, I didn't get to go to Victoria Monet. KC did though.
She did a great job. Great job. She can dance her ass off. That was impressive, and she can sing really.
What time the show start?
Started at 8:30. She didn't get on until about 9 or so.
Oh, okay. So I got to Urban Roots at 9. So you must have got to see a decent chunk of it then.
I saw when I got there, the opening act and finish
At 30 seconds.
There was like probably 30 minutes, and I was there for 30 minutes before she came on.
Excellent.
So
that's great.
I'd never been out to Hard Rock. That is in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, that's a pop.
I don't know if I'm ever going back out to Hard Rock unless it's for like a show.
Mm-hmm.
All right, here we go.
Hey, before we dive into Wemby's 38, I mean, that was a show he put on last night. And why De'Aaron Fox now has his biggest competition for the Clutch Player of the Year award. Kyle, you got a tease to pay off. What?
Can I get air horns ready?
Yeah, I got you.
Okay, thanks. Are we ready with the air horns? This is what Jerry Jones said. And then we may need Casey to say this in the Jerry Jones voice. Here's what Jerry Jones said today.
Please don't encourage that.
On our sister,
I'm ready whenever you need me.
On our sister station, 105.3 The Fan in Dallas. All right. Odyssey station.
Stepsister.
Our weird cousin from Texas.
Right. That's more like it.
The one that doesn't get invited to Thanksgiving.
That's more like it. That's 95.7 now. But go ahead.
That's the estranged uncle.
Yeah.
All right. Jerry Jones on 105.3 The Fan on what it's like to win a title. Quote, "It's the absolute glory hole."
Oh my God.
Now, Casey, please say that in the
Bro, what? What?
He said that in a room with air in it.
What did the host do?
I have no idea.
Oh, there's got to be audio. Stand
I'll track it
by
down.
universe.
I'm mic'd up.
Do you want to give that quote a shot?
I will not be giving that.
Okay.
A shot.
All right.
I'm not going to do
We
that.
found where he draws the line.
I'm not going to do that, but I will say I remember winning a Super Bowl, and it was a good time for sure, but I'm not going to use that type of language. That's a wild boy.
That's crazy.
That's a wild boy.
That's a crazy thing to say.
All right. Stand by.
They even had Tone talk about, yo.
Stand by.
Oh boy.
Stand by universe. We got you. This is Jerry Jones today.
Wow.
Oh God, I can't wait.
Just feel
wow.
time.
Yo, Jerry.
Jerry Jones on the radio.
But it is the absolute glory hole to have that elusive win to be the champion. But it is the absolute glory hole to have that elusive win to be the champion.
Jerry!
Hey, yo.
Jerry
And I'm
Jones!
mic'd up.
Wow,
Did
Jerry.
you hear the one host go, oh,
That is amazing. Oh, that's
Wow.
incredible.
Wow.
All right, Jerry.
do you want me to cut that and save it for you guys or no?
Nah,
Skip that one.
nah. I had a moment last night.
Oh,
Shout out to my brother Ernest, if you're listening. Had a great met with some great people, some distinguished people last night.
Mhm.
Sat down next to my brother Ernest. Had a great conversation. Ernest says to me, "We're just talking, right? No formal introductions. We got these name tags on or whatever. We're just talking." And Ernest says, "You know, I was listening to you guys a couple of weeks ago, and you're talking about Sacramento and the market and how the market does in terms of sports, and like it was a really compelling conversation."
Mhm.
And that was the first. Oh, he listens. Like, oh wow, thank you, brother. Yeah, and just sparked up a conversation in the middle of that conversation. It was like, oh my God,
yeah. That's the first thought I had.
this gentleman listens to us.
You talked about distinguished, and I was like, uh-oh.
Yep. And then I immediately became embarrassed
Uh-oh.
for myself. It's like, okay. And it's kind of like that, you know, if you've ever you ever drank too much and you're like, I'm never drinking again.
Literally every time I drink.
Yeah, it was that the next day it was like, we've got to clean it up. We got to clean it up. We can't do this. Like this Ernest is listening to us. Like people like we can't do this. There's always like certain people who say to me, "Oh, I listen to your show. I love your show." And I'm immediately, "Oh my God. I wonder if they were listening when we spent 10 minutes on ...
Hey, how about the stock market, guys? Am I right?
I wonder what they think about the pause jokes. Oh boy. Okay. Hey guys, we got to clean it up.
Nah,
We can't save Jerry Jones talking about
what? No,
Maybe they
I
like
disagree.
this stuff, though.
maybe they do. It's never been brought up.
What
to
about
me.
that?
The draw is the
Maybe they do.
authenticity for me.
That's Sabo's right. Oh God, he listens to everything. Oh man. Sometimes I just think it's us in the chatty house. The chatty house are bigger degenerates than we are, so it's like cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I forget. We love y'all out there on Odyssey and TuneIn and 1320 and 98.5 and all of that good stuff, man.
Well,
thank you for
listening.
Thank you for accepting us for who we are.
We appreciate you listening, and we will be better.
It's like you guys have a lot of really good, intelligent conversations. I felt like the Cam Newton meme. I was like, oh man.
Oh man, the sophomore class.
Oh, yeah, you know the way Coach Patrick, hypes us up, and it's like, boy, you're setting these expectations awfully high.
Yeah, jeez. Oh no, I'm sticking to the X's and O's.
Yeah.
You said you were going to clean it
It's
up.
about to be the boringest radio show in history from now on.
You said you were going to clean it up and our viewership dropped by 200.
Right.
Like, ugh, I'm out of here.
Yeah.
And that's always the cool thing. Like, because I don't know about you, but for me, get in this bubble of a studio, and you just, I'm talking to you, I'm talking to Kyle, maybe Jesse or whatever. See the chatty house.
By the way, get well, Jesse. He's a little under the weather.
Yeah, feel better, big dog. But you forget, you don't forget like too much. I know not to curse or something like that, but you forget you're on the airwaves and people like listen to you on throughout their day or turning on the radio or pulling up the app and listening to you. You kind of forget that. And like you go to events like you went last night, and I was at Urban Roots and met a couple guys like, yeah, man, I love it. You guys are great. I'm like, oh yeah, there are people listening. I forgot about that. I met Rob Carter yesterday. Rob Carter used to be in the chat.
Oh, very nice.
The referee.
The ref.
Who would get mad.
Yeah. The ref. Yeah. No, I once did a seminar that he does with officials, and it's you guys won't believe this. They're all really wonderful people. They're not nearly as stupid as we think they are. They're fantastic human beings. I think my first question to him was, what made you guys choose this line of work?
Very nice individuals.
Oh, great people.
Almost all of them.
Yeah.
But he was telling me
Except that guy who didn't call the foul on Kevin Herter.
Yeah,
he was
and the guy that's always messing with De'Aaron.
Oh, that guy too. Yeah, the one that didn't.
There's two of them.
Isn't one of them hate Rasay?
Yeah, I think he forgot his
like that. How
name.
you got beef with Rasay?
But he
got beef with
like,
a player's wife.
Yeah, I think that's he's the white guy, but there's the black guy, the bald black guy who never gives De'Aaron any calls.
Well,
like all the
officials,
time.
But yeah.
But yeah, man, Rob, he said that Sacramento actually has a woman ref in the NBA right now. She went to Valley High.
Oh, okay.
It's her first year. I forgot her name.
I don't think I knew this till last night. You know who I think our absolute biggest fan is? Is Drake. Drake UU.
That's my boy.
When Drake was talking about this show, like I was like, are you talking about us still? You talking about me and Kenny? Oh, man, thanks.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, we got a lot of fun things cooking with Drake.
Yeah, I mean, I wish we could have Drake on more, but we got a lot of emails from husbands saying, "Look, keep that guy off."
You can't put Drake on the stream.
Keep that
man.
guy off the show.
Can't put Drake off the stream. Why did the divorce rate go up in Sacramento, California? Well,
I love the idea of somebody being like, I listen to your station all the time. I love what you guys do. Greeny in the mornings is just really great.
I love the revolving door that is that mid-morning show before the insiders. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it.
One of these days, we're going to do a Danny in San Francisco and push these guys a little earlier.
Oh, we absolutely are. That's absolutely the plan. Listen, that way James can complain about sitting in a chair for 4 hours. That's the ultimate goal.
My man complained about sitting on his couch all day to watch football tomorrow.
No, yeah.
Come on, man.
James finds happiness in misery somehow.
We love him for it.
And that's the absolute plan, is to stretch the insiders to 8 o'clock. Will you stop? What did I just say?
I just said
what did I just say? Take a lap. What is wrong with you? If Jesse was here, he'd say take a lap. Come on, man.
I'm working on it. I'm working on it. Rome wasn't built in a day.
See, look at David Jackson says, Drake you so dreamy. Bro, I know. That man was talking to me yesterday and it was, huh? What? Oh, sorry, bro. I got lost in your eyes. Well, Jess, stop it. What is going on here?
Oh, man.
Bruh, Wemby dropped 38 last night. He had a welcome. Now there's a lot to last night's game. Like, I think they were down like 27. The Suns were down like 27, and they brought that game all the way back.
Got it to within 3, didn't they?
I thought they tied it. Maybe that's wrong. I thought they tied it.
A lot of highlights and stuff like that. So, yeah.
And then a 12-0 run. Spurs beat Phoenix again. That's a great story. It's not the story. Wembanyama had that first. We look at him one-on-one at the mid-court with Katie. There are these little like seminal moments. Oh, look at this pass. Look at this dunk. Look at where he took off from this dunk. Last night, that was special.
Yeah, it was the game. It was bucket after bucket after bucket.
Yeah.
Yo, here's the reality of the situation. This is gonna be his league at some point. It might be soon. It might be a little longer than we realize, but at some point in time, it's gonna be his league. He's the goods. He's the truth. He's got the physical gifts, God-given gifts, and he's got the talent. This guy's special, man. He's special.
Yeah, there's also a slight problem with his specialness. He's really, really good in the fourth quarter. Fourth quarter Wemby is a thing. This man was so far this season 15 of 19 in the fourth quarter, 78.9%, best in the league. It's De'Aaron versus Wemby for the Clutch Player of the Year award right now.
That's really what it comes down to.
De'Aaron, by the way, He's missed one game. This probably isn't true anymore. He was leading the league in fourth quarter scoring.
Yeah. I know on Friday he had 22.
Yeah,
Quarter.
so he's played 3 games, right? So he has a total of 40 because he had 22, 16 versus the Lakers, and 2 versus Utah.
I mean,
that a game the Kings were in firm control.
I hear what you're saying. De'Aaron, you're gonna have to pry it from De'Aaron's cold hands because De'Aaron, hey,
you're right.
He ain't stopping. We're gonna have to put up 20 in fourth quarter all the time. Well, he might do it
if it's close. They're gonna be so excited to give Wemby 2 trophies this year. They're gonna be really excited.
Yeah,
they're gonna do that. So,
there was something funny.
So De'Aaron's just got to score 20 in fourth quarter,
and he'll do it. He'll do it. It is what it is. It might be clutch players of the year. Can't deny him. Can't deny my man Fox. There was something funny in this game that I peeped. So at the beginning of the game, I guess Phoenix. They might have always done it. I don't feel like they did. I actually feel like they just do it sporadically because I've seen them do this before, and then in other games just not do it. But the whole thing where the crowd stands until the first bucket is made. So they had that going on, and everybody's standing. First possession of the game, everybody's standing. Spurs start the game on like a 13-0 run. By the time it's like 9-0, half of the stands is just giving up. They're just sitting there.
Y'all suck. I'm tired. I had a long day.
That just stood out to me because you see everybody standing. It's a 7-0. 1 or 2 people sit down. 9-0 is when I really saw it. I said, yo, did they score yet? Or did I miss something? No, they just sat down. They'd had enough of this.
Yeah. That's funny. Book was back last night.
Book was back. Book was back and was talking.
Yeah, well, that's a surprise. We talked about this with Eddie yesterday, but I felt like that's the KD I want last night. I'd even maybe be a little bit more selfish. Like he had himself a game last night, and it wasn't what it was game 1 where it felt like KD was really deferring to Book.
Yeah.
They both had really solid outings, and Book's return last night. That has to be Kevin Durant all year. He can't. I think I like Brad Beal. I think I might like Brad more than most people do. I think he's an extremely talented scorer. Brad, with all due respect, you're probably 3rd on this list.
Yeah.
And like KD can't deviate from that. Now on a night tonight, but if it's not there for KD, I'd still prefer KD keep shooting. But if it's not there and you feel like it's there for Bradley Beal, like Kevin Durant, like he one of the smartest basketball players in the league. Like he'll connect those dots quickly. But I don't ever want like KD to be the one that defers.
Yeah.
And I felt like he was deferring a lot in the first game of the season. Even with his shot not being that was a game where I still, to quote you're Kevin Durant, I still want you to keep doing this. He deferred a lot to Book, but last night I thought was a little more balanced. And Book in the 2 games that he's played has been really good.
Yeah.
Last night didn't result in a win.
I think they're gonna have to find a way to be. It's gonna be both of them, right? It's gonna be both of them. I don't know if it can be. I'm Kevin Durant, get on my back type thing. I think Book. I don't know. Book might be that guy at this point in time on that team. Not that Kevin can't do it anymore, but feels like that's Book's team, man. And I think there's always going to be a bit of a aspect of deferring to Book if he's ready to, take over.
I can't decide how to respond to that, which makes for terrible radio. I know what you're trying to say. I still feel like KD can do it though. I'm not even remotely suggesting Book can. Book clearly can.
Yeah, I think KD can do it for sure.
I just don't want him to defer too much. That's the point. Like if KD feels like he could take a game over, and again, I think he's one of the smartest players in the league. He can recognize that. If he feels like I'm in control of this game, don't not be.
NBA inside stuff, Dream Team edition. 5 seconds left, you're down 1. Game on the line. Who's getting the ball?
For me, Kevin Durant.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not going to argue with Kevin Durant.
Okay, so I get the feeling Kevin Durant's not your. Let me say.
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I don't know. I don't.
Well,
know.
how you gonna pose a question and not have an answer to it?
Because I just posed a question.
Coward. Pick a player. Say it. You know you want to. Say it. You've been snuggling up close to this dude for like a year now. Say it.
Book
Grayson Allen.
Hey,
there it is.
Book my type of player.
That's what I thought.
Book my type of player.
I thought.
So,
except when you calling him out his name.
Well, because he needs to quit all that crying.
What'd you call him again?
I don't know.
Okay. Okay.
He quit all that crying. When I play against him, he just got that stupid look on his face. It's like, quit all that crying.
5 seconds left. Game on the line. Coach Caraway, ball goes to who?
I mean, it feels like it has to go to Kevin Durant, but it feels like it should go to Devin Booker. Does that make any sense?
No, it doesn't. It does. You just that made no sense at all.
It has to go to Kevin because he's Kevin Durant. But it feels like Book. This is his time right now. This is his time right now. That's what I mean by that.
5 seconds to go. Coach Caraway calls up the play. Who's getting the ball?
Who are they playing?
You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app, 1320 TV as well, Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter. There's a posting for a co-host position over at ESPN1320.com.
Hey, doesn't Grayson Allen look like Danny in San Francisco? He looks just like him.
That's funny. He kind of does. That's funny. That's funny.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, KD. I'll just answer just KD. KD. I'm not. I'm calling the play and I'm turning my back on it.
Let's acknowledge this. Let's acknowledge this. There's probably not a wrong answer.
No.
Having the ball in Devin Booker's hands to win the game is a good look.
Mm.
Having the ball in Kevin Durant's hands to win the game is a good look. You're in a good position either way. For me, I still think really highly of Kevin Durant. I still think he is. I still think he's one of those guys, and he's at a higher level to me than Devin Booker.
We saw it last year in the playoffs, and ironically, we saw from both of these guys in the playoffs when they were going up against Denver. Even they did some stuff against the Clippers as well, but I just remember the way they evened that series up against Denver. They were both unguardable. They were both making incredible shots in those two games that they won in that series. And KD was everything that we always expect from KD.
Yeah.
Dominant ball player. So
Johnny G says,
I don't have nothing bad to say about KD.
Johnny G on YouTube says Kenny's giving it to Buddy, who would dribble it off his foot in the corner.
Definitely not giving it to Buddy.
Coach Caraway would never do that.
Definitely not giving it to Buddy.
Coach Caraway probably would have sent Buddy home. Hey man, just
Buddy's not in the game.
Go get me some coffee. Let's go do that. Let's go do that.
Buddy, well, too bad we just had him standing in a corner the whole time.
Well, it's a shame. He could have really thrived.
Could have done so much more.
I can't wait till Buddy Hield says, I am a system at the next Pacers press conference.
How'd you feel about that?
So there's a lot. There's a lot there with James Harden. The first thing that comes to mind is, wow, this isn't going to go well. That was the first thing I thought. And then he started talking about the way Philly used him and how like they didn't get the best out of him. And all I could think was, as he was talking, I was like, so this is what it was all about? Did no one tell him they got a new coach? So by the way, he's just firing at Doc Rivers through this whole thing, right? Like he is just taking Doc Rivers out at every turn. Who coaches the Philadelphia 76ers again?
Nick Nurse.
Oh, okay. So you're telling me this was about Philadelphia's system and the way that they used you. I think your general manager might have agreed with you and brought in a new coach, but you had already made up your mind that this is where James loses me. He's full of crap. He's full of crap. He didn't want to play there no more for whatever reason. Whether it's Daryl Morey or it's Doc, it's whatever. Doc Rivers isn't there anymore. So it's not just Doc, it's Daryl Morey too. He just sits up here and makes up these answers as to why he didn't want to be there and say, I just don't want to be there anymore. That wasn't really working out the way I expected. Everything, you ever notice wherever James Harden goes, everything is everybody else's fault?
Yeah.
It's Kyrie's fault. It's the vaccine's fault. It's the mandate's fault. It's Mike D'Antoni's fault. It's the city of Houston's fault. It was Chris Paul's fault. It was Russell Westbrook's fault. It's always somebody else's fault except for his. He's never done anything wrong on a basketball floor. Never.
That's the way this guy operates, unfortunately for him, because it's a waste of what could be, if he had a different mentality to some of these situations that he finds himself in with these different teams. But it's the way he operates. I mean, it's not anybody that I would trust for the long haul by any means, but the Clippers are hoping. Well, I think the Clippers are going to re-sign him too, but which is unfortunate. But I think
had a good run, Ty Lue.
You know how I feel about James in these new situations. I think he'll be perfectly fine this year.
Yeah, and all right, we'll come back. We'll talk more basketball. Hey, got to pick up the Steelers too, and Mike Tomlin, who's got to be one of my favorite coaches in the league, man. He also sounded like Mike Brown yesterday. I'll explain when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Hey, let's record something for. Let's record something for Complex here real quick.
DJ Complex. Nerd.
Mm-hmm. You got your Odyssey email open? Complex. Oh, here it is. I get okay. We need the one from Megan that has the what's coming up next week on 102.5.
Yeah, the comedy concert.
Yeah. So the Sacramento Comedy Festival at Hard Rock.
I know.
The Sacramento Comedy Festival at Hard Rock Live is coming February 2nd, 2024. With some more, Lavelle Crawford, Bill Bellamy, and Don D.C. Curry. Okay. Got that? You got. Yep. I'll do the first part. You got the names.
Okay.
All right. Check one, check two. We got to cut a promo here real quick, guys. The Sacramento Comedy Festival at Hard Rock Live is coming February 2nd, 2024.
With some more Lavelle Crawford, Bill Bellamy, and Don D.C. Curry.
Bang!
Swish. Looking devilish.
Yes. I wonder if it's like a dirt cake type thing.
That's what it sounds like. That's what I can see them naming that.
Right.
Yeah. Earthworm cookie or something.
Sorry, y'all. I gotta get this to Complex, and I didn't want to wait until. I couldn't wait till 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock. Sorry about that. That's right, David Jackson. That's how you make radio right there, baby. That's how you make radio. Appreciate y'all putting up with us doing all of this crazy stuff during commercial breaks and all that. Almost done. We got to utilize our time wisely with these two shows. All right. We good. Try that again.
Oh, just some Vapor Maxes.
That's all?
Yeah, that's the shoe. What are you talking about?
Just asking questions.
This guy's an S.
Is there any writing on the right-hand side of the shoe?
On the right-hand side, no.
Left. Oh, it's the left-hand side. Oh, my bad. Thought it was the right. That's my fault. My fault.
Yo, this guy's an S starter, bro. I tell you, man.
Broadcast journalist trying to get the truth to people. Oh, Michigan. I don't know why you do that stuff, man. That's brutal. That's celery stuff. Just you don't like the juices, like with the kale and spinach and lemon, all of that stuff. That's celery stuff. And how many days are you doing it for? 1 day or? Because that's terrible. No. All right, you can tap in with us on youtube.com/ESPN1320. Jump in the chatty house. You can do that on Facebook as well. Twitch, you can watch the show on Twitter. No real chatty house vibes there on Twitter, though. It's better on one of the other platforms.
Shout out Twitter, though.
Oh, wherever you're at, man. We appreciate you.
All my people watching on Twitter. What we got? How many people we got watching on Twitter right now? None. But we appreciate them no matter the occasion.
Well, so you know what it is with Twitter is timeline. You got to retweet it. And then 6 people watch, and then as your timeline pops up, it looks like, oh, we had 1,000 viewers, and like 1,000 viewers for like 3 seconds.
Did you see that stupid story that I retweeted today on my timeline with Steph Curry and the kid?
No.
So I think somebody tweeted it out like they were trying to say Steph Curry was ignoring kid and Luka Doncic would never do it. Whatever. I don't know if they're being real or just, being facetious. But it was a Snapchat or an Instagram of a picture of a kid holding a Curry jersey up on courtside.
Mm-hmm.
And the parent titled it, "This 8-year-old saved up $2,500 for courtside seats for Steph Curry." And he just kind of walked by him, right? Steph Curry just walked by him. You lost me at this 8-year-old saved up $2,500.
Talk about it.
Why are you lying?
Talk about it.
If I was Steph Curry and retroactively, I wouldn't have signed the kids anything either.
Mm-hmm.
Because you lied. You could have just been like, the kid wanted Steph's autograph and he walked by him. Okay. It happens, unfortunately. Maybe Steph didn't see the guy. But now I feel no remorse. I feel no sympathy because you're lying. Ain't no 8-year-old saving up $2,500.
No, there's no chance. And I'm also, so we're just.
And what the hell is wrong with you as a parent where you allowed him to save $2,500 and spend it on a courtside seat?
You know what's funny? You know what the best part about this is? The caption that you read, watch this 40-second clip of Steph ignoring fans, mainly kids. Luka embraces fans and makes their day. I'm sorry, is Steph taking off his shoes and giving them to someone in the crowd? Isn't that what he's doing in the video? Am I seeing this completely wrong? He's taking off his shoes and he's getting there's so I hate parents. Some of y'all suck, dude. The ones who film their kids for social media clout, y'all are trash. Y'all are absolute, just pure trash. And that's all this is.
He's also giving them to a kid as well. Like he's not giving it to no 40-year-old man. He's giving
go sell these on eBay,
kid.
pal. Goodness sakes.
8-year-old saved up $2,500. Steph walked by him. I'm going to say, unfortunately, I'm gonna say good.
Yeah.
And sorry, kid, blame your father
Yeah.
for this. Good. Steph, you didn't see the caption, but I'm glad you walked right by him. And it's not your fault, kid. It's your father's fault.
First comment. Yeah, but how the hell does an 8-year-old stack up 2,500?
Exactly. Why are you lying?
Another reply. Curry hates poor people and rich 8-year-olds. Oh, that's funny. Saved. How much is his allowance? $200 a week? Come on, bro. Be serious. You got those tickets for free because you're some corporate whatever. And you got invited onto the court. Lost credibility at 8-year-old running up 2.5.
That's the same thing that happened to me. That's the same thing when I saw that caption. I said, I had to read it 3 times. I said, did he say he saved up 25 for his 8-year-old, or did he say his 8-year-old saved? Once I saw his 8-year-old save up 2,500, I said, man, come on, man. Whatever happens to you happens.
I know adults that can't save 2,500, so stop the cap. I love Twitter replies. Your 8-year-old did what?
That's when doing too much goes wrong. If you maybe would have got some sympathy from the public if you would have just put the video there by itself and said, oh, there's my son with the Curry jersey, and Curry just walks by him. Once again, Curry might not have seen the little kid. I don't think Curry would have willingly just been a jerk to a kid. But if you would have just left it at that, I'm like, that does kind of suck. Sorry for little Jimmy. But you had to do too much. And now you're getting destroyed on D-Lo and KC here in Sacramento.
You're getting destroyed a lot worse on Twitter, guy. A lot worse. And you suck. If you're a parent, do not use your parents as social media clout. Otherwise, you will suck too. Don't be that individual.
No need to do that. No need whatsoever.
Hold on, man. Did Drew Down say he had an Only Kids account?
Whoa.
Come on, man. Come on, man. Don't Google that. Don't Google that.
I'm throwing the flag.
That could be,
this has been a rough week for my boy Chicken Will.
Hey, Katrina, if you're in here, I think Drew Down needs a 5-minute break. We gotta give Drew Down a 5-minute break for that one.
Drew, we love you. Drew, we love you, man. Hey, but it's been a rough week.
Drew, just walk around the living room one time, bro. Just take a quick lap. Get some water. You know, it's halftime, Drew. That's all it is, bro. It's halftime. You go check out, see what Guru's doing. Just take a breather. Come back. We'll have a strong second half here.
That's a flagrant one.
Yeah. However, it's a flagrant one, but one more. You know what happens.
It wasn't an intentional. It wasn't an intentional hit in the face.
The act wasn't intentional.
Oh man.
Can you believe?
Drew, all right with me though.
Can you believe? You stop calling that man Chicken Will.
That's his name in here now, man.
Chicken Will. Chicken Will.
We got HAL. We got remember Stephen Brown used to be Wet Blanket Stephen?
Yeah. Wet Blanket.
Wet Blanket Stephen. TC is just TC.
No, TC is a legend of just on his own.
Ramsey's just Ramsey. Now we got Chicken Will.
Chicken Will.
But it's all love. It's all love.
Can you believe we've gone nearly 90 minutes today without talking about perhaps the biggest day as Tony Schiavone used to say at the beginning of virtually every single Nitro, the biggest night in the history of our great sport? Bro, the NBA is making the start of tonight's in-season tournament out to be bigger than the Super Bowl.
They really are.
Like every 5 minutes, we're getting an email from NBA Communications. We're getting a push notification from their Twitter account. They want us to know this. LL Cool J and the Roots did Mama Said Knock You Out. Did you see the Thunder court?
The court looks fire. I'll be honest. I was like, yo, that's kind of sick.
That's not what I thought it was.
Like, you're not feeling it?
No. I love the courts. I love making this unique, special. Like, they are hitting a home run in building up this tournament.
Yeah.
Making it special, making it sellable. They're doing a phenomenal job. I think I missed like when I saw like the actual view of it. I was like, whoa, that looks like a playground court.
Yeah.
I didn't expect. I knew there was the trophy. I knew I saw it. I don't think I knew the colors were that drastic.
It looks like a video game court, like a 2K.
Is there like an
court or
adjustment
something like
to that?
To what?
Like that dynamic of a color on a court?
I've never played on anything like that. Like
I
played on some blacktop. Like they have the Jordan store in LA on the rooftop. They got a court, and it's actually pretty dope. I think they've changed.
Is that the black one? Is it black with the
right now
logo?
No, I don't think so. What they had was it was like a gray, and the lines would literally light up. Like all the lane lines, the 3-point line.
Oh, like them Kobe courts in China?
Yeah.
Them Kobe courts in China were crazy.
It would light up. And that was the most different court I've ever played on. So I say all that to say, I don't know if there's an adjustment.
Oh.
I don't know. There might be, because that is unique.
There's
right?
normally
like
they're
all
normally
that color on the court.
Yeah.
And just these black lines.
It's gonna be 10 turnovers in the first 5 minutes of that Oklahoma City
People
game.
just running out of bounds.
Yeah. Officials like, it's the third play in a row you guys have run out of bounds. Like, what are you doing?
It looks dope though. But I am what would you say? I'm a mark for the in-season tournament. Like I love everything about the in-season tournament. So maybe I'm a little biased, but I love the courts. I love how they're hyping it up.
Yeah.
I can't wait to see these games today. These are all in-season tournament games.
The first
I want to see what it's looking like.
The first one is Cleveland and Indiana. That's the first. That starts at 4. That's a league pass game.
League pass. Yeah, the ESPN games are Knicks, Bucks.
Yep.
Forgot the other
Mavericks, Nuggets. Yeah, and there's I think the Warriors and Thunder is a good one as well.
They go tonight. Oh yeah, that's who the Thunder play. Okay.
Yeah. I wasn't. Mavericks 4-0. 4-0 against 4-1 Denver Nuggets.
Yeah. They need a loss.
I only
starting to stack wins. I need them to lose.
I only saw the Oklahoma City Thunder court. I want to see the Pacers. Oh,
Pacers. That's the one that has like Indy on it, right?
It is.
Yeah,
and it's like a turquoise, and it's just different. It's got like a yellow streak all the way down the middle. Yeah, it's definitely different.
Yeah, I'm a fan of the different.
Good for Indiana. I like this. They posted the court setup video, like the time lapse. That's pretty dope. I like those. Yeah.
No. Oh yeah, I'm looking at Indiana right now. Yeah. Okay. I see what they're doing. Do you see? Have you seen them all? Have you seen the Kings?
I haven't. I saw I saw the video that they released. Not the Kings, the video that the NBA released.
Oh,
that had
and had all the courts. Yeah,
but they were like renderings.
Yeah.
So today games are being played, so the courts are down, and you're getting pictures from people who are at the arena or team accounts that are sharing them, which Indiana did, Oklahoma City,
and
it
looks different, like in real life.
Yeah, it looks different than the renderings.
I was kind of blown away by the OKC thing when I saw it. I was like, that looks fire. Yeah.
Now I want to see the Bucks. My favorite Kyrie line of all time is when they brought in that old looking court and Kyrie really thought it was a court from like the 1960s, and he was talking about how, he's not sure if he's going to play on it, and the guys were like, no, it's a new court. It's just made to look like the old one. He goes, I know courts. All right, Kyrie. All right, buddy. I love you, brother. You got handles like crazy. Leave it at that. Man. Leave it at that.
Kyrie a fool. The Bucks one is a little it's a little plain because they got just brown.
Oh, it looks like a regular court.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like a regular court.
Yeah. But the Kings,
they're doing a good job.
Yeah, they are.
They're doing a good job.
Boston's look fire. Boston looks fire, bro. That Boston.
They playing tonight?
Crazy. No, I'm looking at the renderings.
Oh, okay. I'm trying to look at
fire.
Yeah, so the Bucks is the Bucks one is down tonight because they play.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I wonder if the Heat's one. I wonder how that looks. Nothing more fun than us Googling courts while we're, hey, that's kind of fire. The Heat's, it's red. You know, it would be more fun if we actually put this on the screen.
Could do that.
The Heat court is kind of fire. Point in all of this.
The Heat one is fire.
The point in all of this is, I think the NBA has done a great job, and I thought leading into this, like, yo, they're really, they're really making this out to be a big deal. Take it seriously. Get everybody bought in the whole deal. And like today, it was like amplified by 100. There's the Miami Heat court.
That Miami Heat court
right there.
Fire.
Yeah, that looks really good.
Yeah,
I can't wait to see Sacramento.
Man, I'm all in on this in-season tournament. I'm all in on everything they're doing with it. I know a lot of people are like, "Oh man, it's dumb" or whatever.
I disagree.
I think it's a nice little curveball, nice little change of pace to give people something else to think about or talk about in the middle of the season. I like it.
Shout out to the Nuggets. It looks like they did a time-lapse video as well. You don't need all the music, but we appreciate you. Oh, it looks like they went blue on the outside too.
Yeah. That's fire. That's fire.
This is fun, man.
Yeah.
I like this. I like this little wrinkle to the NBA season. It should be fun.
Like you said, I'm anxious to see what the Kings court looks like in real life. How
Friday.
The energy is going to be. Yes,
next Friday.
Yep, against OKC. So, yeah.
Come see us, by the way, next Friday. If you're going to the game, we'll be at the ice rink.
Yeah.
Across the street. We'll be doing our KSFM show. Kenny's going to ice skate.
No.
And I'm going to do the radio show.
No, I'm definitely not going to ice skate.
It's going to be, of course, that's going to be like the coldest day so far next Friday when we're standing outside.
Right.
But yeah, come through. Come hang out with us, man. It's going to be a lot of fun. Like even Woj, counting down to the start of the in-season tournament. I mean, it's cool. It's cool. Like everybody's in.
Yeah, I'm in.
Everybody's in.
They got me locked in for sure.
Hopefully players don't say anything stupid about it.
It was your boy who said something crazy first.
Well, Marcus did.
I was like, come on, Marcus.
Marcus did.
I disagree with you, big dog.
Yeah, Marcus did. He didn't have to go. He didn't have to go so hard at it either. Talking about, this sucks. Nobody cares about this.
I think your boy
Marcus.
Your boy Bones Highland had a quote earlier today too.
That's my boy.
Yeah,
I do. I like Bones Highland.
I like Bones Highland too.
Yeah, that's not what you said earlier, though.
I do like Bones Highland. He said, quite honestly, I don't really know what's going on.
That's funny. Someone last night asked me about the in-season tournament. And I was like, well, there's still some elements that I don't quite understand, but here's what I do know. Games will be played on Tuesdays and Fridays.
We never figured out if the Kings are playing potentially 5 times against the Lakers.
Never got to the bottom of it. I guess we'll all find out together.
I think the league is just hoping it doesn't happen.
Hey, Adam, what happens if such and such, such and such? It's not going to happen. Don't worry about it. Adam Silver is secretly like Vince McMahon when they told Vince McMahon at the Pontiac Silverdome in 1987
screens.
At WrestleMania 3, they said, with the way the roof is in here, if it's sunny, you're not going to be able to see those screens. And he goes, well, like, what if it's raining or dark or cloudy? Oh, then you'll be able to see them fine. Great. It'll be cloudy that day. And he got up and left. He was like Kenny. Vince McMahon and Kenny, they're the same people when Kenny said, oh, it's going to rain that day.
I knew it was going to rain that day.
And it did. It, in fact, rained viciously.
Yeah, it was bad. Oh, my gosh.
It's like the biggest rainstorm in history that day.
Just imagine, hey, we're going to Levi's today.
No. Oh, my God. That would have been so miserable. In a game that didn't matter.
No, not at all. The, what was I going to say about the tournament? I forgot it. Oh, that's what I was going to say. So
even Bill Simmons is doing his show from Vegas when the title is crowned.
Really?
Yeah. Everybody's in.
We really should do our show from Vegas.
Of course. All right. You're right. You're right.
We should do it.
If
they're hot right now. We need to call at them right now. These guys, they're hot right now. Let's.
Well, That's pretty true.
Let's
We
holler
should-
at him right now.
We should get everything. We should get everything we can. We should get everything we can right now. That's facts.
Oh, hey, you mentioned Adam Silver. Sorry for my radio people. Might be a visual bit, but when the Kings do play the Lakers in like the semifinals, like how and Adam Silver didn't prepare for it. How's he gonna be looking?
like Draymond just curb stomped Domas's chest. Just sitting here like
this guy.
he's gonna be like Vince McMahon at the Montreal Screwjob. Call the damn foul.
This guy Draymond was standing on the chair like he was LA Knight or something.
De'Aaron Fox called for a backcourt violation. We're not really sure what's going on
In
here.
the key, he was called for backcourt.
There's still 23 seconds left on the shot clock, but the officials called it. I'm not clear what's happening here. Adam Silver appears to be irate.
Call a foul. Call it a foul.
De'Aaron spits on Adam Silver. This is only funny to those that know the.
De'Aaron punches Adam Silver in the eye after the game.
the in-season tournament screw job.
Dude, Vince walked down with a black.
Come on, man. That's not funny. The man was like 50-something years old, and Bret Hart
Got
punched him in the eye.
With the black eye.
Adam Silver going to give a press
man.
conference talking about De'Aaron. Screw De'Aaron.
Oh, man.
Oh, it's the Sacramento screw job.
Sacramento
That's it.
screw job.
Well, that actually probably be the Sacramento screw job part 2.
Speaking of, I talked to our guy. No, I'm not going to do that because he could do it. He could do it. I was talking to Devin George yesterday.
Oh.
I told him, too.
Oh.
I told him, I said, Devin, you're 3-time NBA champion, man. You know, you're a winner out here. One of them, we ain't happy about it.
Mm-hmm.
We ain't happy. And Devin was like, come on, man, come on. We gonna talk about it. I was like, damn, I'm just letting you know, Devin, we still ain't over it. We still ain't over it. We got to get Devin on
I was
the
going to
show,
say,
man.
we should have had him on the show.
Yeah, we got to
yesterday.
get Devin on the show, man. He good dude, man.
I heard, had a fun conversation with Coach Patrick last night. There were a lot of people who wanted to be in attendance at that event last night. Coach had to, well, maybe not. Maybe it's not a good idea. Let's focus on the team today. We don't want to draw attention away from the team. Coach Patrick know everybody, man.
He does.
Sac State gonna be special.
He really does. I'm hyped about this
Sac
team.
State gonna be special. I'm
I'm
excited.
hyped about this team. I told him, no,
Hey, we got to get out
I
there.
need the courtside joints. I
We-
need the baseline ones. That Fox was sitting in.
You,
Mhm.
everybody listening.
Oh, yeah.
We've got to get out there on the 14th
14th of
November. Yeah, because after that,
Oh, yeah, they're not home too
we
much.
ain't gonna see them for a minute.
Yeah, they're not home too much.
That's the home opener. It's a Tuesday. We got to try to get out there because
I'm with it. Who they play that day? Let me see.
I don't even know. It's just a
Oh, they
home
play
opener.
Pacific Union. I played
I
against
know.
them in college.
Your school's coming
Who's my school?
in Cal State, Fullerton. Isn't that your school?
No, that ain't my school. I went to Cal State East Bay, sir.
Well, I thought didn't you? What were they before? Didn't you say they changed?
Hayward.
Oh, Hayward. All right, never mind.
Know your host. The team building exercise did not work out here.
The team building exercise was a disaster. What are you talking about? The team exercise that we did here in this building caused me to hate half the people who work here. And I already hated half of them. So we're like that did not have the effect that Stacey Kaufman was hoping for. Talking about team building exercises in a game of Jeopardy that nearly started a fight. Standing next to Rich Ripley, and the Jeopardy answer is this host left KSFM and returned 15 years later. And I look at Rich and his hand doesn't go up. I had to grab the man's arm and put it in the air. I still don't think he knows the answer is me. Yeah, bro. These
Oh, man. This whole segment was just nothing but inside jokes, but it was hilarious.
I hope to be a part of one someday. See, you don't even know that line.
What's that? The Office?
Of course it is.
Oh, okay. I don't know when I'll get to the office now.
You're never getting to the
Basketball-
office because basketball
Basketball
season's
season
here.
going on. College starts next week. It's gonna be bleak.
You'll get to the office during the next shutdown.
I'll get to the office.
next government.
No, I'll get to the office during the next 49er loss. That's what I'll watch sports after the Niners.
Yeah, I know, because we come in after the 49ers lose. So, Casey, what happened? I don't care. I don't know.
I'll be watching none of the highlights.
Well,
but let them win. I'll be skipping like the Arthur memes.
What about that?
Time.
What about that fourth quarter Brock Purdy fumble? I don't know. I stopped watching by then. I ain't watching that crap. I ain't even mad at it either.
The boys win. I'll be like, ooh, prime time. Let me see. Chris Berman, I missed you.
Meanwhile, they lose Monday night, comes around, idiot Berman. I ain't watching this. Jackass. All right, we'll come back.
Pacific Union, November 14th, man. We got to get out there. Everybody, come to the nest, man.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that.
Yeah.
And let's talk a little football, man. The Raiders have been talking a lot. And again, I said this, I wasn't super tapped into this one, but Steelers got the dub last night. Steelers team is interesting, man. I don't know what to do with them. Also, phone lines are open for you. We've done a bad job at mentioning that. 916-909-1320. Kyle Madsen hanging out with us here today. James Ham will be with us in the final hour of the show as well. We thank you for being with us here on this Friday. Steeler and Casey, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento sports leader ESPN 1320.
You want to split this last Oreo thing?
No, it's all you. You have it. No, you can have it. Kyle, you get some cookies? Kyle Madsen? Kyle Theodore Madsen? I don't know if that's his name or not. Kyle Aloysius Matt. He just can't hear me. I guess he just was like, I don't get paid to hear your shit during the commercial break, so I'm just gonna yeah.
But not to these wild. I don't get paid enough to go through all this. The Big Perk dressed down today on a Friday. I see you, Big Perk.
That is a big boy.
Who you saying? Who you saying gonna win here? Who you got, Big Perk? He shouted out the Kings on Sunday. He's like, yo, it's the most exciting team in the league. Oh, what's the best? Yo, C is crazy. C might be the best group.
Yeah, C's really good. Nuggets. Well, Nuggets and Mavericks are really good.
The Rockets, though, that kind of messes it up.
Come on, Golden State Warriors. He went with the Warriors.
He said they're done winning.
That's funny. You know what's funny too is if the Warriors lost the in-season tournament and like hypothetically the Kings won, you know they'd be like, "Oh, that's so stupid.
Oh, yeah.
Go ahead, enjoy that."
Yeah.
But if they won,
Come on, man.
oh, we just racking up titles.
I want it on the record now.
Sorry, I unplugged my headphones and cannot hear you at all. Stand by. Do that again.
I want it on the record right now that I don't care about the in-season tournament.
Oh, that's not a good look. This is fun. Why do you hate fun?
No, I don't. No, I don't. I mean, I don't care in that titles sense.
Oh, we're parading if the Kings win.
One day, Kyle. One day, these are gonna go on the basketball reference.
Okay.
We talked about this when it first happened, but like
I
three-time NBA champion.
Maybe it'll change once the
two-time
games
in-season
start.
tournament.
Maybe I'll be like, oh,
What
I'm super
was-
into this. But right now, it's not like, man, I hope they win the in-season tournament.
What was our barometer?
It was the
The
WNBA.
Commissioner's Cup. Yeah,
Yeah.
Yep.
It's not going to hold the same weight, but it will go on your resume.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
He is.
but he'll be off.
Well, I don't know. I don't know if this is live though.
He'll be off in 15 minutes. So.
Has he ever responded to you before? Yeah, he's never responded to me either. Yeah, I'm sure that'll go great. Give it a shot. Yeah, I'm all for it.
Michigan.
I like Perk. Okay.
I didn't do.
Oh, we ain't.
I didn't play any pickup
US.
ball at Rizal, but in middle school, our games for my middle school team. Shout out Our Savior Lutheran, was at Jose Rizal, so that's where our home games were. Our Savior and Gloria Day would play their home games at Rizal. I've never been there for pickup though. Not sure why I haven't been there. Oh my gosh. Is Drew Down? Drew Down, are you involved in the Michigan scandal? Investigators at his door. Don't give Jim's name up.
No.
Don't do it.
I think they might be there for other reasons.
We saw you in the chatty house. Sir.
Sir, do you care to explain your comments?
Uh-oh.
All right, we back in here. In-season tournament getting underway tonight in the National Basketball Association. The Kings will play their first in-season tournament game next Friday at the Golden One Center against the Oklahoma City Thunder.
We did determine during the break that the Kings Group C bracket is probably the best group.
Warriors, Timberwolves, Thunder, Kings, Rockets.
No, Thunder's Kings, Spurs.
Thunder, Kings, Spurs. Yeah, that's fire. Especially if Wemby's just dropping 38
Come
now.
on, man.
If that's what we're doing, if Wemby's just going out there dropping 38.
Damn. I don't know what you do.
I don't either.
If Wemby's doing that.
Thoughts and prayers.
Blindfolded a cigarette.
Thoughts and prayers, baby. Thoughts and prayers. Shout out to Mike Tomlin. I don't know what this Pittsburgh Steelers team is, man, but they're 5-3, and they got a primetime win last night.
Mm-hmm.
They've trailed 3 times. They've won 3 times when trailing entering the fourth quarter.
The anti-Shanahans.
And Mike Tomlin went to the podium, sounded like Mike Brown yesterday, talking about they got to clean up their penalties. They're causing too many. Again, they had just won. They had just come from behind.
Mm-hmm. I let it go because we got dignitaries.
I was trying to figure out a different way to say it.
We got dignitaries listening to us. I ain't saying nothing no more. Well, unless it's crazy, I might be like, "Ayo."
They were trailing in the fourth quarter and they came back and won. But Mike up there talking about we got to be better. These penalties, these penalties don't get the job done. I have no idea what this Pittsburgh Steelers team is, man, but they're 5-3 right now.
They might,
and that division's a monster.
They might be a playoff team. They might be.
Yeah, they might be.
I don't think they're particularly good. I think defensively they're a really good team. But Kenny Pickett last night, I mean, I don't really hold anything on Thursday night against any of these players.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not gonna go crazy over. But Kenny Pickett, I mean, 19 to 30, 160, 5 yards a pass. That's not gonna make you some type of contender. So I just don't think they're like a player or two away from being a contending team. But that defense holds them down and allows them to be in games and gives them an opportunity. And I think they're a playoff team for sure, though. A wild card team. I mean, they would.
But why? Like, is it just? Is it just
why are they a
grit?
wild card team?
No, why? How are they 5-3?
Their defense is legit.
How is their defense not falling off over the last 2 decades?
It's just what they do. It's their identity. It's their identity. I talked about this before with a number of different teams, but sometimes these teams, and when you have an owner like the Rooneys who's been there forever, they stay with an identity, right? They're like, our identity, before we do anything, No, I'm a higher Mike Tomlin because he believes defense first.
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
that's what we believe.
Mhm.
And that's why the defense is always strong, right? And you talk about like San Francisco, their identity, while they've had really good defenses throughout the years, it's offense, West Coast offense,
Mhm.
Scoring points. The Bears, linebackers, things like that. So I just think it's rooted in that franchise's DNA, starting at the top. Like it matters to the Roonies, and they've held on to that philosophy, and it's worked.
Yeah, good for their good for the Steelers. They're sitting at 5-3, and as I said, that division with the Browns, Ravens, Bengals, that is a monster.
It is
right now.
Who do you think wins that division? I'm saying
I'm going Baltimore.
I'm saying Baltimore.
Yeah, I'm going Baltimore though. Cincy and Buffalo is really interesting this weekend. I can't. I was trying to determine if one of those teams can get my attention.
I think Cincinnati can get your attention if they win. And you've been down on Cincinnati, but if they win that one, that would have meant they won what, like 5 of their last 6 or something like that.
Something like that, yeah.
And they beat Baltimore, or excuse me, and they beat Buffalo, and they beat the Niners.
Yeah, that's one.
I think Cincinnati can get your attention.
Josh Allen did practice today. I know there was some question whether he would be available. It certainly sounds like he will.
Yeah, I guess this is where we I like Mike Tomlin. I like the Steelers. I thought they should have done some at the trade deadline. Whether it was the quarterback, another offensive player, because like I just said, I think they're one player away.
One player away from what, though?
From being a team that you could really look at and say,
like a contender?
Yeah. And that's just because I think their defense is that good.
But isn't the player the quarterback?
Probably. That's the tough.
Yeah, that's not a. That's a tough trade acquisition.
I was saying, and like, because you couldn't trade for a quarterback probably, but get another playmaker in there.
I mean, you could, like Josh Dobbs, which I think they've done that before. I think they've gone down the Josh Dobbs road before. That's you're not gonna, the obviously there was questions whether Kirk Cousins was ever even remotely available to begin with, and then of course, his season unfortunately came to an end. But that was the name people were talking about the most, whether it was real or make believe. That type of quarterback, that a quarterback in generally isn't out there.
Right. Yeah, that's what they're missing. Kenny Pickett, I was interested in him coming into the season. I wanted to see more, see if he was really, maybe possibly that dude. And to me, it's clear he's not a franchise quarterback. That also might be unfair, though. It's his second year, right? Second or third year.
Is there something to be said for you're not costing your team?
There's something to be
like
said.
you're probably like there. I mean,
there's something to be said for that, but there's a ceiling to that.
Oh no, absolutely, absolutely. But does anyone look at Mike Tomlin as like Kyle Shanahan on the offensive end? Because we just determined that the 49ers might have won a lot of football games in spite of Jimmy Garoppolo.
Right.
Well, the fact that Mike Tomlin isn't that type of offensive coach that Kyle Shanahan is, they're winning football games. He's not lighting the world up offensively, but again, when you're trailing in the fourth quarter and you're able to come back and win, there is something to that.
Yeah.
Maybe if nothing else, the pieces around you give you the ability to assess him longer. Trading for a quarterback, particularly a clear starting quarterback, that doesn't feel, I don't think this is an actual phrase, but that doesn't feel like the Steeler way. That just doesn't feel like stuff that they do.
Right.
You can argue whether that's right or wrong. It just doesn't feel like what they do. They're the type of organization that brings on interns and then like 10 years later, they're the CEO. That's it. The Steelers we use the term heat culture. Is there a Steeler culture?
Yeah, for sure. Certainly feels like.
Yeah, like they build from within a lot of the same ways that Miami does.
They've had what, 3 coaches in 50 years or something
like that. Yeah.
Something crazy from from Chuck Noll to Cowher
Cowher.
to
Mike Tomlin.
Yeah, they're a real steady organization, and they're always in the mix at the very least.
It's got to be Belichick then Tomlin in terms of longevity.
Yeah. So,
Who's after that?
let me think.
It might be.
Kyle might be.
I was going to say, well, oh, no, it's John.
Oh, John.
It's John Harbaugh.
John and Kyle.
Yeah. Now I need to look.
It's crazy. Kyle's going into year 7, or this is year 7 or year 6. 7. Wow. I remember when he got the job. That's crazy. 7 years that quick. At least he's finally over 500, so people can get off him about that.
Well, it's fair though. How long?
He took over an expansion team.
That's only semi-accurate.
You're already minus.
Here's one.
Probably minus 17 after 2 years.
I'm trying to find it before I ask, because how long is? Oh, we forgot an obvious one.
Wait. Let me get. Hold on. Oh, Pete Carroll.
Yeah. Another one. This was actually the one I was looking at. He's gonna beat Kyle Shanahan. Man, there's a couple before Kyle. It's Bill Belichick. Obviously started in 2000. He's got 7 years on Mike Tomlin, who started in 2007. Harbaugh started in 2008. Pete Carroll, 2010. Andy Reid.
He's been there that long.
2013.
Wow.
Yeah, 2013.
Andy Reid. We always think about Andy Reid with Patrick Mahomes, and like that's when it started cooking.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
a couple years with Alex.
Yeah, and they were good, but there were some playoff failures in there that added to how people felt about Andy Reid from his Philly time. There was about 3 or 4 years where they were like 1, 2 seed, lost. I think they lost 2 like wild card games at home, maybe a divisional game. It was people were on. We think they go crazy over Kyle Shanahan. They was going crazy about Andy Reid at one point.
The class of 2017 brought us, and I don't think I would have. I absolutely would not have realized that Sean McDermott was in this class. But the class of 2017 brought us Sean McDermott, Sean McVay, and Kyle Shanahan. Those are the longest tenured coaches.
McVay and Kyle at the same time. Remember, they were supposed to be the 2 next great head coaches. They're both very good.
Bill Belichick is going to, man, where will he be? He'll be 5th all time in terms of consecutive seasons with one organization. He'll break.
How long does he have now?
He has 23 years. Steve Owen was with the New York Giants for 24. Don't know who that is.
Don't know either.
Don Shula, 26 straight seasons with Miami. Curly Lambeau, 29 straight years.
Your boy?
Curly?
Yeah.
That's my guy. 29 straight years.
You have a curly graphic tee, I think.
I believe I do. It's one of my favorites. The Dope Ones made it. 29 straight years with the Packers, and then Tom Landry, 29 straight years with the Dallas Cowboys. Question. Bill Belichick passes Steve Owen at 24, right? 24 consecutive seasons.
Where's he at right now?
23.
Yeah. Well, did we ever confirm? It was no. It was
he signed an
confirmed.
extension.
Yeah.
Don Shula at 26.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If he wants to do it, yeah.
4 more years to pass him.
Yeah, if he wants to.
Okay.
He will.
And then
I think he'll figure it out.
And then 29. Does he coach 7 more years with the New England Patriots?
That's a long time because Bill's a little older than we realize. Does he still want to do it like that in 7 years? I don't know. Somebody brought up the other day.
Does he not want to hand it off? Bill, yeah, Bill's 71. Bill Belichick at 78 years old coaching the New England Patriots?
I hope so. If he wants to do it, I definitely hope so. Somebody brought, I think it was Bill Simmons was talking about how Bill Belichick is going for the all-time winningest head coach, trying to get Shula, right? And he was like, he's going for that, and he's gonna like probably gonna get it or whatever. He's gonna stick around to get it. But like sneaky, Andy Reid may pass him. He's like Andy Reid with Mahomes
Mhm.
is not far away, and he might just like catch him and pass him this whole time where Belichick is trying to get that record. I never even thought about Andy Reid with that many wins, but I guess he's there. I guess he's
Bill Belichick right now sits at 331.
mhm.
Andy Reid right now sits at. Well, why was it harder to find with Andy Reid? 275.
So you got to think Andy Reid over the next. He's gonna get 275.
That's
He's
gonna
gonna
be
get
tough.
he's gonna get to 300
How old's Andy Reid?
in 3 years.
Andy Reid 65.
He's gonna get to 300 in 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
The Patriots might be awful like Bill might
That's
stall
a
out.
lot to make up, though. That's a lot.
It is, but if he
Because you're talking 3 years now. Andy's 68.
But no, the premise was this is why Bill's gonna keep going.
Oh,
if he
he's
stops,
gonna wear Andy out.
yeah, like if he stops, Andy might eventually catch him. So
Bill
Bill
gonna
wants
wear
the
Andy
record and
out.
just gonna keep going
He's-
until
He's a rope-a-dope. Bill Belichick just in the corner taking Andy Reid's punches. just got to survive. Just put your hands up, block the punches.
get his little 5 wins every year
Yeah.
and just kind of keep the distance.
He's
That's
like
his
Brock
jab.
Lesnar versus Shane Carwin. I'm fine. Telling the ref, I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm good.
Yeah, that's
I'm
his
good.
jab. Just 5 wins, 6 wins, 5.
Belichick wants to retire so bad. He sees on the ESPN bottom line 3-year extension for Andy Reid. He's like, oh, all right.
Can
Back to
someone give me someone other than Mac Jones?
Hey, can
Or
I?
Andy Reid.
You brought up Sean McDermott earlier.
Mhm.
I am by myself on this island. I think Sean McDermott's low-key fraudulent.
Oh, I don't think you're alone on that. I don't
I
think you're
guess,
alone
dude,
on that.
can you
Yeah, that's
imagine?
strong, though.
Can you
That's
imagine
strong.
what the conversation would be in this market if Kyle Shanahan in the playoffs was 4-5 with one trip to a conference finals game conference championship game that he lost? Can you imagine the conversation?
It would be ugly. I mean, it would
TC would be coming in studio
it would be
to do his Kyle
it
Shanahan.
would be like it
rants.
is now, where people want Kyle fired.
But
Yeah.
like worse.
Right.
It's crazy.
Now, the
Kyle's 12-2 is in the playoffs. Fire him.
the thing about
Fire him.
that
He sucks.
is McDermott, much like Kyle, kind of got something out of nothing. Well, I say all the time about how Kyle essentially took over an expansion team. Buffalo
Has
Happy
Josh
year-
Allen.
I thought he was there and then they got Josh Allen.
Yeah.
Yeah, but so when he took over, Josh Allen wasn't there.
Right.
Yeah, so when he took over, they
Right.
didn't
They got
have
to the
Josh
playoffs
Allen
that year with
Tyrod Taylor.
Yeah, and they
Yeah.
randomly started Nathan Peterman for a game.
Yeah. So I say all that to say, give him a little credit. Like he's built.
No, he's
something.
been really good, but he's 4-5 in the playoffs with Josh Allen. He's not doing it with Jimmy Garoppolo.
No, okay. Now we can ask another
He's
question here. Is Josh
71
Allen
and 43 in his career.
who's more fraudulent, McDermott or Josh Allen?
Ooh,
I'm going quarterback.
me too.
Especially for the way Josh Allen is
Going
perceived.
quarterback. Oh yeah,
Sean McDermott is never perceived
Josh
as like
Allen's-
the best.
You know what? That's a
coach in
good
football.
point. That's a good point by KC.
Josh Allen's. Why are you not on the screen? Josh Allen is Luka.
Mhm.
Yo, I think
Yo,
Luka.
Josh Allen's Luka.
I think Luka is better at basketball than Josh Allen is at football.
Okay,
I can.
It's
yeah,
just, Luka was not
But they're
the
also-
problem in
but they're both the chosen one. They want Josh Allen to be great so bad,
well,
so bad. They want that moment where they can give him the MVP. Like they want that so bad. That's what they want for Luka.
instead of Patrick Mahomes or Lamar Jackson or Jalen Hurts.
I see what you're doing. Yeah, I see what you're doing. Yeah.
They want Josh Allen and Burrow.
No,
Yeah.
just dude, Josh Allen.
Yo, that's true.
Josh Allen.
Now,
is-
whether it's for the reasons you two are alluding to, I'm not sure, but that's absolutely true. It's a coincidence, but it's true.
Now, Josh Allen is so susceptible to like that playoff game against Cincinnati last year. And Cincinnati's defense is good. Like Lou Anarumo, their defensive coordinator, is really good. But Josh Allen is just like, he's really underwhelming in big spots.
He does. He makes some head scratching plays. He's a great talent. Great talent. You know, I think he is a great quarterback, but for how he's perceived and the way people talk about him, I don't think he's as good as Mahomes and Burrow. I think he's below those two.
You think? Oh, I don't. Well, I'm not the biggest Joe Burrow guy either, so I might actually have Josh Allen above Joe Burrow.
I'm a Joe Burrow guy.
Joe's good, and he just gets it
Y'all
done
need
too.
to. Patrick Mahomes is by himself.
Yeah, that's
Yes.
true too. No, I take that back.
That's
I take
correct.
that back.
Patrick Mahomes.
So maybe Josh Allen is on the same level as Burrow because they are on a different tier.
Burrow's not as physically talented, but he makes plays in big spots, makes the right play in big spots more often than I think Josh Allen does.
Yeah.
You guys remember who won the MVP last year in the NFL?
Mahomes.
Was it Mahomes? No, it wasn't Mahomes. It was no, it wasn't Jalen Hurts. Was it
No.
Mahomes?
It was.
Was Mahomes?
That's how useless that freaking award is. You never remember who wins the award in the MVP award in the NFL, ever.
It's because the MVP has
not
been the offensive player of the year.
It's been the
several
quarterback.
times.
Yeah,
That's
it's
what I'm saying. Like the offensive player of the year kind of throws it off a little bit.
Yeah.
We got those
It's
two awards.
Patrick, Rogers, Lamar, Patrick. That's since 2018.
Do you know
Brady won one before that? Amazing one.
Oh, do you have the list in front of you?
I do.
I was going to say, do you know when the last time a non-quarterback won it, Kenny?
Let me guess. It was Adrian Peterson.
Yep.
Which was dumb because Peyton Manning should have won it, but whatever. they gave Adrian Peterson the award. One, because he came back from an injury, ignoring that Peyton came back from a broken freaking neck or whatever it was. And then they gave it to him for almost breaking the rushing record, but not quite.
Yeah.
So, but
2,000 rushing yards, a lot of rushing yards.
It is.
Yeah, but didn't Peyton throw for like 50-something touchdowns that year?
I think that was
that was the next year.
Okay, so he's like, I'm just going to leave little doubt in everybody's mind.
The story, I remember.
Because he won his fifth.
I remember that year. The story was crazy for Abe. Like when you put it all together, the story of him coming back, almost rushing for 2,000 yards or breaking a record. He rushed for 2,000 or more. And remember the last game of the season?
Yeah.
He was trying to get the record. They needed it to get in the playoffs. And he ran for like 150 or something like that. Like it was the story.
You know what I remember most about that is the play. I think it's the one that got him 2,000 yards, but he's obviously close to the record.
Wasn't it a touchdown?
I don't remember if he got in or not.
But it was like a crazy run.
Yeah. And I remember the lineman picking him up, like celebrating. And I thought in that exact moment, does Adrian Peterson just think he broke the rushing record because his lineman just hosted him up in the air like it was that scene in Dirty Dancing? That's all I could think about. Like Adrian might think he just broke the rushing record.
I'm trying to guess this before you guys actually look it up. But didn't he miss the record by like
40
yards or something like that?
It wasn't that little, but it was really he was
super
really
close.
really close.
By the way, Peyton Manning in 2012, 68.6% completions, almost 4,700 yards, 37 touchdowns, 11 picks. Finished second in the MVP voting. The next year was when he went 5,477 yards, 55 touchdowns, and 10 interceptions. My man threw for 342 yards a game.
Wow. No, this is crazy. I'm sorry. If we can find a way to screen this is crazy.
What did you say? He missed it by
40.
No. What did you just say a minute ago? Oh, you said he missed it by 40.
Yeah.
No, he missed it by 8.
Yeah, I knew it was crazy close.
He missed it by 8.
Like, hey, get some yards one time, AP. Jeez.
But I think they had gotten because I don't think it was a touchdown, but they were so close to he wasn't going to get 8 more yards.
Yeah.
And I think that's how the game essentially ended.
He went down at the 1 or something.
Yeah. What were we looking at?
No, on TV they had a graphic of all the number 1 picks and how long it took them to get 38 points. And they were like, LeBron, 44 games, 50 games, all this other stuff.
Oh my God.
Wemby got it in 5. Wemby got it in 5.
That's crazy. I gotta
That
see
is
that.
crazy. I was got distracted and saw it, and I was like,
Yeah,
look
I
at
know
this.
there's a way I can pause this, right? Okay.
LeBron is 44 games.
Took Dwight Howard 263 games to get there.
There's 1, 2, 3,
What's the
4,
stat?
5, 6, 7 guys that never got 38.
How
6
many
number 1 picks that never got 38?
How many games it took for a number 1 overall pick to score
Look at
38
Blake
points?
Griffin. Blake Griffin got 14.
Oh my
It took him
God.
14 games.
It took John Wall 82 games to score 38.
In a single game or total?
In a
single
Oh,
game.
to have a 38-point game.
John Wall was trash out the gate. Oh my God.
Anthony Edwards, Ant-Man did it in 41. Zion did it in 68.
5 games.
DeAndre has not hit that accomplishment yet.
God, he was the number 1 pick.
Cat 100. Wow, even took Derrick Rose 151.
Wow.
Well, Greg Oden.
Oh,
Dude.
Greg. Andrew Bogut never got it.
Bargnani did it in 323. This is
How many
amazing.
guys did it in their first season? So Kyrie,
Bron.
Anthony
Blake.
Edwards, Blake.
I'm going to guess John Wall's not his first season because that says 82 games. I'm going to guess that wasn't John Wall's first season. You said Kyrie already, Ant-Man. Those are all first seasons.
That's Wemby crazy.
And he did it in 5.
5 games.
Yo.
Wemby crazy, man.
I
have mercy.
He's different, dude.
Yes.
I can't imagine those people in like those media people in San Antonio. Like this is what you're doing for the next 10, 12.
Can you imagine what this city would
it.
be like if Victor Wembanyama played for the Kings?
Oh, you couldn't tell me nothing.
Dude.
Steph could hit 4 game winners this year, and I don't
Doesn't
care.
matter.
We'll see you in the future. I don't care.
Hey, real quick, just on the Adrian Peterson thing, he needed going into his final game of that season. And Kenny, this is what you were alluding to. He needed 208 yards to break the record, and he got 199.
Dude, that is crazy. That is absolutely
to go to the
insane.
playoffs.
On,
Yeah.
on 34 carries, like it wasn't like they gave it to him 55 times. Like
Yeah.
no, 34 carries, 199.
He was special that year. Almost as if
Unbelievable.
he had help. We'll come back.
Oh,
We'll talk.
Whoa.
I meant his line. I meant his offensive line.
You're a big advocate for the 2012 Vikings offensive line.
That's
true.
that's what I was
That's
saying.
true. You are constantly espousing there.
No review, no flag. No review it. Ain't no
Yeah,
flag.
the call's been
It
overturned.
was a great Vikings offensive line. We've been talking so long. We might as well keep going.
Who's your favorite person?
Name
on that?
2 of the offensive linemen.
A big dude who picked him up.
Oh yeah,
That
dude,
one?
that him for
and
sure.
then the tackle. Well, what's his name in them? Good
Smith.
offensive line. No, the other one.
Oh, Jones.
That one. That was the one right there.
He said Joe.
That was the one.
Oh man. But so there is something I do want to clarify since we still can talk a little bit. Aldrin earlier when he was talking about Andy Reid, he says, KC, you're kind of wrong though. Then the Eagles with Andy Reid make the NFC Championship like 5 straight seasons. I'm not saying Andy Reid.
They did go
was
to
a
one of the Super Bowls.
Yeah, I'm not saying that. I thought he was good enough.
That's right.
I'm telling you, that's what the storyline
That's
and
right.
the narrative was.
Andy Reid
Said
didn't
he
choke. Donovan McNabb did.
He threw up. He threw up. T.O. sideswiped him that time. He's like, I mean, I was coming back from an ankle injury, a broken ankle.
Wasn't it a broken leg?
It was like fibula, tibia. Yeah,
That's leg.
yeah. But I think it was down by his ankles where it happened. Or lower leg. Whatever, broken leg.
Not a leg. It was
All right.
No, I said that's a leg. It's what broken leg. And he goes, yeah, I was coming back from a broken leg, and Donovan was in the huddle throwing up.
That's one of my favorite things ever. But don't gloss over that. Didn't he come back in 8 weeks or 6?
Yes,
something crazy?
They broke
an all-time Super Bowl performance.
The Cowboys,
That's as if
Roy
he had
Williams broke his leg the second to last game of the season. Maybe there was 3 games left in the season. Maybe 3 games max.
Roy Williams, the
safety.
Okay.
With the horse collar. That's when the horse collar
Yeah,
came.
that's right. Right.
Broke his leg with the horse collar. And I could be wrong. We could look it up. I thought there was like no more than 3 games left in the regular season, and he came back by the Super Bowl. So that's like 5 weeks or something, like 5-6 weeks. Man.
Oh, that's right. Roy Williams got Terrell Owens. Okay, I thought you was drawing. I'm sorry, I missed what you were doing. I thought you were drawing a comp to Roy Williams. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, McNabb was the one who was like, "Oh man, hey, no TO. It's next man up." See, that's why I hate that next man up stuff. You going into you going into these games that matter, and you're like, "Oh, my number one wide receiver, my Hall of Fame wide receiver isn't here." No big deal. There's a better way to approach that than just going next man up. We're going to replace him. I would have felt some sort. If something happened to me tomorrow and Casey just came in here like next man up, man, Kenny can go to hell. Right? To me, like I think people like they take that as a it's like the dedication of the team and all players are ready. Like, yeah, and it's fine that you know that everybody has that. Hey, we all got to step up. You know, KC's out now. Everybody's got to step up. I can't replace KC if he's not here. And to act like I can is a disservice to what you do every day. That's what Donovan did to Terrell Owens. I would have felt the same exact way. Then your ass goes in there and throws up during the Super Bowl. Man, get your ass out of here.
I think
go work out in the ocean or whatever you were doing.
I think there could be a better way of saying that type of stuff. But the premise is still it, right? Like I think in that situation, Donovan or anybody else isn't saying, "Oh man, next man up, the next wide receiver could get 7 catches, 175." He's not saying that. He's like, he's gonna take a spot and we got to find a way. You know what I'm saying? It's the next man on the line, and we got to find a way to get it. To your point,
that's right.
You don't have to say it just as flippantly as that, but at the same time, those guys, you know, it's a mental thing. They're not gonna they can't show any signs of weakness as a team.
We can't replace Terrell Owens. We've all got to step up in his absence.
Terrell Owens is out. How are you guys going to handle that? We're not. Kidding me? That's Terrell Owens. You think David Pinkston's going to do that?
No,
Who was the guy? Freddie Douglas. Was that his name?
It's Freddie
Mercury.
Mitchell. Mitchell. Thank you. It was Freddie Mitchell.
Let me find
oh man, you
Todd Pinkston, LJ Smith,
nice.
Chad Lewis. Those are the 2 tight ends.
Wow.
Greg Lewis.
Freddie Pinkston.
Chad Lewis absolutely sounds like a tight end.
Freddie Mitchell was like, you went to about 15 seconds of fame.
Oh my God.
5 seconds.
Yeah. Yeah. He got called for 3 in the key. It was over quick. It was over quick. And wasn't he like hot? Like didn't he have like fur coats?
Fur coat. And
he had the whole
FedEx. I want to thank my hands and all this other stuff.
Was it Fred X? What was his name? Was that Fred X?
I think it was
Jags legend. Fred X is
it
hilarious.
Was Fred X. I think it was. That's phenomenal knowledge.
Oh, the only thing that came up was the FedEx site. The Google thinks I'm an idiot.
Hey.
So that's why. Got to ship something here with Fred
on
X.
Pro Football Reference, Freddie Mitchell played 63 NFL games, caught 90 passes, 1,200 yards. Right there, in parentheses, Fred X.
There it is.
It's him. UCLA legend.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, the chat's on it.
Yeah,
okay.
He had his little moment. And then I think he had like 1 catch in the Super Bowl or something like that. And that was it.
Incredible. Incredible.
Oh man, Michigan Wolverines said he cost us the Super Bowl against the Saints. I don't know who Michigan Wolverines his NFL team is.
Isn't that the Colts?
Maybe.
Isn't that he said he cost us the Super Bowl against the Saints?
He might have played. He might have played. Well, he could have played for the Vikings. He could have been talking about like, you know how I talk about Super Bowl wins. They don't always happen in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Niners Super Bowl should have beens don't always happen in the Super Bowl. It could have been when he was playing for the Vikings. I don't know. Colts. You're right though. He did say Colts. He said.
But why? What? I remember.
Maybe he didn't get the onside kick.
Oh,
I don't know.
I just remember who. Oh, I can't. Who was his prime? Who was his main receiver?
Who?
Peyton in
Reggie
Indianapolis.
Reggie Wayne.
Was Marvin Harrison?
Marvin Harrison. Yeah,
it must have been Reggie Wayne. that ran the wrong route.
Then if
when Tracy Porter jumped it.
Yeah.
and even if
he
it wasn't
intercepted
Reggie
and that was
Wayne,
the
and if
interception.
it was Marvin Harrison, I would still just say it was Reggie
It's
Wayne.
a good idea. Yeah, it's a good
Who's
idea.
Marvin Harrison?
He's a tremendous wide receiver and nothing else. He is a phenomenal wide receiver. He's the father of Marvin Harrison Jr. That's what he is.
That's right.
That's what he is.
Just that story, crazy.
Everything involving Marvin Harrison.
But I don't know nothing.
I don't want
about
to
it.
talk nothing about that. Hey, look, Marvin Harrison's business is not my business. That man's a Hall of Fame receiver, and that's all I've got to say about Marvin Harrison.
Facts.
Absolutely nothing else.
I was rooting very feverishly for the Saints in that Super Bowl.
Why?
My New Orleans ties, family there, and I wanted to see them get that. So I remember watching that game vividly. Like
I remember the interception.
I remember the second half onside kick. Yeah,
and then the baby with the headphones, with the ear covers.
Yeah,
That's
right.
like I don't know why I always remember Drew's the baby with the earphones on his ear.
Yeah, Drew Brees, baby. Yeah, that was a good one. I was
rooting for the Colts and Marvin Harrison in that one.
That's a good idea.
Yeah,
that's a
thank you.
great idea.
That's a great idea.
Hey,
go about things.
So since we're talking coaches, we could just tie this all together somehow. This conversation has like an end to it. We just saw Josh Daniels.
Mm-hmm.
You get me, like, I'm so thrown off with my S's.
I haven't said damn Debo Samuels in years now.
Well, that's probably a bit of a stretch, but now I just don't know what's real and what's fake anymore. The Raiders fired Josh McDaniels, which, of course, was a brilliant move, but it also sparks the conversation of, like, who's next? And I have a candidate that I think is extremely likely. Like, I'd go so far as I don't think there's any chance this guy is coaching this team next year. And it's Ron Rivera. I think Ron Rivera is done for a variety of reasons. You can argue whether you think Ron Rivera is good or not. I don't, but I also know he's probably in one of the most toxic situations in sports.
Mm-hmm.
However, the important component to that is there's a new ownership group in place. And normally one of the first things a new ownership group does, shout out Matt Ishbia, is you gut everything and you build this out the way that you want.
Yeah.
I don't see a situation where, and again, I'm not sure that I'm trying to be fair. I'm not even going to say whether Ron Rivera is a good coach or not. It doesn't even matter.
He's won in this league. He's done some successful things in this league. So,
but I feel like that's past tense.
Yeah, Right now, he's not getting the job.
And there could be a variety of reasons for that. Point being, I can't see any scenario where Ron Rivera is back as the Commanders coach next year.
Yeah, that's a good call. They need to change the name back to the football.
There's already rumors that they're going to change the name
all the way back or to the football team.
No, changing it again. Not changing it to the football team, and certainly not changing it to what it was before. I don't know that that's real, by the way.
There was talk about changing it back.
To the football team?
No.
Back. Yeah, I heard that too.
Yeah.
But I don't think that came from this group, though.
No,
I don't think that came from this ownership group.
I don't know where it came from, honestly. But
I would love to see Magic's tweet if they did, in fact, go back to that name.
Absolutely no chance they do that.
I don't think so either. Yeah, I don't think so either. But I do think Ron Rivera is a guy who's probably going to be.
Yeah, that's for sure.
And I feel like that probably marks the end of his time as a head coach.
Probably so. He had 2, Carolina and Washington. Like I said, won some games. Went to a Super Bowl. Yeah, went to a Super Bowl.
Yeah,
was he
15-1.
Was he there with Delhomme?
Yeah. No, that was pre-Rivera.
Okay. Yeah, but
Ron Rivera is the coach that everybody in the NFL thinks Jeff Fisher is.
Oh, that's fair.
Like
That's
you want
fair.
you want a guy that's going to turn your team and put him in the right direction and be a leader.
Yeah.
You want Ron Rivera.
That's a good call.
He's gone as far as he can with that Commanders team without talent, right? Like he's not a guy that if you don't have talent, he can just make up for that. Like he can take you so far and change things around, But then, and that's not, this isn't rocket science. A lot of people are like that, right? Like you need a certain level of talent to be successful, but he's not going to take a shorthanded team and make them fringe contenders. He might take a shorthanded team and be like, oh, this team kind of plays hard. Like, I like the way they get after it, but like, that's all they can do. Like, he's not Mike Tomlin.
Yeah. It's a friendly reminder that I'm still can't believe Cam Newton's career just ended.
Cam Newton, it just ended and
over.
He got into the league like 6 years too early.
Well, then he also, that last surgery, he couldn't throw the ball anymore.
Yes.
Yeah. Him and Andrew Luck essentially had the same injury. And he came back and then he took that hit against the Steelers on Thursday night. He was cooking and it was over. That was literally the end.
Cam was in.
He was never, ever the same after that.
Cam was in somebody's DMs recently.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, he was in Krishan's DMs.
Oh, okay. Steelo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino. James Ham coming up at the top of the hour. That's just a name that does not go on either one of our shows. That and Blueface, they do not appear on either one of our shows. So that puts a quick halt to this conversation. We'll come back with more Steelo and KC here on ESPN 1320.
Blueface, baby. Blueface, baby. That guy, he a clown. Andrew, what up?
Now I'm a glue guy.
That's right. That's right. Oh, man. Hey, man. That album is dope, man. It's giving late 90s R&B vibes, man. Brent did his thing on that album. Man, he did his thing. I'm super impressed with that album. Absolutely.
You see Debo's coming back?
I didn't see that.
Yeah, he told Kay Adams he's good to go.
So he's on there weekly, huh?
I guess so. Dude, he's such a funny guy to interview. He's just not. I'm going to make sure. I'm going to say a bad word. I'm going to make sure I'm all out of everything. He is just not with the shits.
No.
Like, if you don't have a good question for him,
he'll check out immediately.
Dude, post haste. We were joking with him. We had him on the pod once. And we actually got him. Dude, ask him about Jordans. He's in.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
Doesn't he love shoes and hats?
Shoes for sure. I don't know about hats.
He's like a hat guy.
Yeah. But I was like, we do these awards called Candies, right? For Candlestick Chronicles. And he won touchdown of the year. And we were like, hey, joking with him, like, hey, you know what? Congratulations on this huge honor. And he was like, okay. Moving on. Thanks for playing along, Debo.
Debo, on the low, been in the league for 5 years.
This is 5.
Wow.
Yeah.
Damn.
George Kittle. Flying. George Kittle's 30.
No. So what? He's been in the league 7 years, 8 years?
7. He was 2017 draft.
He was their first draft, right?
Yeah.
That's crazy, man. George Kittle. That's it's Miss Captain Obvious here. That's a hell of a draft pick. That's a hell of a draft pick.
Yeah, you're right.
To find him
you're
in
right,
what it was the 5th round?
5th round, yeah.
And for him to be what he ended up being, I don't know how they did that, because I mean, who would have known that an Iowa tight end like that would be what he ended up being? I wouldn't, because they don't ever throw the ball. They don't do nothing that showcases him, right?
Yeah.
And
Well, dude, here's the messed up part. They found George Kittle while scouting CJ Beathard. They're like, we need this Beathard kid. Wait, who is that?
yeah.
Who's that number 46? We can get them both. And then they ended up
crazy.
taking Beathard before Kittle.
Jeez, Beathard. I don't know what they saw in Beathard. I have no idea.
Bro, he is just a crash. Dude, speaking of crash test dummies, have you ever watched Sam Howell play quarterback closely?
Not
Dude,
that close.
my man just gets pummeled.
I remember he got week 1. This
20 seconds.
Okay, we're gonna come back, Kyle. We're gonna come back because
Okay.
We might make it. But the
he's
Cardinals almost destroyed Sam Howell in week 1.
Bro, it's crazy. Oh, here we go. 5 seconds.
There we go. 5 seconds. So I was having a conversation with Kyle over the break, just about like we were talking about Debo and the 49ers, and I was just kind of tripping on Debo's in his 5th season. I remember when they drafted him, and it was like, oh, they got this young dude. He already 5 years in. That's crazy. He's 5 years in. So then we mentioned George Kittle, and he's 7 years in, and he's 30, like Kyle mentioned. And I had a Captain Obvious moment, but luckily Kyle understood what I was saying. I said, that was a hell of a draft pick.
Hey, that's Kenny Caraway. Yeah. Kenny Caraway right there, folks.
But it's like, and then, when you hear the story, the breakdown of the story, like Kyle breaks it down, like how they found him and coming from Iowa doesn't pass a whole lot. Like to draft that guy and to have him become what he became for this franchise in the 5th round, man, that's I don't know if you want to call it lucky or just great scouting or whatever, but and then Kyle mentioned they only found him because they were interested in CJ Beathard. That's how they
right. Yeah.
I wouldn't have admitted that. I would not have admitted that out loud. Like, yeah, we only fell backwards into this one of the best 3 tight ends in franchise history because we wanted CJ Beathard.
No.
Like, ugh.
Also,
former starting quarterback CJ Beathard.
Yikes.
Not a good look.
They traded up for him.
Oh man.
I
am with TC on Kyle Shanahan.
Oh well, get rid of him.
I changed my mind.
Been here too long.
I love that TC is synonymous with like Kyle Shanahan 8.
Yeah, no, he is.
One of me and Kyle's famous disagreements is George Kittle being a Hall of Famer. I say he is. Kyle says no.
Oh, I remember that disagreement.
Change your mind at all, Kyle?
No. He's got a long way to go to get in the Hall of Fame.
The NFL really does the thing where if you live through the NFL sneaky puts a lot of people in the Hall of Fame. And if you lived through it, they take that into account. You lived through George Kittle, he gets in.
Okay. I'll talk about Chase Young there for actually let's stay with Debo for a second. Do we have an update on Debo?
Yeah, he's playing. He told Kay Adams he's good to go.
Okay.
Come on, man. Calvary's coming back.
I mean, the thing always was he's going to miss 2 games, right? So he's missed the 2. They got the bye week. So I mean, I guess all this really means there was no setback. Everything progressed well. He's ready to cook.
Is there any word on Trent?
No. No word. No.
Trent was just an ankle sprain, right?
Yeah, low ankle sprain, but
no De'Aaron Fox.
Well, that's what I said. I don't want him to play against Minnesota.
Yeah, right.
But Jacksonville is when they needed to come back. No, so Shanahan made it sound like he had a chance to go against Minnesota, but they didn't want to risk it on the turf. But then, so he was doubtful against Minnesota. He was questionable, but didn't play against Cincinnati. The problem with that for me is he didn't practice at all during the week, and he was still so bad Sunday, he didn't even try it pregame. He didn't even work out before the game.
Wow.
So maybe a bye week where he gets the full week off and maybe that'll do something, but that's not super encouraging that it was still so bad that he couldn't work out when supposedly the field turf was the reason he didn't play the week before. It feels like they're lying.
It could have been, yeah. That's tough because you obviously you want your guys available, but it also could be, hey, if you're unsure, or if we're unsure, however those conversations go in the NFL, let's not do today. That way we have the bye week, and we have some extra time to get ready for a really good Jacksonville team.
Yeah, I think that's probably.
Here we are playing doctors again.
No, but you consider this too. That's a huge human with this at a position where it's a lot of very quick lateral movements and then planting and trying to stop other huge humans coming at you full speed.
Yeah.
So
not to mention the huge humans who are right next to you,
and falling into you and stuff like that.
Right.
So it's not a huge surprise to me that it's taken this long, even though it was a low ankle sprain. It's just, but if he's not back against Jacksonville, he's a fraud. No, I'm joking.
If he's not back against,
no.
All kidding aside, if he's not back against Jacksonville, that's really concerning.
Yes.
Yeah, that's really concerning. That Jacksonville team is good, and now you're getting into a stretch without Trent Williams. That's tough.
So on the other side of the football, get Chase Young. Remind me, there's another question I want to ask about Chase Young too. But is it unfair? I'll even answer my own question. It is a little unfair because I'm with Fred Warner. Players play, right? The players play. That's the bottom line. But is it unfair to say if Steve Wilkes can't get this defense back on track with this defensive line, then he's probably not cut out to be a defensive coordinator in this league? I mean, you have everything at your disposal at this point. And if you can't scheme or motivate or whatever to get these guys to be more effective than they've been in the last 3 weeks, I think that's on him. Some of it is on him.
Are you making a statement or are you asking a question?
Asking a question.
What's the
question?
Then
I answered my own question.
Oh, okay.
But the question is
Steve Wilkes responsible?
Yeah, like
if things don't pick up.
Yeah, essentially.
Kyle, you want to weigh in?
Yes. He is.
Thank you. Kyle Matson,
yes,
ladies and gentlemen, the insiders.
That's just that for 2 hours. Yes and no questions.
They're
just
Bill Belichick
dead
over
air
here.
till the break.
Yeah.
No. Yeah, I think so, because at some point you would have to make a change, right? And it's not adding more talent. We saw this unit last year be really good with largely the same players. So there's two big changes. One, Isaiah Oliver is now their nickel corner. Maybe he is just ass to the point that it throws off their entire secondary. And you have Fred Warner trying to cover up for Isaiah Oliver, and then you're leaving. Maybe it's that. I don't think it is. So it's not a talent problem. And in the NFL, when it's not a talent problem, okay, now you're looking at the coach. That's just kind of the next logical step. There's not going to be a major schematic change, I don't think. I think there's minor adjustments they can make in how much zone they're playing or how much man they're playing or whatever it is. But I don't know what else they would do.
Right.
Because it's not going to be acceptable to roll out the 27th best defense in the league when it's this talented and they're paying this much.
I mean, the only difference we talked about last year, I mean, this defense is for the last 5 years has been essentially the same. They've gone through coaching changes in the past and they've still been good. So the personnel doesn't seem to be the problem. It's the coaching situation, and they've added Pro Bowl caliber players in Hargrave and now Chase Young. And yeah, you got to get it. I hate to do that to Steve Wilkes and say it like that, but that's the one different variable in this whole thing is him. These guys have been together. The one thing that changed was him, and now the production has changed.
I like Steve Wilkes a lot, and I think he's a good leader, and you hear his defensive backs talk about him especially, and they all love him. You see how Carolina played for him last year when he was the interim head coach. He had that team flipped around in like a week, and that's awesome. But the sneaky thing here is as a defensive coordinator / head coach, where do you think this is, I'm not going to be able to word this correctly. His best defense ranked 11th in points allowed. And then there's 26th, 20th, 19th, and this year they're 5th. The Niners are. He's just, it's not like he's been this dominant defensive coordinator and defensive mastermind. Like he's largely been a secondary coach.
So outside of Arizona, where was he after that? Where did he come from?
He was a DC in Carolina for a year.
Okay.
In 2017, they were 7th in yards, 11th in points.
Okay.
Arizona hired him as the head coach.
By the way, I just want to be clear. That's not bad, right?
No, that's good. That's
okay.
fine.
It's okay.
Arizona hires him as a head coach for a year. That's where I think he got hosed.
Yeah,
he got screwed. But they were 20th in yards, 26th in points.
Okay.
But that was a bad Arizona
team. Was also
team.
ass.
Yeah, that was a bad Arizona team. He goes to Cleveland in 2019 to become their DC.
Okay.
They were 22nd in yards, 20th in points.
Oh.
And then he was in Carolina as a secondary coach, and then the interim head coach in Carolina last year, 22nd in yards, 19 in points. But even he went to like Mizzou.
That Cleveland number's tough for me.
Yeah, they went.
Denzel Ward's there. Obviously, Myles Garrett's there.
Mhm.
You got good. I mean, we see what that defense is this year. That's a tough one. Let me ask you this, Kyle.
Wait, do we want to ask it now?
Nope. Steelo and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino.
That's
here
good
on Sacramento Sports
KC,
Leader.
really
we'll
well
come
done.
back. We'll get that mysterious question to ask, assuming, of course, that I remember. Plus, James Ham at the top of the hour here on ESPN 1320. Good stuff right there. This is good stuff. No.
That was super funny.
Yeah, that was great. You guys got anything going on this weekend?
Nah, probably not. We were thinking about going to Apple Hill, but I'm not totally sure that's going to happen.
I got a streak of like 3 straight Saturdays with a nap, so
that's big time for you.
That's what I figured. Saturdays have just become days where I sleep.
It's definitely going to be a sleep-in morning tomorrow.
There's only so much I can sleep in, but right after I get back from cryotherapy at about 10 or 11, I can normally shut it down. Shut it down, baby.
My body just, by the weekend, by midnight, I'm just out.
Yeah.
And I cross my fingers that I don't wake up, because I have the same. I'm just awake at like 7. So I cross my fingers that I can get back to sleep. I got to clean my gutters this weekend. That's what I'm going to do.
Oh, that's exciting.
Yeah, I got to clean my gutters and try not to die while doing it.
Be
your boy on a ladder. Whew.
Oof. I did like a event where I moderated a bunch of marketing people and all of that stuff. Today I got like 50 LinkedIn requests.
Hell yeah. Love a LinkedIn request.
I love that.
My LinkedIn page is a mess.
Yeah, I was trying to clean mine up a little bit.
Whenever I start doing it, I look at it, I'm like, I know everybody I need to know.
Mm-hmm.
That's probably a bad way to look at it.
Keep getting invitations for this other thing that like, hey, so-and-so wants you to connect on this. Like, man, I'm not doing this no more. I'm not doing another social networking. I'm not doing another meeting. No, leave me alone.
You have my email.
Yeah, I don't.
Got it.
I don't need to connect with you hoes. I'm good. Leave me alone.
I feel really bad for whoever tunes into this radio station but doesn't like me. And noon hits and they're usually like, oh, thank God it's Steelo and KC time.
Oh, that doesn't exist. Stop it. Stop
it. Definitely does. And that's fine. I don't mind it. But I feel bad for that person. And I'm sorry to them.
All Kyle all day. You ride with all of us. That's how we roll.
The what are they? 0-8 San Jose Sharks, who lost 10-1
Oh
last
my
night.
gosh.
They just posted a graphic for Bay Area and Unite Night, and it's
Oh no.
a combination Warriors Sharks graphic with Steph Curry and Tomas Hertl. I do not put that evil on me.
Yeah, that does not feel like the way to go.
Let's see if the Warriors have put the same type of graphic out. Stand by.
I'm gonna go no.
I need a Kings Republic Sacramento Unite.
Oh yeah, you could get that. Yeah, I'm confident you could get that.
The Warriors have not mentioned that it's Bay Area Unite. Also, the Warriors City Edition jerseys are ass.
Oh, those are rough.
They would be. I would
Those
like
are
them
rough.
if it just had the letters just like normal. I just straight across and be like, that's fine. But the weird. It looks like whoever was
it's
printing them.
super
It looks like
weird.
whoever was printing them like had them like this and then just went. Like they sneezed.
Hey guys, what if we wrote and simulated an earthquake with the words?
What is this?
The Warriors jersey
Oh,
with the
What?
shacked up
I
letters.
didn't think about earthquake. I thought it was clear it was the rolling hills or the cable car.
No,
It
it
doesn't,
definitely
doesn't matter what it is. It's
it's
dumb.
stupid.
I don't know.
That
There's
doesn't
so
look
many.
good.
There's so many other. What's that? Tributes to the cable cars and the geography
Yeah.
of the topography of San Francisco.
Stop using words that don't do that.
The hills in San
Thank
Francisco.
you.
And they're like, what if we did the letters like this?
Now, what I don't like is like somebody was like, "Oh man, I didn't like them," but after they explained it, like this is really dope. If I need a
It's like a
book
joke.
to
Yeah.
explain,
If you hold
If you
on,
have to
the
explain
jerseys
a
are.
joke, it's not funny.
hey, if you needed an explanation for what it was, that's on you.
Yeah.
It's very obvious what they were doing there.
right? I think they're fine.
They stink.
What does their court look like? I ain't seen their court.
Ass.
Somebody-
It looks like
somebody
ass.
Damn.
Wow. Like a well. You got to be more specific. Like what part of the ass? Like what does it look? What
Is it?
Oh,
Is
here we
it
go, here you go,
Jerry
here you go.
Jones part?
Here you go. Here you go. Here you
Oh
go. Here you go.
no.
Coming back.
Boy, oh boy.
Jerry Jones might have ruined this. He might have ruined this whole show. Nothing has quite been right since the Jerry Jones clip surfaced.
I'm sorry I put that out there. I apologize. I didn't mean.
Well,
to
given what
ruin
he's
the
talking
show.
about, that was a really poor choice of words that you just used.
Somebody tagged us in the Bulls court. Fire. Wow.
Is it down?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
Okay.
Oh man, I want to play on some of these courts. But see,
Oh, that's the Karen. Oh my God, that is fire.
yeah, that goes.
Wow.
crazy.
Yeah, that's cold. They did a great job, man. They went red on red. This Suge Knight's favorite court right here. Man.
Sexy Reds court.
Goodness gracious. Ski. Yo, don't let this dude fool you. Boy, this dude gets hyped when Sexy Red
look,
comes on.
when Ski comes on,
I'll have the volume almost all the way down, but he'll hear that beat. Hey!
Ski, Rich Baby Daddy. Come on, man. They make you dance a little bit. They make you bop a little bit.
Nothing gets you more excited.
Yeah, I
than
mean,
that. Switch like Stephen Curry. All right, man. All right, Sexy Red.
oh man, good stuff.
That
Now,
court looks terrible.
The Bulls?
That looks terrible.
that's
No.
fire. See, now I'm gonna have to see
No,
the
Kyle,
Warriors
that's
court
cap.
because he said the Warriors court wasn't good, and I'm gonna. I'll
That's
be
not what
the
he
judge.
said at all. I think that you don't.
It looks like Eastern Washington's football field.
It does.
Well,
Yeah, I don't like that as a football field, but I like that as a basketball court.
Ugh. Are they wearing red jerseys on this?
Oh, you couldn't possibly wear red jerseys on that, could you?
No, they're probably wearing those black Chicago down the side. jerseys.
Okay.
I think that's
also cheeks.
I think they're. I'm not a fan of those. I think that's their city edition.
I think that court's fire.
Although you talk about city edition, that is, that's that theater. That's like that Chicago going straight down is iconic for the city of Chicago.
Yeah.
So it's like cable cars.
Yeah. Earthquake.
It doesn't mean it doesn't look
The
terrible.
earthquake letter.
The meaning could be wonderful.
Now heat culture is trash.
They should put, yeah, that's garbage. They should play the Bulls game in like the Kane lighting. Remember when Kane came out and everything would be red? That's how they should play the game, with the red hue lighting. That would be fire.
Have you seen like these clips that
have Zach Levine at center court, like raise his hands and drop them real quick?
Somebody put, I think I'm up on the Warriors. Yeah, I don't like the Warriors court. The Warriors court is.
Are you suggesting it's ass?
No, it is. It's exactly what Kyle said it is.
Okay.
Like when you see it, you'll be like, nah, yeah.
But it's
hang on. Did I say something wrong when I said the word?
No,
ass?
I'm just trying not to curse. That's all. You didn't say nothing wrong.
Is ass a bad word?
Yeah. What Reese can't say ass.
Well, yeah, but
no, it's a bad word.
All right.
But
Can he
you
say
can say it on the
ski?
Yes.
What about skeet?
Okay.
What? Yo, we said for 10 straight years, and now all of a sudden you're asking questions. Hey, Dad, what's all?
We can't even play that.
Let me tell you. No. See, this is such trash. When we went to AEW together, there was a particular group that came out talking about
oh, them boys is wild.
Talking about Scissor Me Daddy. Reese looks to Dad and says, "What's that mean?" What does KC say?
What you think I said?
Ask Uncle D-Lo.
No, that's not what. So look, that's not even what I said. This is
if that's not what you said, that's what he did.
No, because this is what I said, and this is what you got to do sometimes. He said, "What does that mean?" I don't know.
And he turned right to me. Hey, Uncle D-Lo, what's up?
D-Lo answers the question.
I did not answer it. Stop. Will you stop? I said, oh, nothing. Nothing. Yo, you a sucker for that. I don't know if I ever told you.
That's why I said, I don't know.
You threw me to the wolves.
Yeah, I don't know what they mean. I don't know what they
talking about. Like, can you imagine taking a kid taking a kid to the Attitude Era?
Well, they're throwing up the fist. As they're doing,
I love when
what
people.
are we talking about?
I love when people take that GIF and say that's Matt George when it comes on D-Lo. Can someone send us that GIF so I could put it on the screen? The first time someone tagged that's Matt George coming on D-Lo KC, I fell out.
That's an all-time moment, first of all, and then to equate that with Matt George on D-Lo KC that's funny.
What other courts did we look at? So Chicago's down. Who else is playing tonight? Milwaukee. We saw the Pacers court. Did we look at Miami's? I think we looked at Miami's.
Yeah, we looked at Miami.
OKC's dead. Oh, we didn't look at Portland's.
We didn't. Kyle, do you
talk amongst yourselves?
And don't forget, because we have football questions. We have 49 questions. But
do we?
Yeah, I completely forgot what my question
we do. I definitely have one that I need to know.
Nobody want the rendering. Where's the court? You guys, how do they not have a video of the court down?
I take back the original harsh assessment of the Bulls court. I have enlarged the photo, and I don't hate it.
It's fire.
I don't hate it.
You don't have to take back the Warriors one. I'm sorry.
No,
this ain't nothing to do with the Warriors. They could have done something. They could have put yellow. The court could have been yellow.
What color is it?
Tan.
Yeah, it looks like
beige. It kind of looks like
they're said.
It kind of looks like.
Not a fan.
I guess Portland's keeping it a secret.
Classic Portland.
All they have is the rendering up.
And it
says Rip City in the middle.
It's red down the sides and then the clear in the middle, right?
Yeah.
They should have went black. Should have went a black court.
There it is.
That was cool though. I like
it's fine. I wanted to see it though.
Yeah. I like
I'm interested though. You see the bottom one kind of looks like a cardinal red and the other one looks more like a scarlet.
I do see that.
I'm interested to see which one it actually is.
should be the Scarlet.
Yeah, I agree.
That's pretty fire. That is pretty fire. I mean, the Bulls showed it first, so they get more credit.
The Bulls court, Bulls court.
They
is
get
fire.
more credit because their games earlier.
Yeah, Bulls court.
We saw
yeah,
theirs
I guess
first.
so. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, Bulls court is heat. They did that.
I think the
They did
Raptors
that.
probably have the same situation as well.
I remember what the question I was going to ask you before James joins us. I don't know if James. I'm not sure if James is here or if he's at home.
No, he's going to be at home.
We were talking about Steve Wilkes
Mhm.
before the break, and both of you have both fairly critical of him. How did you think, Kyle? This is directed purely at Kyle. How did you think that defense looked before they lost 3 in a row?
Fine, but there were definitely, like the game against the Rams, their adjustment was to just blitz the hell out of Matthew Stafford. And that can't be a thing that happens. Josh Dobbs was not terrible against them in week 4. They lit up the Cowboys, but like obviously. So they were fine, but it was definitely not. It definitely didn't feel like it did last year. And the defensive line not getting home outside of week 1 was definitely a thing all season. It's just now they started playing better quarterbacks.
Okay. All right.
I
need Steve Wilkes to bounce back, man.
I do too. No, I do too. I hate saying what I'm saying about him because I want him to succeed. Obviously. But it's just not. It's not. I need him to be better. I got another 49ers question here before we go. Well, James can answer it too.
Yeah,
but
bring James in.
Kyle may be able to help me
back.
out with this a little bit. I love the trade for Chase Young. I was caught when I saw Chase Young didn't sign. They didn't sign him to the rookie extension or whatever the case may be. It's like, oh well, they don't want him. Go get him. Go get him. I'm surprised they actually did it. This is 2 times in a row I asked for somebody, and the Niners actually went and get him. That usually never happens. Said Randy Gregory, and now Chase Young. So
Randy
they went and got
Gregory stinks. Keep going.
Yeah, 2-3 games. Yeah, he played really well against Cleveland. I haven't seen him since then, though. That's not a good thing.
Exactly.
But Chase Young, you bring him in. He's going to be an unrestricted free agent next year. I would love for them to bring him back. Find a way to sign him 2-3 years. Bring him back. Percent chance that happens, Kyle.
14.
26.
Good answer, James.
Is it just because they don't have no money?
likely. Yeah, I just don't think it's very likely. I think he's probably going to get, if he does what they're hoping he does, he's going to get paid.
Why don't they franchise him?
Because that's a lot of money for an edge rusher for 1 year.
But it doesn't affect your cap, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, it very much does. It's fully guaranteed. It affects your cap as much
Yeah,
as
it
it can
counts.
humanly possibly.
Yeah, the money
affect your cap.
counts.
I always thought that was the one
Nah,
thing
man.
for the franchises. It doesn't.
No, the thing for the franchise is you get paid. You just get paid for a year. You get like what's it? The
It's
average of the top 5
Yeah.
players that
At
you're-
the position.
yeah, that's the
Yeah,
that's the good of the franchise tag is you get a healthy salary,
Fully guaranteed.
but yeah, it counts.
Yeah, I would say this. It's like a no-brainer move because he's a good enough player that you're going to get a compensatory pick for if he leaves via free agency. So you lost a comp pick, a 3rd round pick. There's a good chance that if he does leave as a free agent, you're getting the comp pick right back. I think it'll take an extra year to do because you wouldn't get that. Well, maybe you would get it the next season. You won't have one this year is what I'm saying. You won't get the 3rd round pick this year. But to me, again, it was a no-brainer. Like this team, number one, doesn't do really well with the 3rd round picks. Every once in a while they hit gold, but for the most part, they like to squander all of their 3rd round picks. But this is a 24-year-old. If somehow he turns out to be excellent and it works and you can lock him up, you can find a way to get him to sign a long-term deal. like, why not? Like, you could easily have just added a franchise cornerstone at age 24 for a very, very limited risk, like super high reward, like play here.
Not to derail what is going to be a fantastic Kings conversation. I can't wait to listen. Would you rather sign Chase Young long term? Would you still want to sign Chase Young long term if it meant trading Deebo Samuel?
No, and I hate that conversation. I hate that conversation. People talking about trading Deebo Samuel.
All right,
That's
probably what it would take, though.
No, I'm not talking to you just in general, but like a lot of people before the season was like, yeah, you might want to put Deebo on the trade block right now because you got to sign Ayuk. No, you figure that out. You figure that out. Deebo Samuel is as vital to this team, in my opinion, as Christian McCaffrey, as Trent Williams, and all. So you find a way to make that happen. I would,
but find a okay. Wait, find a way to make what happen
to make sure Deebo stays
while also signing Brandon Ayuk.
Absolutely. That may mean
and
you
Chase
lose,
Young.
That may mean
and a DB.
That may mean you lose George Kittle. I understand what that means.
So what I was going to say, you're going to lose something.
You may lose, and I don't want them to go. Trust me, I don't. But I'm just talking about the guys they've talked about. You may lose Eric Armstead.
Yeah,
but Deebo stays. Brandon Ayuk stays as well.
Mm-hmm.
So
like those are non-negotiable for me.
I agree.
Here's the problem. They've now restructured George Kittle and Eric Armstead. So moving on from them is crazy expensive.
Mm.
So it's not like if they don't have any guaranteed money you can get out for cheap. It's not going to be cheap anymore.
Who are those guys that you can move on from?
Deebo Samuel.
Dude,
run out of them.
Seriously. Like Deebo, they've now restructured Christian McCaffrey and Travarius Ward. Basically all of the Trent Williams, like all of their big contracts have gotten redone.
You said Armstead, Kittle too?
Kittle too.
So there's nobody that you can move on from. How do you sign Brandon Ayuk?
Well, they have carryover money from this year.
Yeah, that's
so
why
they're way under the cap right now, but they'll carry that money over into next season. Or the NBA doesn't allow you to carry over, you can in the NFL. So they're going to use some of the cap space that they created this year to, pay a little bit of the piper next year.
Bring Chase Young back.
We got the quad box jumping off, as Scott Hansen would say. We got the quad box jumping off here.
It's the witching hour.
Wins become losses, and losses become wins.
You listen to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM, KRX QHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app, live on 1320 TV as well. If you'd like to watch on Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter. The insiders are with us, as Kyle has done a tremendous job of being inside the Odyssey studios all morning long, kind enough to help out with our man Jesse, a little under the weather. Of course, James is back with us for our regular Friday conversations. We talk a little Kings basketball, headed into a weekend where we've got the Houston Rockets coming up tomorrow. And of course, all eyes will be on De'Aaron Fox, his ankle and his health. Before we get to De'Aaron, Hammer, we got a little update on Trey Lyles today. Trey Lyles won't make the trip to Houston. And it seems like progress on Trey, good, on time, behind. Where are we with Trey Lyles?
Yeah, it's really a strange situation. So we got Trey Lyles just the other day. He came over and he talked to the media. He was doing a workout and looked absolutely spectacular during the workout.
He was clearly very an intense workout by the videos that you guys posted.
Yeah, I mean, he was running all over the place. He was, like he was doing a really, really strong workout. He said that was like the second or third workout he'd had like that. But like I'll just keep cautioning people, like a calf strain, doesn't matter how mild it is, it's the only thing protecting the Achilles tendon. So if you push a guy back and he's not 100% and something bad happens and he takes just the wrong step, you can pop the Achilles and then he's done for a year. And for what? Like for right now, the Kings have his position covered. You want to see him back out on the court. I actually think, in a game like what we saw on Wednesday night against Golden State, man, Trey Lyles could have helped you in that game. He's so refined in what he does. He knows how to play. He's played well against Golden State. That's a game where Trey Lyles could have actually made an impact in a 1-point game. But for right now, you just gotta, take it easy with him and hope that he heals up. And I'm surprised he's not going on the road, just because it seemed like he's pretty close. But we haven't heard about a setback. This is just, they had to give an update because it's been a certain amount of time. And, hopefully he's back sooner rather than later.
So forgive me if you kind of already answered this, but do we have Trey Lyles practices that have taken place, or is he just kind of working his way back on a separate court or something like that?
Yeah, he has not been cleared for contact. At all. So as of right now, he's not running out and practicing, and of course, Mike Brown kind of has a policy that before you get back out on the court, you do have to go through full contact practice, at least one, and sometimes more than one. But as of right now, he's probably a week out at least, because if he's not traveling with the team, that means he's not going to be able to jump on to, the practice court on Sunday or when they fly back on Tuesday. Like maybe he would get, if they're going to practice on Tuesday, maybe he would get some time. But that's, again, speculation. It does not look like he's like in the final stages of returning to basketball.
So that's Trey Lyles. How about De'Aaron Fox? You guys spoke to him yesterday. He talked about his pain level, talked about where he's experiencing pain, but also said, yeah, I feel like I'm close.
Yeah, so I did not make practice yesterday. It was too early in the day, and I recorded the show I was on the show from home, so I didn't make it down to practice. But everything that I've heard is that he is super close. I think it's a little bit of a quote unquote pain tolerance issue, but not really, because this is one of those injuries that while he can probably play right now, if it was, the old proverbial, if tomorrow was a playoff
don't
game,
do that. Don't do that, Alvin. Don't do that, Alvin.
But it's one of those things where if you needed him and it was a huge game, then maybe he could play. So anyway, it's to be honest, I think that I would err on the side of caution. I don't believe that you rush a player out there, and I also don't believe that you allow a player to rush out there, who says, I'm good. This is a long season, and De'Aaron Fox means a tremendous amount to this team. And the last thing I want to do is see him take a step back, or to have him get to January, February, and he starts having tendonitis or something in the ankle, starts having some just random ankle pain and needs to sit down a couple of games. Get it right the first time. And because we saw this last time when he pushed too quick, it hurt him later in the year, it hurt him the next season as well. But of course, that was a grade 3 ankle sprain.
What if he's good though?
Yeah, that's what I was just about to say. What if he?
You hope so, but I'm of the opinion that that sometimes injuries are a good thing for a team. I think that Davion Mitchell has all of a sudden found his game. He's found his confidence. He's gotten a rhythm because he's been allowed to be on the court a little bit longer. That's a good thing. It's gotten Colby Jones some action. And the next couple of games, no game is a gimme in the NBA for sure, especially a game on the road. But I think it's one of those things where, if the team feels like they can get through a game or two, that would give De'Aaron Fox a lot more time to heal up and make sure that ankle is 100% or closer to 100%. So I always take the long game when it comes to a guy who not only, has a history of ankle problems, but who means so much to a team right now.
Does anything, I'll just ask the question. I think I know the answer, but does anything change if they lose both games in Houston?
If they lose both games?
Yeah.
Is that what you said?
Yep.
Well, yeah. I mean, if you lose games, these are games that you should win either way. In all honesty, you're a better team than Houston, whether De'Aaron Fox is playing or not. And, Houston's young. They just got a first win. and all that stuff. They've got a couple of veterans that they brought in to help. But like this isn't a team that you put way up high on your list of, you need to get these wins. Every win counts, even the games against Houston, and you need to get those wins because there are a lot more difficult games coming up on the schedule that,
well, that's probably, and that's my bad for not framing it the right way, but that's probably what I'm saying. Like if you say, let's just say, for instance, Houston, Portland coming up, let's target next Friday to bring him back against OKC, give him maybe a whole nother week of rest. That's the plan. You mess around and you lose these 2 games in Houston. You get to Tuesday and say, we can't lose all 3.
What's that number again you're at, Darren?
Yeah, right. Like, does the plan change about quote unquote rushing them back or letting them take time if you lose 2 games in Houston?
Sure. I think it would, but I'd also look at, like, we could look at the grand scheme of things. There's also the number 65. Like De'Aaron Fox knows that, you got to be 65 games or more to be eligible for all league, all NBA, any type of postseason award. Like De'Aaron Fox wants to be on the court, whether it's about the, getting awards or not. De'Aaron Fox wants to be on the court. He wants to win games. He knows that Domantas Sabonis battled through stuff all season long and kept going. And so I definitely think that we're at a point where, if he can go, you might put him out there on Saturday, but I would much prefer Monday or much prefer Wednesday. Unless he's 100% cleared and everyone's like, okay, the ankle's back to normal.
He was doing 360 dunks in practice. He can go play.
Well, didn't get Zion back on the court.
Well, it didn't. Well, we don't want to talk about what got Zion back on the floor. Hammer, you brought up Davion a few minutes ago and how he kind of found his game against the Warriors the other night, getting those minutes. One thing we were talking about earlier with your partner Kyle Matson, 10 to 12, the Insiders here on ESPN 1320, brought to you by Jiffy Lube. Matt Graham, thanks for the cookies. How do you? Because Kyle was talking about, hey, with De'Aaron out, like you have an opportunity for guys to get out there and rock a little bit. And my problem was that's great, and it's great that it shows guys can kind of step up. Like, hey, let's all pull together with De'Aaron out. Let's all get out there and work, and that's great. But then when De'Aaron comes back, like everything changes again. And I think the struggle with Davion, and perhaps the struggle for Mike Brown with Davion as well, has been finding Davion's role when De'Aaron is in fact here. I'm not worried about Davion Mitchell when De'Aaron's not here, but I still need to see something from Davion when De'Aaron is here in the lineup.
Yeah, I think the hard part for both Davion and for Mike Brown is that there's no way to change his circumstance, right? It like you can try to get him longer stretches on the court at one time, but at the same time, like you really just need Davion to go out and play defense. And defense is something that doesn't really take a rhythm like shooting does, like scoring does. And I don't think the team has ever been concerned about Davion scoring. Like Davion might be concerned about Davion scoring because eventually Davion's going to need another contract. And players who make, who average 6.5 points a game make a whole lot less than players that average 12 points a game or 14 points a game, right? But for me, like this is a moment where you can get a player, like let him stretch his legs, let him fill in a much bigger role. But it's with the understanding that no matter what, he plays behind an all NBA player. And Fox is going to play 34, 35, 36 minutes every single game. And you could say, well, we want to steal minutes for Davion somewhere else. And my question would be, where would that be? Because at this point, like everyone wants to see more Malik Monk, right? I want to see more Malik Monk. You want to see more Malik Monk. That's the way it goes. He's a really good player, but we also, Kevin Huerter is coming around and he needs to be on the court. He just rattled off 9 rebounds. He's played better. And then Chris Duarte is a player we'd like to see on the court. And like, who doesn't want to see Colby Jones play? Like, there's a problem that there's only so many minutes, and there's nothing you can do about it. And so I feel for Davion because his opportunity is always going to be limited in Sacramento because that's the way it goes. He plays behind De'Aaron Fox. Now, if De'Aaron Fox misses a bunch of time, we're going to see a lot of Davion. If there's some other point down the road, but where you can open up some other position somewhere where again where there isn't a Kevin Huerter or someone else on the roster, and you can start playing Davion and De'Aaron together more. But the reality is, like Mike Brown, there's no way for him to steal minutes anywhere on this team right now. And we haven't even talked about like when Trey Lyles comes back, what does that mean for Sasha Vezenkov? How does he even get on the court? At least Davion knows he's going to get 13 to 14 minutes a game. I don't think there are players on this team that don't know. Again, like Chris Duarte played 7 minutes, a little less than 7 minutes the other night. And Colby Jones played 17, so it's a good problem to have if you're Mike Brown. But it's also a bad problem to have because you're constantly trying to keep players engaged and trying to keep players happy. And like it, as harsh as it sounds, like Davion has to be he doesn't have to be happy, but he has to be content with the fact that he's playing 13 to 14 minutes a night, and he's got to do his best in those minutes and try to like perform the best he can.
Well, I have found the minutes, and I think you look at like the game on Wednesday, and we'll just assume Davion played 30 minutes. We'll assume that's De'Aaron's 30 minutes. I think Davion should get the 24 minutes that Duarte and Kobe Jones played. And it's not because Duarte and Kobe Jones aren't good or worthy or whatever. I was talking to Damien yesterday about it. I think they're doing too much to get too many guys out there on the floor. Like he's trying to find a way to juggle 12 guys playing. It should be 9, 10 guys. And Davion, at the very least, should get the first crack at those 18 to 24 minutes as opposed to splitting up the three between him, Duarte, and Jones. I like Jones. I like Duarte. I like what they bring. I think Davion is slightly better than both of those guys, and I think he should get those 24 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, I can understand, the point of view. And if Mike Brown is going to go to a 9-man rotation, like somebody's going to lose, right? But you also have to look at Davion's 6 foot tall. They list him at 6'2", but like I have a hard time believing he's 6'2". And Duarte's a 6'6" dude who can play the 2 and the 3. He can play a little bit of 1. Like there's a versatility, and that's the problem that Davion has. It's that like he's up against multi-positional players. Kevin Huerter can play the 2 and the 3. Malik Monk can play the 1 and the 2. Like everyone else can play multiple positions. Even De'Aaron Fox can play the 1 and the 2. But when it comes to Davion, he is very limited in the fact that he's only a 1. And, just to point out the obvious, like they lost at the final shot here. It had nothing to do with Davion except for the fact that Klay Thompson shot right over the top of him because Klay Thompson's 6'6" and Davion's 6 foot tall. And Davion was clear about it in post game. Like he shot over the top of me. There's nothing I can do about that. I'm not tall enough to get up and block that shot. And it was a great play by Klay, and he beat me. But that's what the problem is. It's like there's, especially in the modern NBA where you're switching so much and everything else, like it's tough being a 6 foot tall guard. And it works for some guys, but there's a lot of players in the league that it just doesn't work for. It's you're limited to one position, and he might be one of the few players on this team that can only play one position. Keegan being able to play the 3 and the 4, Harrison Barnes is 3 and the 4. Like you got all kinds of versatility. Lyles the 4 and the 5, and even Domas can play the 4 and the 5. But Davion's in a tough spot. He's in a spot like JaVale is, where JaVale only plays the center position, and the guy that's in front of him is an all NBA center.
Are are Davion, Duarte, and Kobe Jones too similar?
No. I mean, the way I look at, okay, so if I were to like list what I think they are, like I think Davion is more of a true point guard. a great defender. I think Duarte is a more physical player than the other two. And like not as you don't want the ball in his hands all the time. Like he's fine playing off ball, but he's not a guy that you want to have playing with the ball in his hands all the time. And then Colby is a jack of all trades. And that's where I think Colby can play the 1, the 2, and the 3. And that's a tough thing. Like if you're Davion and one of the other guys that's playing can play the 1, the 2, and the 3, and you can only play the 1, you're going to be limited in playing time and versatility. So I like Colby because good teams have players like Colby Jones, right? I mean, good teams have players like Davion Mitchell as well. But, I compare Colby to a guy like Bruce Brown. Like that's a player on a really good team that, that can play multiple positions. Even like, I think he's a more well-rounded version of Gary Payton II. And it's valuable to have those guys that you can put alongside De'Aaron Fox, or you can put alongside Kevin Huerter, or alongside Malik Monk. It doesn't matter. You can keep naming the players he can play alongside. Where you start running out of players pretty quickly, you can put alongside Davion. And again, this isn't a knock on Davion. It's who he is. I think Davion could leave Sacramento and go be a starting level point guard for another team and have a career like Kyle Lowry did, where he went from being a backup for the first like 4 or 5 years of his career to being a frontline starter in the NBA. Like that could be his path. And again, people say I'm out on Davion. I'm not out on Davion at all. I like Davion. I like him as a kid. He's one of the hardest working.
I hope you don't talk about this like I hope you don't talk about me like this. And when you tell your wife, "Oh, I like Damian," but then you reel off 10 reasons
Damian can only play one position.
Why D'Lo would be better in Cincinnati than Sacramento?
No, but if you look at someone's career path, like how do you get through? The fact is that De'Aaron Fox could finish his career with the Sacramento Kings.
Yeah.
And if he does, he's going to play 35 minutes a night for the next 10 years. So if I'm Davion Mitchell, I don't want to be there playing backup if he can prove that he's a starting level player. And that's, I think like he has an opportunity to do that if he went somewhere else. And again, it's not a knock on Davion. I think he's a very good player. And I really like Davion. Like he was so quiet as a young player, but by year 3, he's really started to come out of his shell. And he's a good dude, and he works hard, and he does everything you ask of him. And sometimes that means that he gets the bum end of the stick on the, when it comes to going in for 2 minutes and then coming out of the game and then going back in and coming out and finding no rhythm. And it's like, just go play defense. That's all we need from you. And if you get any wide open shots, go ahead and take them. But, we understand that we've put you in an awkward situation, and it's going to be hard for you to show things like high shooting percentage or anything like that. That's part of who you have to be as a player for us to succeed.
Everything that you said, I completely understand. Like it's completely rational. I get it. I just think at this point in his career, he's better. He's a better player than Kobe and Duarte. And I think aside from what happened on Wednesday night, I think his physical brand of defense, his physicality, his strength will allow him to play against guys that are 6'4" or something like that. Like he can match up with those guys on the defensive end because of his quick feet, and he's strong. He's solid as a rock. So that's just me. That's just the way I look at him. I think he'd be able to hold his own, especially when you talk about the backup role and things of that nature. I mean, he's going to be going up against the GP2s of the world, not Wembanyama a lot of the time. You know what I mean? Like he's not Paul George, Kawhi Leonard. Like he's not going up against those guys a lot of the times. He could hold his own against the guys that he's usually going up against in that second unit. So that's just my thought on it. That's all.
Yeah, and like he's going to go up against Fred VanVleet, right? Fred VanVleet is a player that, like, in a perfect world, if Davion had an unlimited opportunity, could try to emulate and be like Fred VanVleet. And VanVleet's carved out a great career for himself. He also got an opportunity. They moved off of Kyle Lowry so he could slide into the starting job, and he's taken advantage of it fully. But it's also about depth at other positions, and it's just really tough. when you're not a multi-positional player and everyone else is.
We'll spend some more time with James Ham of the Insiders talking Kings basketball and these next couple of games on the road against the Houston Rockets. And then, of course, they'll be back home against the Portland Trail Blazers. The in-season tournament is kicking off in just about 30 minutes. Sacramento Kings will play their first game next Friday at the Golden One Center. Talk about all of that with the Insider. James Ham, when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I'll be right back, guys. What is that? That's a minute and a half.
What's going on?
What the hell is that?
What's going on?
Amber, what you got going on this weekend, man? Besides the Kings.
Kings game tomorrow. I'm going to sit here and watch 12 hours of football on Sunday because this is one of the great football weekends of all time. You look at that?
It's really good. We didn't really dive into. I hate that game is in Germany. Like, that is like NFL. What are you thinking? I know what you're thinking because we always said for a long time they put a bunch of trash games and send them overseas. That's not a way to build the product or whatever. No, that's fine. Continue to do that. Do not take Dolphins Chiefs away from, in this case, Kansas City. That's a bad job. Bad job. And I don't even know what to make of that game. Like, say the Dolphins win. It's not like they won a road game, or they lose. Like, they had to go, overseas. Like, what is that even telling me? That game's too important, essentially, is what I'm saying, for it to be in Germany.
Yeah, I totally get what you mean. I don't like that that's the game, but I do like that there's an extra game on that day. Like, I wish it wasn't at 6:30 in the morning, but man, that's a tremendous game. And then in the 10 o'clock hour is Baltimore, Seattle. Yeah. And then at 1 o'clock is Cowboys, Philly. Mm-hmm. And then the 5 o'clock game is
Cincinnati, Buffalo. Yeah.
Yeah, Cincinnati, Buffalo. Like, boom, boom, boom. You got 12 hours straight. No, you're up to like 16 hours straight almost of just like, oh, spectacular football. No, or it could be a total bust. There's a bunch of bad games too.
Yeah, you don't focus on those. You turn the channel on those. That reminds me, let me see what's going on in the NBA that day. NBA trying to sneak some nice little games on Sunday evening. Let's see. Nah, nothing's really going on. Golden State at Cleveland is interesting. That's at 3 o'clock. Anytime Wembanyama plays, it's interesting. He plays on Sunday. But Memphis at Portland at 6 p.m. Ugh. You can get in the door at the Moda Center for $5.
What?
Yeah.
Man, Memphis is bad.
On a Sunday evening, maybe you and the missus want to say, hey, let's go watch some NBA basketball. We live in Portland. Let's go watch some NBA basketball. $5 gets you in.
Portland's always got a good crowd. Or they have in the past. I don't know if people turned on them this year.
Scoot is too. I don't know when Scoot's gonna be back.
Yeah, I don't know. Scoot will play on Wednesday, and I don't know if didn't Shea get hurt? Shea rolled an ankle. I haven't seen an update. What's that?
He rolled an ankle the other day, SGA?
Yeah. I haven't seen the update on that. Somebody asked if I golf. I used to golf a lot, but I have no back, cousin Pete. I do like to golf. Last couple of times I went out was with Doug. And I live here in Lake of the Pines. I actually have there's a golf course here, but I've never played it because my back is shot.
Your back is bothering you right now, isn't it?
Yeah, it's been killing me.
I can tell by the way you're shifting. Yeah. You got 20 more minutes in you. If you need to call it, you can call it.
No, I'm good. I just got done with the pod too. So I've been sitting basically from like 9 o'clock until now because I had to drive up.
Well, I just took about 200 milligrams, 2,000 milligrams worth of asprin because I'm pretty sure that cookie tried to kill me.
Oh no!
Oh, I tried to kill you.
Oh yeah, but the good news is I'm going to eat another one. I'm going to eat another one. That Oreo one is fire.
Yeah. I have no discs left. People ask about standing desks and stuff. I don't have any discs left.
You don't have any what left?
Discs, like in my back.
Oh.
Yeah, I have. I need spinal fusion surgery at some point. They told me to push it out as long as I can, but for right now, like you can't even see a disc on an MRI from like L4 down.
Before we get back on the radio, Drew, stop being a bitch. Calm down, bro. You're doing way too much, Drew. Relax. Have fun, bro. It's fun. Relax.
Boy, he got them their receipts, doesn't he?
Hang on. Y'all coming into the y'all Warriors fan be getting in this chatty house, getting so damn sensitive. Drew down, we love you. You family. You gotta stop. Drew in here giving a sermon on oh, you guys is Warrior hates, bro. It's Sacramento. Drew, will you calm down? Bro,
he's like fumbling through. Here's my receipt for
Drew got the CVS receipt out.
Like
that's
I've
right.
said a number of different times. We don't like the Warriors.
Man.
We don't like you guys. No, we acknowledge it's a great team. You know, they had championships, winning organization, all this. We acknowledge that. That's about where it stops. We don't like the Warriors. We don't like them.
Drew's sensitivity. Like, Drew,
say?
What'd you call Drew down earlier? Chicken Will?
Chicken Will.
I'm calling him Ralph Trasman from now on. That man, his sensitivity. I'm calling that man Ralph Trasman from now on. Drew,
blatant hate on the Warriors. Yes, there is hate. Yes.
Drew down, you got to change your screen name to Ralph Trasman now.
Yes. It ain't love. What do you think? What are you talking about?
Oh man. What was your takeaway? How did you feel about that game the other night?
The Kings Warriors?
Yeah, well, Clay hits the shot. You talked about Davion guarding it. You know, everyone has kind of had a different feel of that with, hey, they played great without De'Aaron, or damn, they were right there to win it and didn't. Just another loss to the Warriors. What was your takeaway on that?
Yeah, as long as the team hasn't developed like a phobia of the Warriors and just has that feeling like they can't beat them now, that would be my only concern. Like you're 0-2 in the regular season. The last time you faced them, you lost. I don't worry about preseason at all. That doesn't matter. But the playoff game, you lose in Game 7. As long as you don't start developing some sort of issue where you feel like you can't get past them, then I wouldn't have a problem. I thought it was a really good game. And I know a lot of people were in my timeline afterwards saying, oh, the officiating is horrible. I'll just tell you, the seats in Golden State are not good for media, and we don't get a bunch of replays, and the Warriors don't replay anything that's questionable. And I know that there was plenty of questionable things that happened later in the game, but that's not typically my job.
The Draymond clip is crazy.
No, this dude is out here doing
that Draymond clip at the end of the game is nuts.
I didn't see what he did.
Oh, when he catches the pass, it's the one that right before it goes to Clay. He catches.
Oh, yes.
He's doing like this. He's like
chopping his feet.
Like, hey. I'm pretty sure he got "Step in the Name of Love" in his head, but that's not allowed anymore. That's a bad look.
Hope not. Yeah, I hope not.
Bad.
I didn't even look at the last 2-minute report.
It's not on there. Ain't nothing on there.
It's not on there?
No. Here,
nothing is on there. Everything it was perfully called.
Here, I got the report for you, Hammer. It's right there.
Yeah. Oh, that's great. Yeah, a bunch of words. Look, I would say the one thing that stood out to me is that the Kings played the Warriors' pace, and you had a aging team, a very, very old team that was playing their third game in 4 nights. It was a final game of their 3 and 4, and you played to their pace. You ran like a 93 or a 94 pace, and that's not good enough. Like, you needed to push the tempo on that team. You needed to run them off. You needed to test their legs. And I get you need to play good defense. I totally get that. But De'Aaron Fox isn't the only thing that makes this the fastest team in the league, or one of the fastest teams in the league. Like, Domantas Sabonis leading the break. Again, Malik Monk leading the break. Any player has the opportunity to grab a rebound and run up the court. And we didn't see it. Like, you should have been pushing that button with them. I mean, you basically played at Chris Paul's pace. Like, that doesn't make any sense to me. And I didn't hear Mike yelling and screaming the entire game, go, 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 go. But I also know they weren't very good offensively in that game. And maybe that's why. Maybe he just thought, like, okay, let's try to slow it down a little bit. I just thought that was a mistake. The pace they played at, and I thought they let the Warriors off the hook. And at the end of the day, I think it's one of the bigger reasons why you lost. It didn't help that, Keegan Murray couldn't hit a 3, that Kevin Huerter couldn't hit a 3, that, basically you had 4 rotational players go like 1 for 16 from 3, including misses from Sasha and misses from other players. But you're going to lose games. It doesn't matter how good you think you play defensively or how well you play offensively. You can, still, the Kings could have lost that game last year where they won 176, 175. They could be the Clippers and feel like, man, we put 175 up and that wasn't good enough. Yeah, that happens. So you got beat by a Hall of Famer. That's it. You're playing a team with 4 of them, and one of them popped off with a 18-foot jump shot at the buzzer, and he beat you with 0.2 seconds. Like, great game. You lost, and you didn't get blown up. Yeah. What was that?
3.5 Hall of Famers.
3.5. Okay. Well, at the end of the day, I'll tell you, when the balloting is done, all 4 of them are in, and
3.5.
Yeah.
I know. The San Francisco media is making sure that 4th one happens.
James, do you so you talked about the pace and all this other stuff, and the Kings got praised is a little strong. I don't want to say that, but people were like, oh, they played great defense in that game. The age-old question that we've been asking for months: can they play offense at the high level they played at last year and play that type of defense?
I don't know. I mean, you still allowed the Warriors to shoot 48% from the field. They shot 35.5% from 3. You out rebounded them. That's one good thing. So I would
Neither
say
team turned the ball over a lot either.
Well, they did force the Warriors into a bunch of turnovers. I think they had 19 or 20 as a team.
The Warriors were tricking it off then.
Yeah. The Warriors made some mistakes. Even if you remember, Draymond ran towards the baseline and then tried to hit a cutter and basically just bounced the ball right out of bounds.
And got mad at him.
And they got mad at the other player, even though he was 2 feet away and knew the guy didn't cut. What are we doing here? It's like he was trying to make a point by still making the pass. It's like, what are we doing here? There was some officiating calls that were bad, like the kick by Saric, which they didn't call, which was the clearest thing you've ever seen. And the ball rolled all the way to the other end of the court and out the back line. And the Kings got it with 7 seconds on the clock and had to go down and try to score a basket off a clear kick. There's
Draymond's foul on Domas was a tough one. Like, that was a shot across his forearm under the basket, and it's good defensive effort by Draymond Green there.
Yeah.
Okay.
I couldn't see. I thought Moody fouled Huerter on that block. It was a great effort by him, but I thought he hit him on the hand. But
hand's part of the ball. I don't know if you've heard that or not.
So where's Rob Carter? So I can complain about that. I hate that stupid ass saying.
Need ref Rob Carter in here.
I'm gonna go play 24 and smack somebody across the hand when they shoot.
It's part of the ball. It's legal.
Someone, Tyler's asking in the chat too, is about Keegan's thumb, and Keegan has a little tiny sleeve that he wears on his thumb. But I don't know that it's that big of that much of an issue. I mean, he hasn't shot the ball well to start. I mean, he started at 34% coming into that game and then went 0 for 7. So what is he at? 29%. I mean, this is a great shooter that is not going to shoot that poorly all season. But at the same time, like watching the game, I thought that Keegan was rushing everything. They was so amped up to play defense on Steph that he couldn't calm down on the offensive end. I mean, the first air ball that he had was just like, oh my gosh, like what is happening? He did not square to the basket at all. He was still, coming off the DHO at the top, and like his hips were still moving, everything was still moving, and then he tried to square up in the air and just like was way off. I thought he was rushing things. I thought, again, somebody must have had a conversation with him about doing more, about stepping up with De'Aaron Fox out, and you could just feel it the whole time that he was like too amped. But I thought he was great on the defensive end.
He did do a good job on the defensive end. I
Yeah.
feel like it bothered Steph a little bit. I mean, as much as you can. Steph Curry has seen all kinds of defenses all over the place. It's not a big deal to him, but maybe the size maybe made him change his shot up a little bit, or didn't allow him to get as many good looks as he's used to with the Kings. So I don't think they should try it again, because Steph will hear this and be like, oh really, he stopped me, and then he'll have 55 when he plays him again.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll deal with that. We'll deal with that during this 2-week break we got from the Golden State Warriors before they play again in the in-season tournament. And that's here, right? That's the one that's here?
That's here, yeah.
Yes, I believe that's here.
And then they play
Late.
they play in San Francisco, excuse me, in January.
How about you just do it in March? Loading up.
How about cancel the game?
How about just
I don't want to see these guys play no more.
exile the Warriors? How about that? No, I'm actually looking forward. It's them and the Thunder tonight. I'm very much looking forward to the Warriors and Thunder tonight on that very lovely court. Are you excited, James? It's one of the biggest days in the history of professional basketball tonight, baby. 17 minutes away from the start of the in-season tournament. Come on, Hammer. Get hyped, baby.
Yeah, you guys can get hyped. I don't. The NBA is pushing this so hard, and I get it. Like, look, it is what it is. Like, it's just not that. It's just another game. I hope that the Kings go out and they fare well, but mainly because that counts towards the 82. I do like that coaches are getting paid. That's something I think is really cool. And so if the Kings somehow win, Mike Brown gets $500K as the winner, as the winning coach. And I don't know what that means for his assistants, if they get like a warm glass of shut the hell up, or if they get like
apparently it's going to be used to pay Mike's tardy fines.
Oh yeah. Oh, there we go.
That was a fun article to read. That I think Malik has fined Mike Brown like $25,000 or something like that.
Yeah.
It's not quite how this works, Malik, but it's still very funny.
I think maybe it does work that way. If Mike breaks a team rule, I know I need a jar that we put out for every time that we're caught waiting for the coach, because that's been like a repeat thing over the last couple of weeks, where, like, again, I don't think we got Mike until 75 or 90 minutes after the game last night. I'm just like, okay, this is taking a while. And we've had practice, same thing. So I don't know, maybe Mike is just habitually tardy now, all of a sudden, out of nowhere. Fine him. Do it, Malik. We need to be in on that.
Well, I will say this, though.
James going to start instituting fines to Mike Brown for being late.
That's right. We're going to have a hell of a postseason party, media party. That's right.
James and Sean Cunningham, the elder statesman, initiating fines to the coaches.
Yeah.
We
even had the other day, we had hey, all right, well, you guys have a good day. We'll see you tomorrow. It's like, Mike Brown hasn't talked yet. Oh, do you need him? Yeah, it's a Tuesday. So yes, we need him. Like, every day we get the coach, and it was like we were dismissed. Like, all right, see you guys. And we're like, yeah, we're not leaving. Oh, you need Mike? It's like, yeah, we could have used him like 45 minutes ago, but yeah, go ahead and find him, and we'll see you in a few minutes. It was like a weird scene. Like the weirdness of the scene was like
Can you confirm? I think it was De'Aaron. I can't remember who was talking, but you could hear, I assume it was Shannon in the back saying, "Okay, last one." And then the question gets asked, and then I'm pretty sure, I think it's Chris from Fox 40 snuck in one more question. Can you confirm he got his ass beat after the scrum was over? I just envisioned everyone walking away and him getting a hey. Come here. Let me explain to you what last one means, all right?
We need to have a conversation about what last one means. Yeah, that's
Oh, no.
I always love that that last one, like it always comes across on the mics. So you kind of like
Oh, yeah.
they kind of look like a teacher like yelling at somebody.
Yep.
Don't do it again. Like,
oh, it would have been.
right.
I said last one.
Don't answer that,
Mike,
Aaron.
you
Don't
don't
answer.
have to answer that.
we've had that. We had that situation like, hey, last one, and then someone cuts in and like it was actually last one is going to Jason Anderson, and then someone else asked a question. It was like last one is going to Jason, and kept asking the question, and like all of a sudden things got awkward, and we're like, oh, it's getting awkward up in here.
The Kings.
Yeah, exactly. Jordan Meek says last question, 4-part question.
4-part.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to ask you. I've got 4 that I'm going to throw in here at you since I got the last question. Yeah.
Who do you dislike more, Davion or Harrison Barnes?
Oh,
I heard the Insiders was hot at Harrison Barnes the other day.
No, was that Kyle?
Y'all know what happens when the octaves go up.
Kyle, let's see what happened here. Where's my guy Kyle?
Harrison Barnes.
What
I'm
was
so
we
pissed about Game 7 in 2016? No,
Oh, this guy.
no, I'm joking. You guys accused me of that yesterday. That was running a bit. I'm echoing. No, it wasn't. I want Harrison Barnes to grab more than 1 rebound. I don't think that's a crime.
No, it's perfectly fair.
I think we accused Harrison Barnes of being Andrew Wiggins.
Yeah, that was.
Yeah.
That was me.
But I thought Matt Barnes. I thought Harrison Barnes played well on Wednesday.
Well, Harrison only had 1 more rebound than Matt did, so that was the point of the Insiders.
I agree with Kyle. I want more than 1 rebound, but
that's it. That's all. It's not saying he should be benched.
No, he's averaging 2 rebounds a game on the season.
I mean, that's unacceptable.
That's all. That's all. Go get a rebound, man. That's Andy sucks.
6'7", 6'7" Harrison Barnes.
6'8". 6'8".
Oh, man.
6'9" inches.
What you like to say, James? We're entering Coke machine territory.
Yes, it's a Coke machine territory.
No, come on, man. He scored 13, 14 points. It's not like he was invisible.
Harrison Barnes had 10 the other night.
No, he had 14 the other night.
No, I don't think so.
He was 14.
Oh yeah, no, that was. I was thinking of the night before. Was it the night before he had 10?
Yeah, he had 14.
I thought he was fine on Wednesday. Maybe I've set the bar very low for Harrison now.
His first 7 minutes, he was in the game. 0 points, 0 rebounds, 0 shot attempts, 0 assists, 0 across the board, all the way across.
Same.
Yeah, I too had zeros across the board, Kyle.
And that's the
Kyle,
thing.
The Insiders, we had 0. We were like Harrison.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I'm really proud of us.
Wow.
I'm a winner.
Yeah. No.
You will not be slept on no more,
Hey,
Kyle.
Can I real quick derail this conversation with the drop that I have from today's show?
Oh no! Gracious. I said something, didn't I? Oh, you pulled.
No, you didn't.
I made a noise. Okay,
Scissor me, Daddy.
I missed that.
I would have expected that.
That's what we're doing. That's what we're doing, huh?
Oh no!
Oh!
No.
Oh no! Okay. Oh, okay.
I wasn't ready
All
for
right,
that.
no,
one.
it's all it's all fun and games. Okay.
You will not be slept on no more, brother.
You'll not be slept on no more, brother.
Oh man, come on, hey.
Kyle, what was the drop from today? I missed it.
I'm gonna play this one more time, then I'm deleting it forever.
It's on the flag.
Let's hear.
Scissor me, Daddy.
Come on, man.
You guys are the worst coworkers in
The
here.
flag, hey, the flag. Hey, the flag has been confirmed. Targeting. Player's been ejected. Goodbye, everybody.
Oh, and y'all did it in front of the chatty house too. That's gonna make it worse.
We don't touch other people's privates.
Well, there's that too.
That's mine. Thanks, Kyle. Hey, you're playing Dylan Brooks. We're playing Dylan Brooks. You need to have that conversation. We don't touch other people's privates.
That's
Dylan Brooks.
That's a timely drop with Dylan Brooks coming up.
Oh,
That's
man.
it. That's it.
Jeez.
Thank you, Kyle.
Oh,
Kyle with the buttons.
This show wild, man.
Kyle and his buttons.
Before it actually gets started, does anybody have a prediction on who wins the in-season tournament?
Kings and 7.
Kings and 7.
I don't.
Seriously, what if the Spurs win?
Be one of the biggest.
What if Victor Wembanyama and the Spurs win?
That'd be a huge story.
Boy, he's fun, isn't he?
Oh my gosh, man, he's incredible.
He's fun.
He is incredible.
I'm here for all of it.
It's watching him is like it's weird to watch a Spurs game and like you're just watching one player. And you're just watching to see like what happens next, like what's he do next. And there was the moment, a couple, not last night, but the first one where Katie brings the ball up and they meet at like center court or whatever. And then I think Bleacher Report pushed out the picture of Kevin Durant going up to block the Victor Wembanyama shot.
Yeah.
And there's like a 2-foot difference between the two. And
is that the one when Wembanyama's like chin level with the rim or something like that?
The rim's not in the picture, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, I saw that picture.
But it makes
Kevin
KD
Durant going up.
It makes Kevin Durant
looking like Davion Mitchell going
up. Yeah. That's exactly what it looks like. It's exactly what it looked like.
Easy.
I know we're close. Paul, was it 55? Oh, we're not sure. We're gonna end the show soon, just because those are the rules.
Did you see Kyle tagged us in the Blazers court?
Oh, like the real one?
Yeah, I like it. Although the guy who put it out there, of course, just complaining about it.
Oh, show's over. Okay. Well, thank you for joining us. Shout out to the insiders who in some shape or form have been with us all day. Shout out to Kyle Matson for spending the day with us. Kyle had a very, very, very long day today. So we appreciate Kyle. We appreciate James too, and all of the work that he's been doing behind the scenes. Again, shout out to our man Matt over at Jiffy Lube. Appreciate all the love. Shout out to Sky River Casino, Coach Patrick, and the crew at Sac State. Most of all, man, thank you guys for joining. Drew Down, thank you for whining all week. Let's have a better week next week, Warriors fans. Let's do better. Appreciate y'all tapping in, listening on the radio. We're going to stay on the radio just over at 102.5. We're headed off to some ESPN business here next on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos Kings.
No, what it is, Carl, it's just the first part, Carl. Just the first part. We're hella childish.
Yeah.
Can't even talk around here.
Like the sophomore class.
We got an alien guinea pig. That's what I got. A text right in the middle of the show. So hopefully the guinea pig survives, but we'll see. That's not good.
Ski. Well, let's head over. James, have you heard ski?
No. That's your new thing over there.
All right, we're going to shut down and go do a radio show, guys. We'll see y'all Monday. Have a great weekend. Be safe.